for a while. Chrome, you'd use for Roll20? Yeah. Okay, so today we're going to be checking out Feastopia. This is our second day playing. Granted, yesterday when I played, I only got about 2 hours in because we had wrapped up what I've been playing before. And, like, I still have, like, I have too much time that I don't want to end early, but not enough time to do too much. So we hopped in, and we actually got 2 full rounds into it. So, Feastopia is a city builder game that is a roguelite city builder game. So you're not going to be burning hundreds hour in a single round. You're going to be burning an hour, 2, 3. It probably escalates to somewhere in the area of 8 hours or whatever for a round, just like Against the Storm, which is the game I relate this to the most. You do unlock objectives that, like, you finish chapters, difficulties. There's all sorts of, like, different biomes, and all of these you'll see they, like, unlock these are your points for unlocking more stuff. They'll give you random other things, like with this one apparently, if we explore 100 areas, it'll give me an opera house and all that to use in future runs. And what happens is you get those points, as you can see, you can't, right under the Opera GX thing. Here, let me hide that for just a second. Boom. Right under the Opera GX thing up there, you'll see there's a little fruit with a little 2 there. That's basically how many points I've got. And you'll notice here these all have a point cost, and you can do stuff like, I have this one, which makes all my production buildings 1% faster. Not a super exciting change, but 1% of everything better is pretty cool. But we get over here, and you get to have decisions. Like this one, my people who carry the stuff around town, the dum-dums, they're birds, they're 2% faster. Okay, literally all of my resources moving 2% faster. Not huge, but it's a lot. Or instead, I could say, hey, start a round with 10 work uniforms, which lets me kind of jump a little bit ahead in the early game. And you get to make those decisions. You can eventually unlock them all if you want. But with that said, we're going to start a new round. Now, one thing people who are here yesterday will notice is we did the tutorial map, and the very first tutorial map, it holds your hand pretty hard. But then you get to this one, which is your second map, and it really doesn't hold your hand at all. So this is the first level. And it's got a bunch of these stats here. So we're going to need to reach 40 contentment. We lose at 100 wrath. We get 1 blueprint. We have 55 order deduction modifier. That's just basically what it takes to make your people happy. And you get 4 starting ability points. Now, if we look at the new one we unlocked, that's not what I wanted to do. If we looked at the new one we unlocked, it's mostly the same, except I need to get 10 more fulfillment. I also need to get 5% more deduction, so my people are just a little harder to keep happy. They are giving me an extra blueprint, which is something helpful. And then we do have a new option here. It says, there seems to be other things mixed in the chest. The final form of Dango is... I don't know what that means, but okay. So I'm going to pop in here. So now we get to choose the type of map we have. So I can get a sunlit jungle, which basically means nothing really happens. It's your neutral biome for Rimworld. It's your temperate forest, whatever. And I can choose the first one, which during heat waves, my apple groves have a chance to produce oranges, because that's how that works. I can choose this one where we gain a small amount of mushrooms every time the weather changes. Or we can choose a randomly generated map where they will make it so a small amount of coal... I gain coal every time a fire breaks out. So last time we've only done sunlit so far. I don't know if random can give us other things, but let's go ahead and do that. I'm feeling a little concerned about getting resources when stuff catches fire. So now I've got 4 points for modifiers. Right now, my only modifiers is starting with some food. I might as well. So we're going to start with the food. And it's going to generate the map. We're going to get in on this. Okay, so what do we have here? Scorching Sun. So during heat waves, our mine efficiency is minus 20%. Bird taming. Dum-Dum's movement speed is 10% faster. Dum-Dums are the ones who carry my resources. Strength building. Residents have 10% or 10 higher health. We get charcoal every time a fire breaks out. We have no anything happens weather-wise, and it's sunny, so there's no real effect. So the first thing to know is so we got a fog of war that's real. Okay, this is a real rough fog of war. Because this one, to reveal the fog of war, I have to go over here, give it resources to go and get that opened up. We also have the bunny box down here, where if we provide it enough stuff, it'll give me something. Which I should probably not do, but I'm gonna do. So it gave us cat. I can get behind that. Speaking the same language, rabbit. Alright, so we get to start with our first initial blueprints, which are randomized. So, the last time I played, I did not build any of my production line very early, so far as being able to make more buildings. And we won the round, but it definitely stalled everything out in like the mid to late game. So I'm going to get the coal yard, because that's going to be needed to make bricks. Though the orchard was very tempting. Let's see. Smoke curls lazily at the rooftops. The scent of slow simmering stews waft. So we would be able to make mushroom, and I don't know what the second item was there, stew. We will need the windows for upgrading buildings later. This makes flour. Flour by itself doesn't help us. With this, I've got my 2 gauges. This is my content gauge, or fulfillment, or whatever it is, and that's my wrath gauge. The 2 things that cause wrath are sick citizens and dead citizens. So we're going to get something to deal with sick citizens. So this will let me, so we can make textiles, which would end up going towards clothes later. We can get sugar, which will go towards recipes later. Or we can get the stew. If I would have gotten the mushroom thing, this would have been a really good choice. I don't know what the second option on there is. Let's grab the stew. Alright, so those are the things that we got at the beginning. So, we didn't get everything we needed for making our own stuff. So the first couple things I'm going to need to do is, first I'm going to plunk a road down around the Dango or whatever, Dango, I don't know what this thing is called. The critter that wants me to deal with it. From there, we got a couple of buildings we have to have. So we need a storehouse for storing stuff. We have a marketplace, which distributes stuff to your households. And we will need a pantry, which won't quite fit there, so I'm going to put the pantry there. And I want the fire ward and all that. We have the gathering hut right away. There's a place I can mine sand to make glass, but it does me no good until I can get the next piece. Alright, so we're going to be in a bad spot because I've got sand down here. And I got another one of these up here. Okay, you're going to want either like glass and all that. Alright, so we've got those 2 basic buildings. One of the other things this will do is you'll get missions. So it wants me to make artisan dwellings, 10 of them for my first mission. That's actually going to take a little bit. And every building has to have road access. Alright. So we can get coal, we can get sand, but I can't do anything to get the end products yet. We also have the stew house, which I don't really know what we need for that yet. Okay, so the first thing we're going to want to do is I want to not make big mistakes like I made the last run. And I need to go and remember where my timber yard is. You put the timber yard over here kind of off by itself, because I can't... That's not what I wanted. Luckily, you get all resources back for disassembling a building. Thank you, devs. So we got our timber yard up here. So that covers just a little bit over to that area. And we're also going to want a sawmill. And the reason I wanted to put those down first is they only have so many planks and all that. And I did have a previous run where I started it, and I didn't have the resources I needed to, like, do the next step kind of thing. Okay. That'll give us housing. We've got you here. We can go ahead and get a farm built. And we'll plant some potatoes. I can't actually push farther than that because there's not enough room. Okay. They have run out of planks at that point. So let's unpause the game and get it going. I do not have the bistro. Is there an affiliate link? For which? This game, no. I'm not sponsored by this game. Okay, so... the textile building could be used to make hats later. Kind of useless on its own. But I forgot the important building that is the bistro. Or the eatery, whatever it's called. That's actually where people get their food. Okay, so menu, all of it. Oh yeah, no, when you click on the download link in the chat, like it's pinned to the top, that's the one that goes. And thank you, Randall Thor, for the 5 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. It means a heck of a lot that you'd show that support, and thanks so much for that support. Alright, so when we look up here, I've got 0 people in my town who are not already working. I got 12 who are working. They're at a relative happiness of 8, and they are at 16. There's apparently ranks on those. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. So the things we've got right now is these are the birds I talked about, the dum-dums. That we got the thing that one of my meta progression things gave me 2% faster, and then this particular map, it's 10% faster as well. The real challenge of this map is going to be just utilizing space. Here's a bunch of ore. So that's iron ore down there. And there's coal. It's got coal, iron, and clay. So we definitely want to go down here. So it's revealing a bit of that. The coal, iron, and clay. So with coal, iron, and clay, I've got the clay, I got the coal for making brick. What I need, though, is I need the actual building for making brick. I don't have the brick maker. So I'm not going to worry about that. Also, I can go to you. There's the potatoes. I'm going to go ahead and drop down another farm. I'll make this one have cucumbers. And that's still Fog Award. And that way we're giving ourselves more variety of food. So we can go here. So I'm going to take the onions off and put the potatoes on. Because we want to try and keep them eating as much variety as possible. And what are you complaining about? Insufficient workers. That does make sense, doesn't it? Okay, that's fine. Gonna plunk down more houses. Okay. So we got the brickyard. This is a big one. So with that, I have everything I need to produce bricks early game. Other things I am going to need is I am going to need to get the tailor up and running to upgrade our houses, because that's our objective here. That'll open up some other stuff. So to do that, I need to get a livestock pasture. And you're going to have sheep. And I'm not going to be able to go farther until we expand the territory. That's kind of the big thing that this map has compared to the other one. Is the other maps I didn't have to do nearly as much for, like revealing territory and all that. So with that making sheep, now the next thing I'm going to need is we'll go here to the stockyard. And they're going to go ahead and make the wool. And then once we have the wool, I need a tailor. And the tailor will make clothes. And that'll let us upgrade these. Alright, so the next move, since that's a nice like little square here. Alright, so Dango's opening. It's going to start making demands. So let's pause for a second. So Dango's woken up, and Dango is hungry. So Dango wants food that covers hunger and delicious. So hunger, potatoes will do. Delicious, cucumbers will do. So let's go ahead and go to our food options here. Potatoes are off the menu, onions are on the menu. Because we need to feed him as soon as we can. The earlier we feed him, the better general stuff we'll get out of it. We've already got the farms, I just need the farms to work on their stuff. Meanwhile, that's going to be all the stuff we have set up for the clothes. So let's start getting our industry sorted out. So I need the mine. Actually, can I get all of those in there? I can. Okay, so clay, actually it doesn't matter because I can only hook it up to 3. Alright, so we got clay, iron, and that. Let's actually remove the iron off of there. We can't do anything with iron yet. Now put the other iron on there. Okay, so I need just a bit more. So basically I got 15 minutes to get Dango here all the food he wants. Otherwise, Dango gets big mad. And I don't want to deal with a big mad Dango. Seems like a bad time. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and put the bricklayer out here. Okay, so we need more people. Then you'll have that. I will need the charcoal or the coal yard. That'll be the coal goes here to make the charcoal. You pull up the clay and the coal. You then take both of those to make bricks. So that's the brick production line, which is one of the main resources we do need for a lot of stuff. We'll also be able to get glass. I don't have the thing to make windows yet, so we're not going to worry about that too much. So the next thing I'm going to need to do is I've just realized I'm missing an important building, which is the woodshed. And with the woodshed, I'm going to need another timber yard. Just to keep up. Okay. And it also means I need more houses. Now, one thing that happens is as we get the resources to be able to upgrade our houses, we will be able to have our people work faster. So we got a new blueprint unlocked. So we can upgrade our farms to being able to grow onions and lettuce. We can make sausage, which turns pork from a silver to a green quality. You can also get the carpenters for buttons. We'll go with the pork for now, since I can guarantee that one. Hey, Bassett, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. What is your deal? Why are you unhappy? No nearby market. That house doesn't get to be. Does the cooking quarters go? For those looking... neither one of those will work. For those looking for, I know you were playing The Last Starship the other day, but a whole range of games you can find over there. So if you're ever looking for more game, like someone playing a bunch of different games, like The Last Starship and all that, you can find that over there. Always good options. Alright, so that's for the mushrooms. I don't really need the mushrooms. Yeah, playing The Last Starship. Nice. I hope you had a good time with that. It's fun. It good. You finished the demo? Nice. Yeah, I enjoyed the demo. Or not the demo. I enjoyed the game. I did not play the demo. Alright, so I need to... get a bunch of fields planted. So that'll give me apples. But I need way more workers. It is a real problem. We also have the hospital. We have the Merchants Guild. We have that fire building. All of which are going to require more workers. And I need to be careful to not give, like, way too many people. Okay, can we feed you now? Alright, we got our food ready. Let's feed Dango. You didn't do survival? Yeah, no, that's fair. Alright, so feeding Dango, we were given 2 blueprints. There's a lot of things to consider here. So, the window will make it so I can upgrade buildings. I have my entire production line set up. The brewery will let me get a thirsty option that is green quality out of wheat. Otherwise, I can go the route of getting the carpenter button and the tailor to try and get to the even higher rank people. I don't know which is the right way to go with it. I'm going to go ahead and the brewery will give me another green option for pretty easy. So I think I want to go that route. Meanwhile, we can go over here. We can go farm. Grab wheat. We have the glassworks and all that we'll need to do. We have to wait on some more planks. What are you missing to upgrade? Oh, I don't have the lilac. We'll need a greenhouse for the lilac. Yeah, no, I gotcha. And there'll be the brewery. So I just need to get more people. Alright. So the cemetery is another one we need. Eventually we'll start seeing sick icons and all those show up. And if I don't start doing stuff to treat them or get the cemetery sorted or anything like that, it'll continue to escalate. Alright. That's fine. We can keep you on what we got you on right now. I really need to get those lilacs sorted, which is not going to happen until I have more people. Alright, so it looks like we're going to potentially get a buff from Dango, because Dango's in a good mood. Orchard growth efficiency is 20% higher. That would be lovely if, you know, if I had workers to work on it. And up there will disturb the other stuff. The sand pile is very inconveniently positioned. Okay. So everyone is still working. I still do not have all jobs filled. What are you complaining about? Ah, you do not have a place to eat nearby. What's going to probably end up happening here, I'm going to need one of the places to eat nearby. I guess I'm just building a second marketplace. It'll be the first time I've had to build that out that far. It's gonna end up being a problem. Okay. Farm efficiency 20% due to Dango sunbathing. Okay, do I have any spare workers now? I just need this to sit until we can get some artisans in here. Because that's what we need to do. Yes, we're just waiting on the lilacs now. And then we should be able to start going through and one by one upgrade the houses. And now suddenly I have 29 extra people. Did I set you? Okay, so you both have the same menu. Little worried about that. So we're pretty much waiting right now. So Dango's gonna go to bed soon. When Dango goes to bed, Dango will dream. And while Dango's dreaming, that will create wishes. And wishes, in turn, will give us a bunch of cool stuff that we can potentially do to work on finishing the round. Let's also plan to start making sausage, because we did unlock that, and that is an option for some higher quality food. That's fine. Okay, first wish. So Dango either wants candy, thyme, or coffee beans. Dango? What the hell, man? Fine, since you're totally not awful, it takes my power. Alright, so we gave them that. Alright, so we can do an unholy rite. Fog duration is greatly increased. Resource required to exploration minus 25. We can get 1 extra blueprint choice each time. Or we can get the Path of Vigor, where every 10 seconds, 5 glowing tiles appear and shift to an adjacent tile for every 3 seconds. Last 30 seconds. Basically, these just keep teleporting around, and whatever buildings are nearby get 6% efficiency. So it's like a no-effort bonus. So reveal that area. Have some sheeps. Have this. Have clay. Wow, you were awful. Okay. So with that, let's go ahead, add the next pig farm on there. Bring this around to here. And use that to make sausage. So I need more cooks. So you have your regular workers, and you have another category of worker called cooks. And it's just, they're different laborers. We also need to go here now. I need you to be producing cooked clothes as well. And you are right at the point of having enough lilacs to upgrade. Yeah, I can handle having another thing there. Meanwhile, for raising the pigs now, I need to go up here and add pork onto the menu. Oh, right, the other thing I was going to do is, because of that character, or because of Dango wanting... I don't have the ability to make cocoa bean. Alright, what were my options again, Dango? How terrible were you being? So it's candy, which requires sugar, which I don't have. Thyme, which is a gathered resource, which is required. Or cocoa bean. So I don't have cocoa bean available. Oh, you're an orchard growth option. Alright, let's check to see if I can't grow that. Or coffee bean, not cocoa bean. Okay, so with that, we will accept the wish to get coffee. We get to get a second wish. We can grab the wool, and you'll see the rewards. Right now, these are all pretty consistent to each other, so I don't have to worry about them too much. So I'm going to go ahead and grab that. We'll submit that one immediately, because I already have the materials. And then we have one for raising cows and getting milk. Another one for trading 500 money worth of stuff. And another for leveling people up. I'm going to go for the money one, because that's one I can work on. It also reminds me that I need to make my market. Okay, so the next on this list, we've had multiple things come up that require the spicery. The timber thing would be for making the hats later to upgrade our people even farther. I'm going to go ahead and go for the spicery, I think. And we'll see if I end up actually doing that or not. We also get another bonus. So we have the choice of the Red Cloak Congregation. So our blacksmiths will produce more, our woodsheds will produce more, our rendery and our coal yard and our smeltery. So basically we're going to get more wood and we're going to get more coal. The fog greatly increases resource required to... Fog duration greatly increased. Resource required for exploration is reduced. And we have sunny days. Every 2 fully staffed agricultural buildings will attract 6 mischief monkey. Each mischief monkey increases the efficiency of labor and arsons. Sure. I have no idea how well that's gonna do anything. Okay, it does look like I need more chefs. We've got to get these upgrades going. Like right on the fence here. Before I forget, I need the Merchant Guild. That'll let us start trading stuff. We need the hospital. That'll keep people from getting sick. And then the cemetery, for when the plans of not letting them get sick doesn't work out. That's not where I want it. Okay, so we're getting all those cocoa beans. So I do have some dead people, which just happens over time. That's a big baby? Yep, and it demands food. Baby demands the Noms. Let's look at our pantry. Sorry, our pantry, or our okay, so we're out of the onions. So we'll ditch the onions. We're gonna put potatoes on that list. We're about to run out of apple juice. We're gonna drop down to just regular old apples. Okay, we got a new recipe. Alright, so we can make crispy bread, a donut, or meaty tomato pizza. Now, there's a problem here. And the problem is I don't have what I need to make any of these items. So, if we're checking our stuff, I don't know how to make flour, I don't know how to make cheese, I don't know how to grow tomatoes. I do have pork. And then this would give me the end recipe for the Hawaiian or the meaty pizza. So, I'm missing those 3 ingredients. I do have the ability to make sugar. I don't have the ability to make flour. And I don't have the ability to make cows and butter. So I'm missing those 2 ingredients. And then this is basically the exact same idea, except replace butter with eggs. Now the interesting thing is this is a purple quality, and that's a purple quality. And the only difference is butter versus eggs. Since I don't have any other selections going on here, we're gonna go ahead and plan to make donuts. Oh, I don't have you set up to trade thing. Alright, what do we have in a major surplus? Nothing. The answer to that is I have nothing in a major surplus. That is not the outcome I was looking for. Let's put the brick on the list there for right now. It also strikes me that I do have the glassworks and all that. I do have sand up here. So can I get a mine close enough for sand? I can't. So this house is gone. And we're gonna put a mine there. And this mine digs sand. And then from there, I need a sandy yard. And we'll need a glassworks. So that'll let me make the windows as well. So we're producing all the stuff I need to make buildings and upgrade them and all that stuff. And for the love of everything, please get enough lilacs in there to get that done. I've got enough spare people. Let's just build a second lilac place. I've scaled too wide too fast. And don't have a lot of the materials I need, because these should be upgrading, and that's locking us making progress with that quest. That's gonna be really hard to satisfy that box. But we can bring in more lilacs. This labor dwelling will go high enough that it hits the next level of happiness, or the fulfillment, or whatever. We'll be able to upgrade it. It also would like a tavern and a candle. I'm not prepared to deal with those things. Okay, and we've completed the spending money. Alright, so we get another permanent buff. Path mending. Buildings next to glowing roads gain 20% repair speed. Lord's prerogative. For every 2 explorations completed, gain +1 blueprint refresh chance. Grumpy monkey. Wrath gauge maximum +20. A grumpy monkey will appear in the town, randomly eating 1 food every 5 or 45 seconds. Oh, so it means I can buy more time from Wrath, but from then on, so that's something you do when things are in a bad way and you're behind on the Wrath. You're like, I just need more time, man. And so you're trading having it wreck stuff. Buildings next to glowing roads gain 20% repair speed. Let's refresh. Banana tree gives us free bananas. Done. Our groves will just randomly give us bananas now as well. And what's your problem? Insufficient workers, and you're missing raw materials. Which you're making those raw materials, which will then go to here. It's fine. How are you not ready to upgrade yet? There we go. First house upgraded. Alright. So little by little the houses are upgrading. And if we get 4 more of those houses to upgrade here, then we'll finish that objective. It'll get us a new one. It'll give us blueprints, materials, that kind of thing. And those upgraded workers, they go from the normal workers to become what's known as an artisan. The artisan just works faster. That's pretty much what it boils down to. It's just a better worker. Yeah, we've only got like one person sick at a time, so that's pretty good news. Take grapes off and put cucumbers on. Trying to move that stuff around. Yeah, so we're producing beer. Cool. Alright. So first objective done. You want me to have 20 artisan happiness. I don't know if we're pulling that off. So the tavern will give us happiness for our workers. And I'm actually really kind of hurting on that. And with that, we now have joy. You want recruit senior chefs. What does it take to upgrade your building? You have 4 requirements, of which you got 3. So I need perfume, a fountain, or something else good. Which I can't do much about, so that one's going to be stuck there for a minute. Alright, so we can get a well, a source of fresh, clean water, fundamental for the health, also increases resident health. We can get a juice press, and with the juice press, we can increase the quality of all of our orchard stuff. So the juice press is definitely the more important one between the 2 of those in my book. I also need to stop here. Please stop exporting all of that, because I can't afford it. And we'll wait to export more till I've got something else I've got a surplus of. Once I get a brick, we'll go ahead and get the juice press going. That'll be a couple more chefs. Well, actually, I have the chefs. But we can get the juice press starting to make, like, you know, apple juice. I wonder if... Okay. Yeah, so apple juice is the only one we can make right now, but we'll get them making apple juice. And with that, we'll go ahead and build a second chef's house up there. They're just waiting here. That I just need more coffee beans. And unfortunately, I don't have anything to do with the coffee beans right now, so I actually don't really care about it. Okay, so you want delicious and hungry. Hungry is satisfied. So I need just a little extra delicious. Take you off the menu. Put beer on the menu. And if you give your people better quality goods, they'll get bonuses that make them work better. But pretty soon, little buddy here is going to escalate. And when that happens, the demands will have to be much higher quality, so we'll have to have much better recipes. Okay. So, if we get the mill, that's a step closer to getting the fancy food we had. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the mill. Plunk it down there. And you're going to start making flour. So that reminds me that I now need to look into what the heck I'm missing. Because we did unlock... It wasn't the stew. We'll need the spicery for sugar, because it was flour, sugar, and something else for the recipe we unlocked. And I do not remember what recipes we've got. So that's the supply menu, stock, wish list, merchant guild, combo effect. Right, egg is the last one we're missing. So in reality, turn this building off right now. I don't have use for the flour yet. In fact, just tear that building up. Until I have eggs. Ooh! We got our first chef house upgraded. We've got sick and dead people. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and feed you. Alright, 2 more blueprints. So you would let me get tomatoes and all these other things we get in our recipe. This lets me get the carpenter to try and work towards hats for the better people. I'm going to choose you just in case we get in our recipe. Okay, in this case with these 3, I'm going to go for the timber yard to get the other type of wood. Because that means the next time I might get the thing for the button, and that'll give me better hats for my people, making them happier. Soul Leaf. I don't have a fire ward. Get that so we, in case we have a fire, we're already ready for it. We've got all those, we got all those placed. I don't have a gathering hut or a mill. I do not have the textile place. Which that's fine because I have nothing to use the textile on. We have the stew house and the spicery. Okay, so got you done. Okay. So, for every 2 explorations, you gain +1 blueprint refresh chance. I'm not so worried about that. We can have it the explorations cheaper, and during a tornado, it doesn't... we get, like, stuff back. Okay, so we can get the banana tree. Banana gains pastry tag, and is quality +1, category value +100%. We're gonna make bananas heckin' amazing. This is what we're gonna do. All of you, you're not allowed to have bananas, okay? Bananas are too good for you people. They go to Dango. Alright, we can get the carpenter. Alright, cool. So that means I can also get the stuff for the hats. We're able to make the buttons with the carpenter. And then we make the hats at the tailor once they're unlocked. In the meantime, do we have anything to get a surplus on? Planks. Also, we're getting some type of bonus. Labor happiness is slightly improved. Sand. Wood, we don't have any to spare. Clay. The other kind of wood. Coal. Wheat. Man, that's a greedy little box. You? Oh, you're probably just taking way too much apples. Well, we can work on that. So we'll get an orchard grove over here. And you will just plant even more apples. We'll use that to supplement our apple supply, so we hopefully get that stuff in. Because as you can see, we're slowly getting a little bit of wrath. And that's because we got a lot of sick people. And we're working on that, but the hospital there takes apples to operate. And the issue is I got this thing that's turning all that apple into apple juice. Which is good and all, because apple juice is a pretty solid good. But also, you know, I kind of do need other things. Yeah, so as you can see, we're randomly getting bonuses that change here. Junior Chef happiness is up. Okay, so meanwhile, I'm gonna go here. Get slightly more space we could have given you. Let's go ahead and go like this and connect those. Give more paths to be optional for moving around. I'm just trying to go and get that. Okay, we've upgraded another chef to be better at their job. I'm hoping they'll come with a new recipe soon. You're better at your job. Busy Hospital activates on load pull. Healing leaf +1. Food offering to Dango +20%. So you're treating all your patients. Alright. So we're getting low on potatoes. We're getting low on beer. We're also low on apples. Let's switch you over to drinking the apple juice now. Okay, we got new wishes. Alright, so first wish. Sucks. We either need time, fish, or cows, and time are the only one that I can do something with if I can find some time. Do we see time anywhere around us? Okay, getting our power because we popped the box. Banana gains the entree tag and is now one category higher. Cool. So it's just bananas the whole way down. Okay, we've got time down here, so we need to get into this area. Alright, so let's get the gathering hut. Because we need to get this just in time. Alright, so with that, we can go to our wishes. We know we can do the time now. Let's get the time. For the next wish, we can get sugarcane, oranges, or whatever. Let's quickly check on what we're growing. So right now I'm growing the apples. So the coffee beans can go away. I don't have what I need to do anything with coffee beans right now, so those are useless to me. What we can do is we could switch those over to oranges. And I think if I believe I actually switched that at the front, I wouldn't have had to replant these. I think it will, like, just hot swap it. Okay, so with that, I can go to your wish, and go here, and we will do oranges. And I'll try and get those two done. And I'm really worried when he wakes up again, he's probably going to become the stronger, like, not stronger, the harder version. Now that said, I believe... So, mushroom soup. Do we have mushrooms somewhere, though? Because we now have the time. If I want to go for mushroom soup, though, I also need the mushrooms. And I don't believe I've seen mushrooms on this map so far. I could... No, actually I have. That's not true. I just chose to ignore them. So we got mushrooms right there. Which means we can set up the stew house. First, before I forget. We can set up the stew house. And for right now, don't use the stew house, no one's here. And the reason I'm doing that is I need to collect the time. We're also in a situation where I need more cooks. Okay, so now we can do the upgrade for the hats. And now I've got everything I need to make the hats, so let's get that going. So for the hats, I got a couple different pieces we have to make. We have the hats themselves are made at the tailor. That's no problem. The carpenter will make the buttons for the hat. And then there was something else in here. Let's go here. Add the hats. So that's just the wool and the buttons. And with that, we will be making hats. I do not have any spare laborers, which I do not love. Got a couple more houses way back here. It gives me a couple spare laborers. And how are we doing on our stuff? Oh, we're getting low on beer. Switch up beer to the grapes again. And both the oranges and the thyme are coming along, which will be 2 more wish list items done. Sadly, I've not had the opportunity for egg, because then we could have made fancy donuts. But at least we're ultimately going to be making our mushroom stew now, which has been a long time coming. Meanwhile, what are you exporting and how's it going? I still have tons of plank, keep on exporting. And actually, now I think about it, I can buy things. So I'm sitting on 2,000. For every 5 wrath gained, residents' base happiness gets happier. Groundhog Days coin. Each time Dango falls asleep, increases the blueprint recipe and grace bar refresh chances by 1. Increase the time limit and stuff. For every 50 candles produced, laborers gain 1 happy. Recipes, like life and recipes, you never know what delicious thing you're gonna get. Let's do this where we gradually get happier the more miserable Dango gets. I mean, what? And we can just straight up buy a blueprint. So with this, we can make wheat bread, delicious cheese. We can't make milk yet. The art says the game is amazing. Yeah. So the bread is only green, and I believe we have what we need for the donuts. Let's grab this. So you can make wheat bread. Because what this does mean is I do have the materials for at least making the bread. So I can go over here to processing our food, get the mill, and then go over here and get the bakery. And that'll be enough to get that going. And I am short on cooks. As we continue to just endlessly expand everything. So I need more cooks. We checked the kitchen. There's still room. Okay, we got a brand new recipe. Alright, so we can get tomato lettuce soup. Or tomato lettuce salad, which I do not have the ability to make the blueberry jam. We have honey cake, which I do not have the ability to make honey. I'm gonna refresh. Okay. Some of these recipes are getting to be elaborate, so I can't make grease. Otherwise, we can make grilled lamb chop. I do have sugar, flour, but I do not have butter. I'm gonna refresh again. All of these are getting to like dairy in that. We're gonna refresh one last time, and that's what we got. We got another one that's gonna depend on eggs. Coffee and milk. I can't literally make any of these. This sucks. Okay. I am gonna hope we get dairy. Do I have my 500 yet? Got ourselves another recipe. Puke orange salad. I can make that. I can make that. That is a doable thing. Okay, so I need to go down here. We got another thing to add on to the list here, which is... Where are you at? I need the spicery. Because we can make sugar with that. Now, what I'm not sure... So we have cucumber, orange, and that, but what building do I actually make the salad itself in? I don't see it. It's probably in another building I don't have. You have... Oh, we still need more cooks. Alright, so I'm probably going to need to get another thing for lilacs. We got another recipe. So again, we don't have butter. We don't have shrimp. Sure, crispy bread just in case I get the butter. I'm expected to have a real bad time here. Let's double check with So we've got the orchard has plenty of things we could expand into. I can actually grow the blueberries and all that. The farm... Oh, I need to have sugarcane growing. Because I'm not going to get much sugar if I'm not actually growing sugarcane. No nearby storehouse. Okay, we're getting pretty close to getting our time. And then I'll be able to turn on the soup. Okay. So we got a new recipe. Alright, so... we would be able to get the milk coffee if I had milk. I can just make up straight up black coffee, though. And that is something. Otherwise, we have the rendery. I'll grab the coffee place. I don't know if we'll need it. To refresh that one last time. Okay, well, we'll do the unholy rite. Makes exploration cheaper. And that's a cafe for coffee. You put that down there, and I'll put an orchard grove over here. And you are now making coffee beans. Chuck a regular old house over here. And over there. Okay, that gave me just enough workers for right now. And another blueprint. We can upgrade our farm to give us the onions and lettuce. Sure, why not? No nearby market. Alright, well, I'm just going to move that then. I was going to say earlier, they need more lilacs. Lilacs are definitely proving to be a bottleneck. Oh, I forgot about you. Hang on. Alright, so that just gave me 500. That was not worth it. We'll get the rendering next. I don't have any need for grease quite yet, but I do have the option when it comes up. Alright. And with this, let's go ahead and turn this building on now. Because with that, we can start making the stew. And I'm just getting blueprints left and right. Candy house, done. That's the donut place. Alright, so I should have most of what I need for the donuts. I don't think I have everything, but we're close. So for the donuts, we're missing eggs. We can make the chocolate. We can make the candy. The candy is considered the higher quality item. So you are sweet, and you are also sweet. So literally the candy's just better. Fair enough. And submit our oranges. Let's see. Premium bananas. Supplying residents with bananas adds 5% to their work efficiency. During hauntings, all buildings' efficiency is plus 25. The wrath gauge is increased per minute for patients. That sounds awful. We'll just do like the generic other thing. I probably should have gone the banana thing. Just in the off chance that this thing didn't want bananas. I could have given those to my workers and boosted them really heavily. So yeah, so you seem to have everything you need. Unless we get candles. Alright. Okay. So the candles will let me upgrade more houses. That still depends on the milk. Let's get the candles. I actually don't know if I can make the candles. Where can I shove you? Okay, so candles. Alright, so that building's offline. I don't have wax. So if we get an apiary... If we get an apiary, we make the candle building. I did see something down here was ready to upgrade. Boom. Keep hitting escape way too much. Trying to like close out of windows, cancel windows. Alright, so now that I've got them all running around with the extra lilacs, we are getting every place to upgrade. Which again means more people who work faster. Okay. Oh my god, your requirements this time are the moon. The requirements this time is going to be 480 of hunger, delicious, sweets, and thirst. Ow. What is your problem? Insufficient workers. I do not have enough cooks. And now it gets to the harder version. Oh, it's not always the same. Okay, that's new information, because the last time we had like a red fiery looking one. Which we basically ended the mission like right after it happened, because it's like, oh, this is bad, because things started going sideways real quick. Okay, so you want a lot. So let's see what we can handle. So thirst. There's your coffee. There's your beer. There's your juice. Okay, we're basically just... Okay, thirst is handled. Delicious. Oh yeah, the bananas are where it's at. Here we'll have you have some donuts. And some sausage. Okay, so we've got the hunger and the thirst. So we need sweets, which we are working on making candy. And then the delicious, which the things I have that qualify is the stew, it has to be the stew or the bananas. Those are my only options. So for the love of everything holy, get to work on that stew. We will all die if you do not make all the stew you've ever stewed in the stew. Stew like your life depends on it, because it does. Well, I'll grab the borscht. I can't do anything with it, because I don't know how to make butter. But, you know, in the meantime, it's fine. Yeah, so you need textiles and church. I don't have what I need for church. More bananas. More bananas. Was there any other orchards I potentially wanted? Because then we could boost that more. Make the chocolate. So you're gonna go chocolate, and the only reason I'm doing this is we have a trait that has a random chance of giving us a banana every time we harvest. Okay, so that'll give us that, which then lets me have chocolate in the sweets place, which is over here somewhere. There's the spicery. It's waiting on sugarcane. We do have sugarcane being produced over here. What happens if we don't meet the requirements? Game over? I don't know if it's game over or the wrath here goes up a lot. I don't really know. When the wrath goes up and hits full, we lose. So it could be it just spikes up really hard and that's hard enough to endure. It could be a straight up game over. I don't really know where it lands in that pile. We have not failed yet. We've had some pretty dicey ones. We've also had where I finish the round before it fails. Because if I fill up this meter here, then we're good. And there's no more of those, so we have to get through this one. Okay, so let's click on you. More bananas. Have some stew. Have some candy. I think we're gonna be okay. Yeah, no, definitely. It definitely seems like you miss it, and you are putting yourself into a real bad place. Do we have? Let's check the livestock pasture. Yeah, so I have chickens already. So, chat. In case you were wondering, you start with chickens. Where is the place that we make the donuts? Okay, we just got the tiniest little bit. Where is that? We can check down here. So, the cafe. Okay, it's a candy house. You're gonna be making the donuts. You take that off the menu. You're hungry and sweet versus just hungry. We got a new recipe. So we can make mocha coffee. So you count as just thirsty. I can't remotely do that. You count as sweet. They do have coffee beans and chocolate. So I believe with that, our coffee place here is going to go up on the list. That also means we need to go to our sweets place. And then finally for you, meal is complete. Feed our friend. Who just gave me 4 recipes. Alright. We get the saucing kitchen. So let's get the well. We can make... Okay. So this will give me the candles. We also have that salad, which would be a good one to add. But we're going to grab that, because that's locking other things. We can make the cake tower. Okay. And there's the salad bowl. Alright, so we got a lot of stuff. More than I can reasonably handle. So let's get the salad bowl here. There's the spot in between. So I've got you. Connect you up this way. And you make the heckin' fancy salad. We also have the cake tower. Which is eggs and flour to make cake. Alright. We have the apiary. Which is the wax and the honey and all that. And we do have wells and all that. Which are fortunately 1x1s. So I could shove these in a couple different places. I've got like one free tile. I don't know the distance they carry or anything. But it's fine. Okay, that'll do for that. And it also means we can go down to our production now, where we have this for making the candles or whatever they were. No nearby storehouse, that's fine. We will go ahead and plunk a storehouse down right there. So we will also need the grease, which I believe we also got, right? A renderer. Okay, so I'm probably going to need... Oh, the good news, I actually have lots of spare workers. We're fine. So that gives us candles. That'll start boosting a whole lot of stuff. I didn't see where the houses were that were upgrading. But that is fine by me. So you're all satisfied for the moment. Oh, we finished our... Oh! We finished that mission. That was enough to push us over the edge for the contentment. Because that's the way that works. You push the contentment up to max and you win the round. So it's a race to get there before Wrath, and then there's things you can escalate stuff. I also get bonuses for a lot of stuff. So we got a bunch of achievements. We did difficulty 2. We fulfilled 3 of the orders. We filled 5 wishes. I owned an item. I did not select a blueprint because we finished at the same time, which gives me an extra point down here. Wish fruits obtained this season, or session. That was 19. We also got Skipper, which I'm assuming is we advanced stuff. We popped the crate, which was worth something. I apparently got achievement for keeping the wishes, perfect offering, and our second trial. And all that is points towards meta progression. So close to completing the final contract. Alright, one second. We're on an ad break, so rather than people missing this dialogue, I have to use a restroom, so I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a second, and I'll be back here in just a moment. Okay, oh, that's on me. That's my fault that they're not playing audio. My apologies. I ran downstairs real quick, with the using the restroom and all that real fast, because I've been wearing that big heavy sweater because it's out where it's cooler and all that stuff. And, just sitting in the room was like, this is a way too heavy of a sweater, so I was quickly changing into a shirt. Yeah, no, it's on my end. I got it fixed so the next time it'll pick it. I was doing some recording stuff last night. I turned off one of the audio channels, which is where the music comes across, so that way I could have music going. But, not get that picked up in the recording. Anyways, I was so close to completing that final contract. Just one step away. I always believed I was the best among the chosen contract holders. I've won countless culinary championships and created dishes that left people utterly speechless. So when I got chosen, I wasn't even surprised. Just another challenge to add to my already dazzling resume, huh? But oh, how naive I was. I never imagined this contract to be so cruel. Now it's too late for regrets. My culinary career is officially over. All I can do now is watch helplessly as Goldpaw experiments with new recipes, offering the occasional cooking idea when it's stuck. It hurts. It hurts so much. I'll never again hold the chef's knife. That was one with my soul. Never again craft dishes of unparalleled brilliance with my own hands. Goldpaw says if I recite the chant it gave me every day, there's still a chance for rebirth. Let whoever wants to believe that nonsense go ahead. I completely stopped trusting that cat. It may look all sweet and harmless on the outside, calling itself Dango's butler, but who can actually prove that's true? Besides, I've noticed some strange things happening in the kitchen. So-called butler cat is definitely hiding some deep, dark secrets. I'll be watching it. Who knows? Maybe I'll uncover even more strange truths soon. Are you telling me the adorable cat that basically made me sign a contract with that monstrosity might not have my best interests in mind? Okay, so we got a bunch of things going. So I completed difficulty 2 under any conditions. We now will have a new map, Honeyleaf Prairie. Sweet aroma makes Dango crave more desserts, and sweets are easier to make. However, the excess of sugar makes meat dishes harder to perfect. Okay. Crate Cleaver 1. Deal with one boxborn monster, cumulative. Gave me a bunch of points. Use the skip phase button 3 times, cumulative. Unlocks sunny and breezy weather. The speed of resource exports increases by 20% during that weather. Fully satisfied Dango's offering 5 times cumulatively. A cloudless sky. When it's sunny, order increased by 5 for every active farm. Okay. So people's moods are better. Wishkeeper. Get 9 wishes accumulated. Brilliant sunshine. During heat waves, every active fire ward grants 5 order. Okay, so we got a lot of stuff there. And then this is where it's all like separated out into its own stuff. Okay. So let's go to Land of Wishes. So we got 170 points to work with. So these ones will just make production a little bit faster. You can now select the following as a starting resource. Soap. Chance to double your output. Dango's appetite decreases demand for hunger. Improved management protocols, that's more production speed. You can now export work uniforms. Okay. Automatically unlocks when adjacent wishes are lit up. So you can start with hats, production speed, more starting points. After a series of meticulous flight lessons, Dum Dum's movement speeds are sped up. Okay, so what are these? Alright, effect available on choosing the game start. Delicious day. When it's sunny, the chef's happiness goes up by 2. You can now start the game with the following blueprint. A fountain that'll make chefs happy. Okay. Unlocks a collection, letting you record every moment of the longer thing. After learning how to organize events, the tavern can now host a beer fest. From now on, you'll start the game with the following resources: 20 planks. Unlocks the overview chart, letting you check the production and consumption of resources. That seems huge. And all of these are only at like 25. Dango appetite decreases demands for sweets. So you can influence what Dango wants. We can get leather shoes as an option. We can increase export prices as an option. We could start with the building for making soap. During fog, the sick patients do not contribute to the wrath gauge. Residents have higher happiness. During sunny days, people are just generally happier. Okay, so we got a lot of things that I don't even know which direction we want to do. So these are output double chances. And that's soap. So I'm going to go ahead and unlock you. And this one's one I have to kind of just do. I'm going to go for these double chance nodes. And the speed production node. And that's all our points. So basically what we got ourselves is we got 2 nodes that give us 1% production speed on everything. We got 2 nodes here that have a chance that give me 2% more chance of just getting double my output. So all of that is just give more faster. And we also got 15 soap will just be something we can choose to start with. And that's our meta progression. So we're going to get a new round, which unlocks a new difficulty. So comparing our difficulties, I have to get to 70 contentment. So that's a pretty big bump up from what we last did. We do get an extra blueprints. Or through the contentment gauge 3. We also get a slightly higher things, and we will randomly get a negative effect. And then the new thing is Mayflowers are drawn in by scent. Be careful, random tasks will occur, and villager appetites have grown hardier. Okay. So with that, we now have new stuff. So we can Do the sunlit jungle where there's no negatives. Opportunism. During the fog, producing eggs from the stockyard works. Also have a chance to get feathers. We have the honey leaf prairie. Sweet aroma makes Dango crave more desserts, and sweets are easier to make. However, excess sugar makes meat dishes harder to perfect. And every single time the weather changes, we'll get free time. And then the last one will mean anytime a building burns down, we get a little charcoal. I think I'm going to try the new map. Okay. So we can grab that because that's hard to come by. And that's all of my points. So I don't have enough points to grab the apple juice as well. So we're going to get a sweet option, a delicious option, and soap. We're going to get a random negative effect. Okay, so we have torrential rain. During rain, resource export speed is slowed down. I actually don't care about that. Scorching sunlight. During a heat wave, the mine produces less. Those are just fine. Fishing, the fishing shack just permanently has a minus 20% efficiency. So that's the big negative we had. Is that literally we have, well actually that might not be permanent. Yeah, so the fishery just has a penalty. So this is going to be one we're going to be based heavily around sweets. So let's go see what our opening recipes are. Okay. So, for making our buildings, we need the charcoal. I am going to re-roll. We need the brickyard. We need the glass. Gonna re-roll again. We need the windows. Okay. So we check on what we got. We have the mine that gets us all our materials. So we'll get brick, coal. I think we have everything we need to make all our buildings. Alright, so on this one, we got a bit of a weird layout. Not a whole lot up here. So we got sand, coal, raw stone. Raw stone's a new material for us. Got time. Clay is down there. Coal. So this is not going to be a very convenient map for getting our materials for upgrades. Not unless they've overlooked stuff already exposed. Crude gold. Iron, sand, clay, that's everything we need right there. So this is the one we're going to go for. We'll get that mine set up. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do is going to surround Dango here with some roads. And this side of Dango is for the wood. And then I put down the sawmill. Oh, let's also quickly grab you. That's not what I needed. Oh, I don't have the other stuff that doesn't pause it first? No. Alright, so that's enough to get what we need to physically start the round. I will need the marketplace. Let's clump that down. We will need the pantry. We need the storehouse. We get 3x2, that'd be good to fit there. We can worry about that later. You get some stuff I could shove there if I need to. Alright, meanwhile, let's go and put down some laborers' dwellings. So we got workers to actually work those buildings. Okay, now our blueprint already unlocked. The hospital is one I will end up needing. And this is warning me that on this map, if I get that recipe, I'll have a harder time using it. Oh, I have to actually set my recipes. That helps. In the meantime, we also need to get food supplies in. So it's told me that sweets are going to be a lot easier to make. Which is fine. We will start by slapping you out here real quick. No nearby pantry. That's fair. Okay. Meanwhile, while that's happening, to unlock you... Cool, so we were able to unlock that almost immediately. So I'm gonna have to wait here for the initial planks to get in. We'll get the mine set up, get all those materials rolling in. But as you can see how these rounds go, you get all these like permanent effects that'll change how you play. Okay, so you want a bunch of stuff I can't satisfy yet. I can probably satisfy you, but let's wait on that one. But yeah, so you kind of want to get an overabundance of food and keep scaling up your food as well. To meet the insatiable hunger that is Dango. Oh, does it tell me what your first phase is going to be? So you're going to want hunger and delicious. So potatoes take care of hunger, but delicious we need the cucumbers. They're just waiting for our first couple of planks to come out. And then we'll get that producing delicious. Get a couple more buildings in here. Okay, so farm. Do this. You. And you are considered delicious. Plop down in our house. And once that starts to stabilize, we will want to start going over towards the mine. I do like getting that set up pretty early, I'm finding. The time it takes to ship stuff around the town kind of sucks. Now granted, at the same time, it's not like the thing taking a while to deliver prevents the other stuff from happening. What would it take to clear that spot? Oh, geez. Keep building houses and it keeps not having spare workers, which is a little concerning. Okay. Well, the cemetery is probably going to be a must. But let's actually wait for that. We can get the mill. There's a lot of recipes are locked behind that. We'll just leave it unbuilt until we have stuff to do the next stage. Is that going to be enough people? Okay, I finally have enough people to at least get that going. We are getting lots of delicious and all that going on here. So the next thing is going to be going way up here and plunking down the mine. Oh, there's no coal up here. Okay. That wasn't really part of my plan. I'm going to end up needing 3 mines. So there's clay, there's sand down there. That's stone. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. We've only got 2 spare workers. Let's see here. Let's get the lilacs going. We already know we need those. Our food quality is falling through the floor because we're giving all of our food to Dango. It is what it is. If people didn't want this fate, they would not have joined. Okay, so blueprint here. In this case, I'll take the cemetery for later on. So we do actually have the hospital and the cemetery. We can place an orchard over here. It's not a clay pit. I need coal. There is coal down here, and they will only accept milk and nothing else. Well, I guess we're going to be going into dairy this time, because the only source of coal I'm seeing on the entire map is locked behind milk. Oh, and there's another coal spot up here. To be multiple tiles away. That's all going to be a pain. In this case, we're going to refresh one more time. Let's get the apiary, because that'll give me a source of a sweet. Okay, you only want those ingredients. How are you doing here? I'm 1 potato shy. Okay. There's your menu. Jet budgie mask with filters? Nice. Alright. In this case, just give me the free wood. That doesn't require me to do anything. And that'll give me the buttons. So we can end up making hats. Alright. So the next thing I'm going to do is... I do need all of this stuff. But like I said, the problem is I don't have the coal. And unfortunately, it's a requirement for all of that. Meanwhile, let's check on your food. I'm gonna need a lot more food for you. So sweet, hungry, delicious. So you work on all that. I'll make that honey. Don't worry about the wax, just make the honey right now. Okay, so we've got plenty of stuff there. Right, so the next thing we need to do, we've already got all that built. I should get the hospital and the cemetery. We can get the livestock going. I wanted to put it up here, but the fog of war is kind of in the way, and that's just the way it is. So we're going to go over here. I'm going to switch it to sheep. Now this map has a penalty to meat products. That meat products are less efficient. So with that, that's going to give me sheep. Then we can use the sheep to go over here to the tailor. Now the tailor start making clothes. Now we still need the firewood. And usually when you have the firewood, I immediately end up needing a second one of these yards. Yeah, so you are cucumbers, you are potatoes. We'll try and get back there.
Thank you, White Jager, for subscribing for 17 months.
And hey, White Jaguar, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 17 months been sub to the channel, and I really do appreciate that that continued support. It means a heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. And I do hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay, so we're getting a buff from Dango. Labor happiness is buffed. Thank you, adorable small creature. We get the timber boosted here. What's a quick gist of this game? Against the storm, but food. So instead of combat, this thing eats you out of house and home and demands ever-increasing amounts of food. And if you don't know Against the Storm, it is a roguelite city builder where basically blue bar means I'm winning, red bar means bad. We will get at least some amount of red bar no matter what we do, but you get the idea. There is a balance that occurs there. So it's a teenager? Yes. It's actually more of a toddler, but, you know. You don't know if you'd call it adorable. I mean, it's got big eyes. It's vaguely kawaii. In sort of a nightmare fuel kind of way. Don't do that. This is bad. Don't put you there. That'll hurt my forestry thing. Okay. I need to put an orchard down here so I can get some apples. Okay, so I'll bring in some apples. Apples will count as a sweet, I believe. We can go to our menu here, and we're allowed to have 4 menu items. Meanwhile, you wanted honey. Gentle magic breeze. Citizen's health is +5. Okay, so what you're telling me is you want an obnoxious amount of honey. I understand. I don't like it, but I do understand it. Also, do I not have objectives up here anymore? Those just gone now? Okay, so we're just throwing all of our food at different areas, trying to reveal the map so I can hopefully get at stuff. How is our food going? Probably terribly. Yep, pretty much. I'm missing a building. I need the stockyard. And make the white flue. Gotcha, we actually do have access to that. Yeah, so I'm not worried about the population rewards tasks. Meanwhile, let's go to our market. Is there something I'm getting a pretty strong surplus in that we can start parting with? Let's go ahead and start selling the planks to have a trickle income. Birthday party. A devoted father is planning an extravagant birthday party for his child, but preparations aren't going smoothly. If we accept and we complete it, we get a permanent grace power, which gives us a boon. So is the timer counting down? Is that the time before the round thing eats the town? The timer here, I'll show you in a minute. I'm gonna accept this. Alright. So we gave ourselves a permanent boost. On sunny days, for every 2 staffed agricultural buildings, you'll attract 6 mischief monkey. Each mischief monkey increases the efficiency of laborers and masters by 1%. Sure. The timer up here, I'm trying to see where I can show you it. Basically, Dango here goes in phases. There's one where he's hungry, and then you feed him, and then he just kind of playfully gives you random buffs for a little while if you were successful, and then after a while he gets sleepy, and then he goes to bed, and then he dreams, and you have to fulfill his wishes to fill up this gauge, and then he kind of loops through that again. So he's going to big nighty night. Alright, so what are your demands? Okay, so this one we're gonna get on its own. And so far all of these have been kind of just the same stuff. Sometimes you'll have it where instead of having these all be the same, you'll have different reward options. So you do that one for the time. That's easy. Okay. So you want coffee beans, candy, or milk and carrots. Coffee beans will probably be the easiest to satisfy. Let me make sure I can actually grow coffee beans, though. I don't remember what one it is. Yeah, so it's an orchard. Let's go ahead and set that up. Okay, so let's go to that wish. So for this wish, We're getting coffee. And then for the last wish, we could do oranges, mushrooms, or wells. I don't have access to wells. I don't think I have mushrooms nearby. Not that I've found, at least. What the heck did you want? You wanted all that stuff. You've got peppers, but you don't have mushrooms. So it looks like it's going to be oranges for that one, which will just be another orchard. So we are going deep into the orchard. Let's see, so it'd be here, I think. Set you up for oranges. So for the wish here, we'll do the one for the oranges. Alright. I do not have enough workers to work on all that. I'm also getting really worried about the fact that I am going to need to be able to make brick later. Is that enough workers? Yeah, just barely. Okay. So we need to manage to get over to this area because I need that coal. I unfortunately do not have coal nearby. I need way more cucumbers and all that, which will be a pain. Do you tell me what you're going to need when you wake up? Not yet. You're still showing me, like, the yesterday stuff. Okay, well, we're out of you. We will add apples onto your menu for right now. I am going to need to build a hospital for our sick people, because people just get sick over time. It's just something that happens. We can mitigate this for a while. I'm probably gonna need more lilac. I'll just plan for that now. Okay. And your missing clothes, which we do have queued. So we should start getting these where they start wanting to upgrade. Yeah, so just need to keep trying to unlock this territory to get at that coal. And then once we get that up, we'll get brick production online, and then things will get a lot less stressful. If we do run out of brick, it's not the end of the world. You can tear down buildings and you get your materials back. It's not always ones where you only get like a third of the materials back or something, so you're just kind of at a big loss. I'm also noticing that we are going to get a lot of fruit. And are getting the honey. So this map, it specifically warns me that Dango is going to want the sweet. So we're going to sit on the honey right now so we know what Dango is going to ask for when they wake up. And just have that honey on standby to save the day if needed. Otherwise, let me one thing. What about eggs? I don't have stuff I need to make eggs with right now. And this map does specifically mention that, like, the stuff is nerfed. Alright. And upgrade. Alright, so we can make beer. That's gonna happen. Because that'll be thirst. I can expand the offering at the farm. Let's grab that in case we get a good recipe. And on this one, I'll probably grab you as well. Okay. So, we do have a brewery. We can get ourselves another farm going. And this farm is going to be wheat. And it gives us a source of thirst. And we got a render, we're not worrying about that yet, because I don't have need for the fat yet. Or the grease, or whatever it is. Okay, so tavern will make everyone happy. And that'll take a minute for the beer to get going. It should handle happiness for a little bit. Okay, so the potatoes are getting low. Just switch over to those. Because I do just need to get a lot of stuff. Good spot next to the hospital. That's just sound business planning to put your bar right next to your hospital. You like the art style of the game? It's super cute? Yeah. And it is a game that gets kind of deceptively hard too. So it's all adorable, but also it's like, hey, would you like to be kicked in the mouth? Because it's coming, friend. You've got a couple of spare workers. You like challenging? Yeah. And it's not like so challenging you can't get anywhere and you just get frustrated kind of level of challenging. But it definitely, it's definitely a thing that you got going on with that. Cold and hungry. With winter setting in, cold and hungry refugees are flooding the town. Organize food, and shelter them. So, if I accept it, I get another grace power. If I fail it, we don't get a whole lot of everything. Sadly, I've been hucking all the potatoes here. Okay, so we got wishes. There's the first wish done. And this gives me the spicery and the bakery. We already know we're going to be doing sweets. So, sugar seems like a really big thing to pursue. Sugar by itself isn't a food, so we're not going to build it yet. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get the orchard groves give me bananas, because that's just free extra food. I don't think we're gonna get cold and hungry done in time. I've stopped doing anything with the, I stopped doing anything with the potatoes, but I've got less than a minute left, and I just don't see us getting enough potatoes. Because of 33, and I need 200 points worth. I'm gonna decline it. Okay, so it doesn't look like I got Wrath. So looks like I'm allowed to decline those missions, and that part's fine. It's just if I accept the mission, then fail the mission, that things are going to get real bad. Meanwhile, I need to kind of have you not eating the apples, but I really don't have a lot else for you. And as soon as the coffee's done, we can flip the coffee over to a different good. I mean, honestly, it'll be a second field of apples for right now. Oh, do I have you eating oranges as well? Alright, that's on me. So can I switch you off of oranges onto something else? Okay, so I finished the coffee beans. Okay. So we've got Grumpy Monkey, which gives us a bigger wrath gauge. Hey Mark, how's it going? And hey Sim, how's it going as well? You enjoy your lurking on stuff, but thank you for popping in. Can we get a shout out for Simcopter1? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing a lot of Stardew Valley recently, but plays a lot of like simulation, strategy games, and you know, occasional other thing like slice of life, all that stuff. Good times over there, highly recommend. So we deliberately did not choose Grumpy Monkey last time, because it will eat one food every 45 seconds. I'm going to go out of my way to do that, because I'm curious that there'll be like another thing after that that will be useful. Alright, so you're gonna wake up and you want filling and delicious. Oh, you suck. Oh, that's okay. So hungry and delicious, so that's not gonna help. We're gonna go ahead and put you on eating honey for now. We're gonna take out the oranges, and we're gonna put you on beer. Because we're kind of in trouble that I don't have delicious food. I have other categories. I got lots of sweets. But it's saying that if this is I might not be reading this right. I mostly need you to stop eating that. I also need to get you off of the apples so I can get to the hospital and everything. Did we already flip you? I need to flip you to apples. So we have that for the hospital and all that. So we want to get that last wish list item done. Now once you're sorted, I need to uncover the coal. Alright, so what do we got? For filling. So for this, my choices are potatoes and nothing else. My choices for this are cucumber and nothing else. So that is not my favorite. We're going to go ahead and build another farm. So that's a raw material, onions are delicious, lettuce is delicious. So let's go ahead and get the onions. I'm going to plant those. I'm going to tuck a little road right in here, just to separate it out. And I'm going to put down another farm. There's a good chance we'll expand this into something else later. I'm going to try to kind of overwhelm the delicious for a moment. Alright, so let's hopefully get that in there and start sorting everything out here. Meanwhile, I need you off the apples. I don't think I want you on the bananas yet. we had some other stuff start coming in. Okay, because then we can start trying to balance this. Hopefully our chefs get a brand new recipe for us soon. I missed that you already upgraded. You'll need church and all that to upgrade that. Oh, the butter's another one we have right away. Okay. So once we get the cows, butter and milk are right away. I do wish some of that stuff was a little clearer. I just need to kind of learn the different materials and like which lock icons mean what and that kind of thing. That's partly on me. Okay, we're getting there. I'm glad we got those farms together. We got 15 minutes to take care of that. We should be more than fine. And that'll give me a surplus of food to start chucking at other things. But yeah, so part of it is feeding your own people, and the better quality food you give your people, overall, the better all of it goes. So I'm going to take you off that and put you on this. And we need to finish this here. Alright, it'll also be good because once that's done, we'll be able to do that. And what ends up happening is after the early game, you'll start crafting fancier food. Okay. Running them really light on the food. Because I'm trying to unlock things. Okay, so we've got the hunger is done. And we are just about to finish delicious. You'll have to watch because the next time it's going to escalate. And when it escalates, it won't be... Silver tier won't be acceptable anymore. I'll have to go a tier higher. I'll have to go to the green tier. Alright, we've got everything we need. So we can feed the beast. And we got 2 blueprints. Okay. So the fountains will make the chefs happier. The sausage, as you can see from the big down area, because of the map we chose, meat products don't work as well. So we can take the fountain on this one. I'm going to re-roll this. I can't. I'll take the well. Because I need to get a better recipe going on, and soon. And we are being bogarted on that. You only saw the stomach mouth now? Yeah. It's fine. We didn't make a contract with some demonic entity that we should probably not have made a contract with. Okay. An adorable demonic entity, of course, but, you know, demonic nonetheless. Alright, we're almost here. And now we'll be able to start getting all this sorted out. So one more orange, and then we're free to, like, let them just use the oranges as actual food. You've also got that, because I need the coal back there. That's what our big holdup is. Alright, so we finished all of your wishes. Alright, so we can make a banana also count as a pastry. And it's going to give us a random buff. Alright, looking in the mirror, junior chefs now have a little higher happiness. Alright, and we got another permanent buff for finishing the chest thing. We can get the Path of Vigor. Actually, reduce the exploration cost. Explorations by current pain. Yeah, and you're slightly out of range, like I figured you would be. Alright, and you're done. There's the coal back there. I wonder... Oh no, because I won't be able to put the thing on it. We've almost got access to that coal. So with this... we have a sweet and a thirsty. With a cucumber. So you're delicious. Keep that on there. So we've got a sweet, a delicious, and a thirsty. A hungry would also be good. We'll worry about that a little bit later. So I unfortunately need to get here. Alright. Farm efficiency is plus 20%. Okay, so you need a lot. Okay. But that's the important thing, is we now have access to the coal. So let's go up here and get things moving. So I need to put a mine up here. And unfortunately, I can't cover all the things, but I can cover the sand and the coal. And we can set you and you. And grab the road. And I will need a second mine. I do not have enough of the windows. You also require a storehouse. Let's see here. There's your storehouse for right now. Okay. So I've got that. So the next thing I would need is a sand yard to make glass. So I can grab that. And then after that I would need a glassworks, which is going to require me to have a couple of windows to spare. Which means I do need to tear down a few buildings that need windows to function. You tell me what you'll give me. So that'll give me one window, tearing that down. Each of the farms will give me a window. The houses will give me a window. That gives me a window. So we're not really in a position I want to be dealing with. I can spare some of this, so I'm going to kill that farm. I'm going to kill one of the orchards. There are tornadoes going all over my place. Okay, so we got tornadoes on there, which is new. Okay. So you want me to trade? I'll do that because that's the easiest one to do. That sucks. So both of these are locked behind cows. So I can't do anything with that until we get an upgrade, and I have to get cows or fish. So you're waiting on the charcoal and all that. So I do need the coal pit. I still need one more window for the glassworks. Where can we spare one? It's a temporary one. Does the apiary use any? I could temporarily give up the apiary. I can remember where the heck that is. I thought it was over here somewhere, but I guess I'm wrong. I'll give up the lilac thing. Alright. And the reason why we're going... That's not what I need. The reason why we're going through all this hassle is... That still didn't give me enough. Because we had just used one. Alright, let's check here. Apiary is behind here. Please tell me you're made with wood window. Cool. So let's go get that done really fast. Because with this built, we'll be making the windows, which then in turn will let me replace stuff. Then after that, the only thing I'm missing is the brickyard, which I've got now. And I need a second mine. So that I can put the clay in there. Okay, so that's all my production lines needed for all that junk up there. A bunch of our buildings are taking lots of damage. And I don't really know... so I can right-click to toggle auto-repair. We're gonna try and stay ahead of the tornadoes. I heard something plink and I don't know what it was. Oh, it's the sound of the buildings getting done repairing. Said, wouldn't the mine be better closer to that or above two birds? I don't think I can get them to cover both of them. There's a limited range to it. I also don't actually have anything I can use raw stone for. So I needed this, this, and that over there, so there's three, and there's no way to get one mine to cover all three resources I needed. You see shrooms? Yeah, I don't have a need for the mushrooms quite yet. Right now, I'm trying to wait for the other stuff to go in. Okay, so we're getting all our buildings repaired little by little. Meanwhile, Let's look at your menu. Let's take that off your menu. We'll put the onions on your menu. So what we'll do is we'll wait till he pops up, and then we'll go around and doing all that. 69 bananas? Yes. Here, things all repaired. Your NAS drive is dead? Aw, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been there before. Alright, so there's the apiary back. I am gonna need more houses. We did get rid of 2 farms. We'll worry about that later, and the orchard. Okay, there's no nearby market or anything for that one, so that's just gonna be a pain. Let's not worry about that. That's too wide, I believe. I don't think we can fit a house over there. Nope, yeah, it's too wide. And I can't go too close to that or it penalizes our wood. Okay, we got enough trade to do that. Right, and that's the one where we're basically stuck waiting on cows. Okay. Bananas now have the entree. Yep. Because I found that a really good one. Okay, meanwhile, we are not getting a recipe, and that is a problem. Okay, we still have plenty of materials here. I can switch you over. Oh, the maple logs are worth less than the planks. Never mind. Carry on. Meanwhile, we have 2,000 something. Falcor's saddle, movement speed of our people who move stuff, way up. Grab that. Large potted plant, gain 500 extra gold coins on every mission completion. Elementary, my dear watch, and Wrath gauge plus 10. Every time Box Bunny is open, residents' base happiness goes up by 5. Houses consume 100% more happiness-related items, but get 50% more. Okay. So. These are all amazing. And I want them. But we need a recipe to happen already. I'm also going to grab a blueprint thing, and that'll be our money gone. Okay. So, recipes. This was not a good option of recipes. So, a ghostly orange? Alright, so I don't have what I need to make that. And this will be penalized because it's meat. I don't need what I need with that. We don't have what we need for any of these things. I'll choose... Well, actually, we can refresh. That's what we can do. Crispy bread is still dependent on things. Come on, sweets. Okay, what are we? That's doable. That's doable. We can do this one. We're gonna make honey cakes. Because we make honey cakes or Swiss rolls. Both of them are blue quality. But that means eggs, honey, and flour. I already can make the eggs and honey, and I think flour we were able to do. So, honey cakes it is. Let's grab you. We can grab out of this set the juice press. And I got some stuff to do here then. Okay. So. I do not have the building that makes honey cakes. In case anyone was wondering, that building, I don't have. So, you know, that's, no storehouse nearby, we can correct this. Did I ever get the second one of the... Yeah, let's get the second one of the lilac things. Because I had 2 of those to begin with and we got rid of one temporarily. Okay. We're gonna need way more people. So, agriculture. So, we got the grove. And I'm gonna be putting down... more apples to supplement. We will make both apple and orange juice to try and bump that up to the green quality. So as far as the farm goes, I have the wheat. I'll need sugarcane. So that takes care of that. Keep this road going this way. You're gonna be in the way, whatever you are. Okay, you want building supplies? There's some wax. There's some extra coffee grounds. Have a bunch of those things and get out of my life. Thank you for the money. And we're gonna go here to livestock. Plunk you down. I don't want to skip a spot. Go to here to livestock. Plunk you down. And what I need from here is I need eggs. Okay. And for all that to matter, I need more workers. There's no eatery nearby. Actually, honestly, just make one over here. And we can go over here. You need the eatery. So we can put the cook's house back. Okay, so you're fine for the time being. And you've got both those juices being made. Get that happening. So it'll give us the eggs. And I still need more. So there you are. Okay, new recipe, thank you. So the Swiss roll also goes on there. I do not have the ability to make mayonnaise yet. Or cheese. I'll refresh one more time. Donut. We can make donuts as well. So the problem is I need the
Thank
bakery.
you, Mac Divine, for subscribing for 4 months. Ding.
And thank you, Mac Divine, for the tier 1 sub. That's 4 Munchbit sub to the channel. Really do appreciate it. And thank you so much for your continued support and all that good stuff. I do have been enjoying the stream and all that stuff. Alright, So, if I complete a single objective, that'll give me my money back. Kona was a candy house? Gotcha. Yeah, either way, we're missing buildings. And that needs to solve soon for when baby wakes up and demands food. Okay, we can sell windows for way more cash. Same with the brick. But please give me more money for a little while. So stop using the apples. Get on to using the oranges. You know where money is? It's not on this UI. It's when you go to the store here. It's on the top right. Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's right up here, the top right there. But it is only while you're looking at the store. Because that's the only place it applies, is the trade hub. I also realized you're not, now you're positioned right. I do have one of these, right? And you're already making sugar. Oh, I also need still more chefs. Okay, so we got enough chefs for at least right now. Oh, you are going to be a rough one this time. Okay. Yeah, so we gotta get the cows or the fish as well. Okay. It's time for a rough time. Alright. So let's look at our menu options. So, bananas. That's going to save us, is what bananas are going to do. And you have yourself a little bit of OJ. And you have yourself a little bit of apple juice. And you have yourself a little bit of beer to chase it all down. Alright. Hey, Ultra, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Ultrasaurus, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform that I highly recommend checking out. All good stuff. Plays a lot of simulation games. Been doing stuff like Project Zomboid and all that. So definitely good times over there. Ooh, we got buildings upgrading over here. Go ahead and upgrade those right now. But yeah, playing some Project Zomboid, all that good stuff. Okay, we are out of windows, so let's go over here and switch back off of trading the windows, because they're good money, but I don't have many of them. So we could sell some brick next. Actually, let's not sell the brick. Do that? No problem. We're gonna go back to selling planks because I got a surplus. Well, actually, I have a lot of brick, don't I? Yeah, I'll sell the brick. We'll see how that goes. Do I have enough money to buy anything else? We almost have enough to either get a recipe or a blueprint. I think we're at the point of this. Okay, so we need the cows. We need the cows. We need the cows. We'll get the handcraft shop for the candles. Alright, so we're going to be building a brand new farm for Moo Cow friends. That way we can extract a single unit of milk out of each cow. And they cease to exist anymore because that's just the rules of this universe. You only get one milk per cow. That's just how it be. Okay, go ahead and max that out. Max that out. Cool, so I opened up this area. We're gonna go over here. What am I missing for livestock? A window. Okay, so as soon as we get another window, we'll put another one up here. We'll make our cow pasture. We'll start getting milk, and then we'll be able to go after the next thing to try and make Dango here happy. Or fulfilled, I guess. It is happy. We're throwing lots of food at it. Like this is someone who's currently getting food coma over here with just sugar. I need more bananas. A livestock pasture, go here. We will set it to Moo Cow. So Moo Cow is happening. We will need to go to where we process our animals, and we will convert one cow into one milk. And then it's just weird that's like you do that and then the cow just like stops existing. It's like, oh well, we got our 1 unit of milk. That's it for that cow. That seems terrible. Alright, so let's go ahead and put a path around here. Or like the sheep. You shear the sheep once, and then you gotta get a new sheep. And you're like, how bad are we at shearing? What did we do to the sheep? We'll go ahead and grab orange juice. And I'm actually using this because we got the trait that our orchards just randomly make bananas, in addition to whatever they're supposed to be making. And for the time being, that is going to potentially save our bacon. Chainsaw shears. Something unethical is not going on here. We will need a pantry. Done. So we got 13 minutes to get our friend here more sweets. And the only sweets I have that currently qualify are the bananas. My other sweets are too low quality. Okay, so let's go down to its wishes. Because it wanted milk and it wanted cows. So I choose that. So I need 25 cows and 5 milk. We are doing fine on laborers, and we're doing fine on cooks for the moment. And you're still running fine? Yep, you're healing people, you're burying people, so we're good. Okay, that's... Hey, meal is complete. I have satisfied its egregious demands. Okay. So we can make cheese. That'll be huge. We can upgrade our orchards to have way more options. We can also get soap. We can also get a place to make salad. This will have the most recipes locked behind it. If we have to keep going, that's going to be important. We can get stew. I don't know if we'll use stew, but let's get it on the list. Upgrade the farm. I can upgrade the farm to allow me to get black malt, which is required for making dark beers. Or we can get the saucing kitchen, so we can make blueberry jam, mayonnaise, and black pepper sauce. We'll get the saucing kitchen. We can upgrade our carpenter to get bathtubs, the black malt, or to get access to steel and golden thread. I don't... Oh, that's just going to give me a black malt, like, randomly while I'm making wheat. I don't have, like, an extra thing. Like, I don't have to set it up. Okay, so for that to make sense, I need to get a gathering hut. There were mushrooms up here, and I didn't have use for them before, really. Not a major use. But with that, I do now. Meanwhile, let's see if we can't satisfy the needs of these chest things. Boom. Alright, so we're gonna get a permanent buff for this run. Grumpy Monkey 2. Let's see. The Wrath Gauge, maximum plus 25. Every 5 points of Wrath increases 3% for food buildings. Each house without enough food increases frustration by 0.1 per minute. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That sounds dangerous as hell. Because on one hand, this is making our gauge be able to go extremely high to make our food production obnoxiously high. I don't know what frustration means in this context. I'm going to choose this. It might be bad. But the implication is that should boost our food production a little bit. Meanwhile, I can't satisfy that chest yet. I'm basically going by all these little chests we got floating around. And we're popping those. Cool, he just gave me a mountain of cash. We'll need a bunch of other stuff to make you happy. Who wouldn't want a frustrated monkey? I would imagine most people. You will take oranges and apples. Because all those give me rewards, and I do have a thing where they give me bonus cash every time I finish one. So now with all that money we just got, let's go check out the merchants. So, with the merchants, I can make the Wrath Gauge higher, and that people get happiness for every single one of those things we pop. Alright. I can pop a blueprint or a recipe. I'm gonna go for the recipe. Because, I don't know, Gamba, I don't know why. Alright, so we can make mousse. We might actually literally be able to make mousse. Okay, so that'll require milk from the cows, flour from our wheat, mayonnaise from the sauce building, mangoes, which I think we can do, to make mousse. I don't know what building that gets made in. Otherwise, we can make fruit pizza. We'll try for the mousse because it has both the sweet and the filling category, and it's the purple. Cake tower. All right. Well, we'll get it. We'll get it when we can. Alright, so we've got all that going on. I've got a couple spare workers, and we got all that happening. Meanwhile, let's check to see how our supply of brick is. We've decimated our supply of brick. We do have a really... Let's see. We have an overabundance of wool right now. Let's actually just go ahead and chuck the planks. We can just have those get burned for a while. It's fine. Okay, with one more unit of milk, we will be done with the next objective there. I just need one more milk. I'm probably at the point I need another one of those stock buildings to process animals faster. There we go. And we'll get a permanent bonus. Jolly Spectre. During haunting, all buildings' efficiencies are plus 25%. The Wrath gauge increased per minute for patients plus 30%. That sounds awful. For every 2 explorations completed, gain plus 1 refresh chance. I don't care about refresh chance. Let's re-roll that. We will see what our options are. Okay, that's fine. We'll just boost all our stuff like our blacksmith and all that to just give me faster yield. Alright. So we do have here the stew house, and that's going to be relevant. Okay. Thanks, man. Glassworks and brickyard efficiency increased by 20% due to colorful painting. Thanks, man. I'm not complaining about it. You made my buildings work better, but little weird, gonna be honest. All right, so we can make mushroom soup. All right, we are now short on chefs. Upgrade some buildings. Okay, we got some more cash. Oh, that's still not enough chefs. We learned a new recipe. So we can get dark beer. Alright. We can get a Waldorf salad. Which we can actually make, and that does qualify as delicious. We can also get a cute orange salad. So it'd be apple, tomato... Ooh, can I do tomato? Yeah, tomato's unlocked. It doesn't have the padlock on it. Sure. When he gets mad, we'll get negative penalties, and this wrath gauge goes up. If the wrath gauge maxes out, it's game over. Like that's the lose condition for the game. When that maxes out, you have violated your contract, and how dare you? Okay, so we can wedge the saucing place over here. So I'm gonna need to start making mayonnaise. Don't worry about the black pepper sauce. We have the cheese place. We don't actually have any recipes that use cheese yet. I'm actually suddenly going... I keep getting all these recipes, but I don't actually have the last building to make it. So honestly, I can make the mayonnaise, but I can't actually use the mayonnaise. So we're gonna shut that building down and just leave it there for right now. I need the building that lets me get across the finish line. I got a bunch of recipes. I just need the actual production building for those recipes. How are we doing on money? Give me a blueprint, please. Alright. So, we can upgrade our stockyard, get the roast pit. The roast pit doesn't give me anything I need, though, and this map we're penalized on our meat production. I'll get the stockyard upgrade, because that's just what we're going to have to do for right now. Alright, makes our coal yard, mine, and rendery more effective. Insufficient workers. Oh, I didn't ever connect that. So that whole time that's building's been doing nothing. That should give us salads, though. Or not salads, mushroom soup. Mushroom stew. Yeah, and you need higher quality stuff. Okay, so about to get that open. Reveal more fog of war. And how goes our food? So, change of plan. You're no longer eating onions, you're now drinking beer. You are no longer worrying about the oranges, and now you're instead drinking orange juice. We're working on it. Alright, permanent power bonus. Okay, so we have these kind of things. So we're going to get the Path of Vigor. That boosts the efficiency of some buildings. We have our new objectives for the selecting wishes. So this one I've already... No, actually, I haven't. I have senior chefs, 3,000 in trade. Build a tavern. Build a casino. So the trade thing's going to happen on its own. The trade thing's gonna happen on its own. So let's switch you again. And switch you over to selling the windows. They're worth a lot of money. We're gonna try and boost that money real fast. And that should get things going a lot better. We probably want to hoard whatever stuff we've got for now. What can I do to make you happy? I can't. That's the real answer. Oh, we can make these happy, though. Okay, we unlocked the blueprint. Would you please give me what I need to make food? Oh, we also have the well. I never did build these, did I? It's fine, one well is probably enough. Let's grab the upgrade tool and just go. Okay, there's nothing else to upgrade there. Alright, so... for the church to function, I need the handicraft shop to make candles. Because you know take candle. Do I have the render already? I haven't built it yet, so I also need the renderer. We'll need to find the apiary, which is in this there you are. You've not been producing honey this whole time, you've just been making beeswax. I'm so sorry to the population of my town. And we're already making the wool, so I do need another farm. I'm also gonna need another stockyard work. It's just gonna have to happen. Actually, you know what I can do? Get rid of this road. This road's dead to me. We can go ahead and put a livestock pasture here. And I shouldn't have any pigs yet, right? No. So, switch you to getting us some pork. And then that will be done there. I do think I need another stockyard. Man, I don't know where to fit this. The whole place is getting real crowded all of a sudden. Okay, so we need the pork, we need the milk, we need the eggs, we need the fluff. Where's the second one of those? There you are. Pork, milk, eggs, fluff. If you got the time, do the thing. Drinking problem. Okay. A series of tavern brawls have erupted. The locals say that causes a new batch of liquor that is far too strong. Investigate and resolve the chaos. And I need 600 points. I got 15 minutes. So we're gonna go ahead and just let that run for a minute to start stockpiling stuff. And then if we succeed, I get another permanent boon. If we fail, then, you know, the wrath goes up. Yeah, we definitely need to get the order. We need more laborers. I don't have enough people who can just work regular old jobs. Scorching Sun. Mine's 20% less efficient. Okay, that was enough to push that over the edge. So we now have a couple of spare workers and all that. We can go ahead and upgrade you. Oh, you know what I'm gonna probably guess? Before I forget, we never did build the fire ward. Let's just go on the hunch that the scorching sun and that whistling noise probably means I need to be on top of that whole fire concern. I still have a singular spare worker. Nope, never mind, I don't have a spare worker. Okay, that should give me spare workers again. Like I said, I want to try and drag this timer out as much as possible. How goes our food? I haven't been keeping up with that. Okay. We are out of orange juice, so we're switching over to apple juice. We have beer. We can switch off of the cucumbers to the onions. We do have mushroom soup. I'm not feeling great about going into this next one. We're about halfway up on our trade. Go ahead and check. So we still have windows to sell, so that's good news. Alright, I'm gonna take my chances and see if we can't do this. So charcoal, take it all. Okay, so change of plan. Cut the charcoal way down. Put the fluff up there. Alright, that was easy. Give me my buff. Premium bananas. Supplying residents with bananas makes them work more efficiently. What? Monkey Paradise. Monkey Paradise. Secret recipe effect. Duration plus 50%. Okay. So we made the bananas as powerful as possible. And I guess the buffs that the monkeys were giving us, where they improve our efficiency on stuff, got even stronger? Alright. I didn't realize there was combo moves or whatever. But here we are. Okay, so you're about to tap out. So let's take you off the list. Let's put glass on the list. Then we can sell some glass. I am curious as we start getting more and more things that have buffs and all that, what'll happen. Oh, this also means we should be able to build the church. Somewhere. Production halted because you do not have candle. You'll figure it out. Or you won't. I don't care. There's a candle production. You've got grease coming in for making the candles. So the real problem I'm running into is I've got all the facilities for like building all my homes and all that and making them better and whatnot. The issue I'm running into is I really need one of the areas where I can make the higher end food. And that is where we are getting stuck. I've got all sorts of cool stuff, but not the kind of cool stuff that ultimately gets me better food stuff. Let's double check, make sure I'm not just overlooking it. Spicery is here. Only can make sugar and vinegar, and I don't have anything that uses vinegar. Saucing kitchen. That's not what I wanted to do. Saucing kitchen. Is literally not doing anything because I don't have a complete recipe to go. Stew house. Stew house is already making its mushroom soup. That's all it can do. Juice press is already making its juice. There's nothing more I can do with that. Okay, so we did finish both of these. Alright. Building next to glowing roads, repair faster, blueprint choices, give me an extra blueprint choice. We have another one which, when order is above 75, grace power choices +1. I'm at -71, so that's not happening. We'll just get it where we just... Oh, interesting. So it just makes my resources more valuable from industry. Okay. We can make the donut. We can make the donut. And it'll handle both hungry and sweet. So that is a candy house. We now have an actual good that's like proper good we can make. You make donuts. You want to know what else we make? Nothing. Alright, so that is sugar, spice, and oh, please tell me I actually have the thing to make. We do have the mill. Okay. Alright. Momentary panic is over. We do have the mill. We can plunk you down here. I'm going to go ahead and plunk right next to it. another farm of wheat. Okay, so that gives me my flour. Let's go back to our sugar place, which I've already lost track of. The candy house. That's not what I want. The candy house. And so with the donut, we need the eggs, we need the flour, we need the sugar. We are producing sugar. Let's check our supplies real fast and see if we can't figure out what our quantities are of these things. Okay, so sugar I'm sitting at on 172. Eggs, I'm using my eggs somewhere. Where are we using our eggs? Because I don't have any eggs here. And we are producing eggs back here. We're not eating the eggs here. Where are my eggs being used? I can use them to make mayonnaise, but we are not using them to make mayonnaise. Where are the eggs going? That's fine. You know what? I have another solution to that problem. Do we have a lot of chickens? You know what? I have a better solution. You make eggs. You know what else you do? Nothing. And then we're going to go right next to you. And we're going to add livestock building. You are another chicken farm. It's fine. It's a little cursed, but it's alright. Alright, so that should be massively improving the throughput of our eggs. I'm going to try and keep an eye on where the eggs are moving around to see if I can't figure out where the eggs are vanishing to. Okay, I need more chefs. Okay, I think I have enough chefs. So we're waiting for big guy here to wake up. So we got the sugar, we got the flour, we got eggs, and we need to be producing donuts like it's our job. Yeah, there goes the flour. And there is a good chance I might have to, oh, I just see a whole bunch of things complaining about lack of food. So you're out of those. Have some of those. You're out of these. Have some oranges. You're out of that. Sure, eat some potatoes. Oh, we got a new recipe. Alright, so we can get a succulent milkshake. Alright. Grape milkshake. And a pepper beef pizza. Okay. The round thing with the mushroom on top. Okay. And that requires the pizzeria. I'm going to choose it just in the off chance we get the pizzeria. Let's see, the round thing with the mushroom on top. The round thing with the mushroom on top. Oh, this building's my pantry. That's fine. It can go there. I actually do have a bunch of eggs in there. I just was checking the wrong building. Yeah, we're good. They're just going into storage. I has need for donut. Okay, you are producing candy, and you are producing donuts, and you are producing that at 150% rate of speed. Very genuinely, this is probably time. Because we're going to be running up against the clock against this thing, I think. I think this might be a situation where I put down 2 of these. Just make the donuts. Wake up in the morning, and you make the donuts. That's what you do here. You had something else in your plan? That's too bad, because you're making donuts. Alright. Meanwhile, we could go ahead and remove you from the list. Let's put you on bricks for a while. Okay. So, we got plenty of options here. I didn't expect to be able to use green options still. So, we're going to go ahead and we will start with the donuts. We have 2. We're doing good. We got our soup. Soup will take care of hunger. Let's take the bananas. The bananas are amazing. The beer can handle thirst. And the orange juice, and the apple juice, and the milk. And then we can go ahead and do this. Alright, so I am going to need more donut, more banana. Meanwhile, let's check your stuff. Everything you're highlighted on, we are good, or like in good shape with. So I think we'll be okay. We're just kind of waiting for, what is that buff? Ah, we are being intimidated by the flowers. New recipe. Okay. We can make an apple milkshake. Honestly, that's probably worth doing. Yep. So with that, I want to go down to you. We are going to retire the apple juice. We're going to make apple milkshake instead. Flowers. Yeah, man. Gotta fear the flowers. They're a bunch of big bullies. More donut. Yeah, and this is the maw flower. So I'm assuming we gotta go through another round of this thing going to sleep. Do its objectives. Get out of here, flower, you nerd. I got 12 order. Okay. Honestly, that mushroom soup is working real well for getting rid of the stuff. Because, yeah, it looks like that's slowly boosting my order. My assumption with the order, if I remember correctly, is that order does have the, okay, it's literally those two, so I can't avoid it. The order does have the benefit of, like, when it's negative, your people are kind of unhappy. But it naturally starts negative, so you work on bringing it up from there. Okay, we're about to get rid of that flower. Okay, we're almost there. We just need a couple more donuts. That'll do it. Alright, you satisfied. Maybe, just maybe, I'll sing you something nice once in a while. A lullaby, perhaps? Alright, so the order has improved. On this one, there's another one of the flowers. Alright, and there's your food. Okay, so it gave me 3 recipes. Alright. Oh, right! We have the moose. Which was another extremely high quality recipe. So let's go ahead and grab that. I don't know if we're actually going to be making it, but at least that gives us the option. We have a lot of stuff that's blocked by not having fish, so we'll go ahead and get fish just in case we go to do it. We do have the pizzeria. The pizzeria is the one where I can get the pepper beef pizza. Which will be interesting if I can get that going. That one is purely hunger, but it is a stupid amount of hunger. Okay, so we got the fish place, and we got the cake tower, and all that. So, the moose is hunger and sweets. What is my donut? My donut is hunger and sweet. So we're already kind of locked in, same quality, already produced. That's good enough for me. Oh, we got 6,000 here. Let's go and get a blueprint. And let's go ahead and get a recipe. So, I'll grab the fruit pizza because it's the highest quality. And then we got you. So we get the salad bar. The salad bar gives me a delicious. So delicious is one I'm missing for the purple level. So let's get the salad bar up and running and see if we can't get a delicious quality, or we can't get the fancy salad going. So I don't want that one, I only want that one. So we need apples, tomatoes, mayonnaise, and lettuce. Which means going down here, there's the mayonnaise. And so we have the apples, tomatoes, and lettuce. We've got the apples, those are going there. So let's go over here, farm. There's the lettuce. Okay, and I believe I'll need an orchard for tomatoes. You don't have a pantry nearby, we can solve that. I probably also need additional apples now I think about it, because we did add 2 more things that are eating apples now. Yeah, because we got all this down here. Honestly, flip that one 2 apples. And that'll do, because we haven't been needing that many oranges. Auto-assign people to that. I need more chefs. Okay. That should help out with that. Okay, you're petting your slime, I guess. The chance of fire has decreased. Okay. Thank you. So we're getting that all done. Alright, we still need more. Okay, I think we finally got to the point of having enough people. Alright, so realistically I'm not making the seafood soup. Especially since it's still only a blue quality. We also have that. I'm gonna go ahead and choose the dark beer. I don't need it. And I also have no idea where my place for making the beer is anymore. Alright, so you make both dark beer and regular beer now. Meanwhile, let's check your menu. So, we can do better than what you got. Let's get you off the cucumbers. And you can have yourself some honey. Okay, we got another one of those things that's penalizing our order out. Bakery, roast pits, and pizzeria are more effective since it roasted a hawk. Okay. Alright, so we're just getting rid of those maw plant things. Oh, so I don't know what the deal is with this. Other than it's turning off a bunch of my buildings. Oh, okay. Yeah, so we got a snow day, so buildings may become frozen. Building efficiency minus 20%. I see. We'll have a lovely day, I guess. So it's almost nap time for our friend here. And I only have to do like one more objective to get them to be sorted out. All right. All right, we're getting our first Waldorf salads. Okay, and you went to sleep. Okay, so first objective. Well, crap. Okay. So that'd be at least 2 recipes I need. That'd be 2 recipes I need. I guess in this one we just go for the barbecue and hope for the best. And we'll just have to feed the guy again. Alright, so let's take a quick peek. So you want chicken skewers. And we make the chicken skewer at the roast pit. Let's go take a look at our economy here. So, yep. It's not happening. Let's go to our building here. We're still selling brick. Let's switch over to selling window. It's worth more. Because we're right on the end. Oh, actually, so it looks like our contentment goes up by itself so long. Oh yeah, our people are happiness. That does gradually fill our contentment. I did miss that we could literally just feed our people well, and as long as we can hold on, that'd work. Alright, so we got our order to be even higher. Alright, so let's go to you. Stop moving around on me. Okay, another permanent boost. Let's see. Calculated move, when your order's above 75, grace powers or plus thing. Blacksmith, woodshed, and all that. Okay, so literally our people who haul stuff move faster. Okay, let that sit there for a moment while it figures itself out. That's gonna be a rough one. Okay, and we can go ahead and have you take a bunch of this. Whole lot of that. Whole lot of this. Whole lot of that. Whole lot of this. Have some money. That's gonna be a hard one to do. That's also gonna be a hard one to do. Come back to all that. Oh, and we can go here and say upgrade those. Because what I'm doing is while we're waiting for the day, just kind of revealing as much of the map as we can. Yeah, that's gonna be a challenge there. The bananas are pretty good. We can grab the potatoes, grab the bananas. That's the same thing. Yeah, so all those are potatoes and bananas except for you. Yes, that's the hunger. Alright, so I just got basically stuff that uses potatoes and bananas and stuff like that. We could just chuck down another potato farm. Well, I mean, we're pretty low on laborers. Okay. Actually, looks like I might need more laborers. Alright. That's a little alarming that I saw all of those flash for a moment. How is our food? Ah, so we're basically out of potatoes. That's not what you want to see. So we can switch over to the beer. We're pretty much out of the oranges. Oh, we won. Okay, I was like, what are you doing? Okay. And that's just because our people are very happy, so we were slowly building up contentment. Alright, so we got 99. We got a thing for Flower Feuder. We finished the 3rd trial. We got one for doing a prairie map, and we got one for finishing with the sun thing. We got 99 of the points there. We spent about 2 hours on that round. Just look at that smug little face on Goldpaw. You can tell he's up to no good again, because he's a cat, and that's just what cats do. The way he's sketching and scribbling all over the place, it finally clicked for me. So that's where all those weird, messed up terrains came from. All those random, freaky plants, all him. Turns out Goldpaw's been messing with us contract holders the whole time. He must get a kick out of watching us struggle. If I hadn't gotten stuck in here, I don't think I would have ever figured it out. It turns out... I mean, seriously, how could something that looks that cute little kitty be such a chaotic menace? And yet, when I think back on it now, those sunlit jungles, the plains covered with the red maples, those eerie quiet swamps, the sharp damp rocks... I went through so many wild challenges out there, built city after city, each one full of life. All of it still feels so real, like it happened yesterday. But now I'm already... How am I supposed to move on from it? People are such weird creatures. We know nothing lasts forever, but we still wake up every morning filled with hope and anticipation. We know flowers will wilt one day, but we still plant whole gardens. We know every story has an ending, but we still read every last page like it matters. And my story? Well, maybe it's just like the prayer Goldpaw gave me says. Yeah, I'm not reading the prayer because it gets a little weird. Like it's not actually like church religious, but it gives that vibe. Okay, so complete difficulty 3 under any conditions. Complete a honeyleaf prairie, difficulty 3. Complete the Sun Dango form, difficulty 3. And check out the Ints playing some more Coral Island. So if you're looking for some Coral Island and all that stuff, you can find that over with the Ints. Just as a heads up, the Ints does stream in German. They do understand English as well, but they do stream in German, just so you know. Deal with 1 Maw Flower cumulative. Alright, so we got a bunch of extra points and a bunch of Steam achievements, which I'm loving to hear. Alright, so we have 209 points. The Merchant Guild has opened a new trade route for you. You can now export work uniforms. We can get better trade amounts. Unlocks overview chart letting you know, check the presumption and construction materials. Unlocks the collection letting you record every moment in your journal. From now on, you're going to start the game with more planks. After learning how to organize events, the tavern can now hold other stuff. So I'm going to get the thing that gives me another chance of getting double the output. I'm going to get the thing that gives all my buildings a 1% boost to production. We can choose to get that. Okay, so that's a big one there. These ones are wish fruit generation. I'm gonna have to get this one. And wish fruits, my meta progress, we're definitely getting that. 2 more starting points. And that is all my points. And I believe I have to fully surround this thing to unlock it. Alright, so we got a bunch of unlocks. So we'd begin another round. And so now we're at difficulty 4. I believe the difficulties go up to 20. So we compare last time we had to get 70 happiness with, or 70 fulfillment. Now we have to get 90. The blueprints obtainable through contentment gauge 4 as opposed to 3. We have a penalty against our order of 70% instead of 65. And fewer starting blueprints, and Merchant Guild is now added new collectibles. Wow! A Pan Man appears. Okay, so we got the Umber Swamp. Honeyed filaments sprout from mud. Dango so enjoys main courses here that it wants more delicious. Plants thrive here, but animals struggle, and animals and fish struggle. So, Playful Potato, during rains, producing carrots from farms also have a chance of producing potatoes. Okay. We have the Sunlit Jungle, which is a normal one, which is we get a small amount of peppers every time the season changes. And then we've got Random with Extra Blessing. Completing a game rewards you with extra wish fruit. Done. You had me at bribery. Okay. So. We have considerations to make here. Now, originally I just grabbed the 3 food because that's what you've got. Now, we could give ourselves a little bit of soap at the beginning. That helps things out. The couple of hats is kind of a, helps out a little bit. But I can straight up give myself the building that makes soap. I won't have any of the other things I need to make it work. But that's right at the beginning there. The catch, the negative of that, is that sucker is 5 points. I have 6 points with the upgrade we just got. Which does mean I can add 1 thing of food on here. So I can go for delicious or for sweet. I'm going to grab that. So it means we're going to start in a much worse place so far as food. But we already have a blueprint unlocked, which is good because the game has warned me I'm going to have less blueprints to start with on this one. So we'll see how that actually works out in practice. Okay. Poor health. Our residents have minus 15 health. Unmotivated. Timber yards are 10% less efficient. Bird taming, the dum-dum movement speed is faster. Strength, plus 10. Okay, so minus 15 health and then plus 10 health. And then at peace, residents have plus 10 happiness. Upon successfully finishing, we get extra blessing fruit. We start with the soapery as a thing we can put down. Slacking off. Cheese dairy production is minus 20%. We did get a sunlit jungle and like boring weather. Order represents the town's current status. Many factors like buildings, map events, missions will influence it. Too many houses will cause it to experience a significant decline. So manage your population wisely. That's why I might have had like horrifically bad in everyone. Okay. So the question is, with that information, do we try and build lean? I don't think we really can. So let's grab the coal yard to start with. The brick will be next. So with the coal and the brick, that gives me enough for making the brick. And then the sand yard will give me the start of being able to go for other stuff. Alright, so let's take a little scout around. So I got iron ore and clay over here, and sand. We got more iron ore way down there. Do we have coal nearby, though? Sand. Clay. There's coal way down there. There's iron over here. We got plenty of mushrooms and peppers over here. Raw stone. Crude gold. Sand. It's looking like we got one place to get coal. And only one place to get coal. Alright. And that requires potatoes as the first sacrifice. Okay, so with that, we just need to get our normal town set up. It is what it is. Until we have the coal, we can't do crap otherwise. So we'll get this. We can go to our structures here. I need a storehouse. I need a market. And I need a pantry. And then we need the place for serving the food. And this time I'm going to try and get away with just one timber. One timber location. And then we would need the sawmill. We'll worry about all that later. We'll need the tailor later as well. We'll need the woodshed later as well. We would be at the thing with the houses. Yeah, so each house appears to be giving me -2. We're gonna go for an initial set of 6 houses here. Man, there's not room to do much here. I will need to have food producing. And potatoes on this case. Add a bonus. Alright, and let's see. We'll go for something else. Grab the hospital. We'll end up needing that. So you have to wait for a minute. What do you need here? More food is required. Right, I have to actually set your menu. Alright, so we got that. Alright, so while that's getting started, I need to use the restroom real fast. I'm going to stretch my legs, use the restroom, be back in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. All right. So we have potato, but I also need to get cucumber. Yeah, so that's gonna be the catch here. As I keep building really fast, maybe that's just the wrong play to begin with. So the bigger issue though, ooh, our health is terrible. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I mean, the first thing that needs to happen is I just need you to bring me some planks. One thing I'll probably do here is once we get this going, I might try also not just auto-allocating everything. So one of the things is we've ended up with a lot of extra planks almost every run. I could see that once we get past the early game, dropping this down to maybe half capacity. And that would free up some stuff. Now, I definitely want more people working the farms. So I am gonna have to get more houses. There's like no room here at all. Aw, you need milk? You suck. Having the tile right next to you require milk. That is just not nice. I wonder if that's maybe why we have so much health stuff. I'm also not 100% sure what order does. Okay, so let's go ahead and put down 3 more houses. That gives me a couple extra workers. I'm gonna build a second farm here. And our order is already climbing rapidly. Or falling rapidly, whatever. I imagine a big thing that probably helps out with order that I've neglected is giving my people not crap food. Okay, so the glass works means we can get both the glass and the bricks. So as far as like advancing stuff later on, we're good. All I need to do now is secure my food enough to get past the first go of this, and then we can go and move all over. What are you complaining about? Not nearby a market. Oh, because it's going to be like pathing length. That's fine. I'm sure there's a building I could use here anyways. Let's put something else there. Okay, so let's tone that down 1 worker. An industry. Oh, that's not the one I want. I don't want the sawmill. We already have a sawmill. I want the woodshed. Okay. So that should start getting us a couple more supplies. We'll definitely want to get other things going here. This one we don't have... What was our penalty on this one? Dairy. Dairy is penalized here.
give kisses to the hubby.
Yeah.
Because I love the hubby.
Yeah. No. Alright, so we want to start feeding our buddy here. Okay, so I'll take care of that. Alright. So I do need to get more potatoes. Which should surprise no one. If there's any truth in the universe, it's the answer is more potatoes. You may not know the question, but the answer is definitely going to be more potatoes. Alright, so reduced the, mortality rate is 5. Lethality rate is 25%. Gotcha. So we're toning down our plank production a little bit to try and offset people to other areas. Look, man, we need more potato. I mean, this is the face of someone who needs more potato in their life. Especially the like little trickle guy going on there. You're gonna add the cucumber. That'll boost our food to quality 2. Alright, we're almost there. Just need 8 more points. 4 more points. I imagine this is also one of those things that as you get the meta progression, it gets ridiculous. Alright, baby gets fed. Okay, so we can do the brewery for the beer. That gives us a green quality right away. And a thirst option, which we don't have. I think I've already talked myself into it. Alright. In this case, I'm gonna grab the orchard. Yeah, all of those are considered sweet. I'm a little dubious about calling a tomato sweet. They're not sweet, but I usually don't think of a tomato and be like, ah, that's such a sweet fruit. Versus all the other ones here are like proper sweet. I mean, I guess you wouldn't call it salty or spicy or anything else like that, so I guess sweet is what it's under. It's just very mild. Or I can get the grease, which is a blocker for a lot of things. Yeah, those are all 2s. We'll get the orchard upgrade. That'll give me options later. Okay. So with that said, all of the potatoes we're getting now we can start throwing at this. I shouldn't need too many. In the meantime, though, I need more room. In the meantime, nothing. We're gonna go here, we're gonna set you to wheat. And then we're gonna go here. And get a brewery. Not really a good place to set you, is there? Alright, so that's going to be our first cooks. And a need for more laborers, unfortunately. I don't have room here. If we do that, that'll penalize this. Wow, this is such a crap positioning on the start. Okay. But that'll give us beer. And that gives us a drink option. Okay, so it looks like I could probably spare another person off the sawmill. Okay, labor happiness is up. Okay, about halfway up on the potatoes. Meanwhile, if we look at your food stuff, you're burning through those onions, which we do not have replacements for, but you also got the cucumbers. Alright, so the next thing. And this is the hard call here. It'd be between these two. This would open me up for, like, a lot of the sweets and bakery stuff and all that later. The renderer also would go with all, like, grilled meat and all that. It has some other utility purposes, so I do think I'm going to go with the rendery in this one. But it is one of those things that... Oh wait, what was it for the soap? I don't remember. All I know is we're going to run into stuff later. Okay, so one thing we're going to need to do is start working on our other stuff for our people. So I'm going to need to go here. And we can start by... I'm going to need another farm, so this one's going to be a livestock. And it's going to be sheep. No storehouse nearby. Pretty annoying, actually. It's fine. I'm hoping... Perfect. So we'll get our clothes and all that going. And then the last thing I want to do is get the tailor up and running. Orchard Grove efficiency is up. I don't have those, so you know. Thanks, man. There's the tailor. And you're going to make clothes for everyone. Alright. So you're waiting on the sheep, and the sheep are waiting on death. I mean, there is room for our house here. Wood planks still seem to be doing fine. I'm gonna rob it of another person. And there's the coal. So the next one requires thirst. Luckily, we are actually already making the beer. And once we have that, that's the coal. And then we can start working on trying to set up where we can get bricks and windows and all that kind of stuff. Because I can plunk one here. Okay, you want sweets. We'll have to take care of that. Alright, so 1 second, let's scoot you on over. More farms will go up here. In the meantime, we don't have enough people to do the jobs we need. There's 2 more houses. Alright, so first goal. You want me to trade 500 money or to get a whole bunch of stuff. All of these have the same rewards. The money's easier. You want me to get wool, candy, or something else we don't have. We already got the wool coming in. And you want apples. We're going to end up needing to have apples regardless. So all of those are kind of not choices. So what we're going to go ahead and do up here somewhere is make room for other goodies. In the meantime, I do need more housing for more laborers. Okay, we got our schematic. Cemetery is needed. We'll grab that. We got the hospital, the gathering hut, cemetery. Alright, so we do need the Merchants Guild, which I have no room for anywhere. And so for here, I am going to have to set you to plank, and I am going to tell you to max out your people again. Flower arrangement. You want wood, sheep, and that for an upcoming flower arrangement contest. That's fine. We will let that sit for a minute and just process away. In the interim, I can go here, beer, get it done. And you need a lot of potatoes to satisfy that. But, more importantly... Oh, we got the time up there. Handman? A giant is hiding under this rock. We're definitely giving that giant beer. Right. So, production-wise, I need a mine. I can get both of the coal nodes in range. You know, no storehouse nearby, that shocks no one. There's the wool. And a permanent bonus. So the bananas just been really strong. We've done it like every time, but it's just free good food. Let's see here. So we got to keep in mind that on this map, cheese is nerfed. So we don't want to go the cheese dairy route. The cows themselves might not be a bad move. I think I will grab them. But the cheese itself is not the play. I also, despite having all that, still don't have enough workers for anything. So we've got all that going on. So I'm going to need to get apples happening. And I have no idea where that's happening. Can I fit the... Ah, it's one too big. I was going to try and fit it right there by the entrance. So let's go here. We can grab your apple trees. Okay, so I'll start taking care of that. You're still working on this. My hope is we'll have enough materials for all this by the time it's all said and done. With the flower arrangement, it'd have to be wheat and or wood. We'll have 15 minutes from when we accept it. And this is the first time we didn't build the second lumber mill, which I'm kind of regretting. I do think I am going to build the second timber mill. Honestly, I lose 1 point of efficiency putting those on top of each other. Yeah, we still got to get the lilacs. That's another thing to add to the list of things to be made. Doing it. Because coal is on the list, I didn't expect that. Okay, we are going to... It's killing me that that's just another... Will it take to make you go away? Tree fruit. I don't have that. Not feeling too good about that, actually. I may have flown a little too close to the sun on that one. I can't put a house there, it's too far. I really want to keep this being farms over here to keep it nice and easy to manage. There's 2 more of those. Okay, well, I thought we had a positive number of people working. We've got that going on. More sheep. That's fine. More coal. I don't think we're going to make that in time. I'm going to have to get way more supplies. Okay, working on the rest. You're getting your stuff done finally. What are we eating, by the way? So that's running out. That's fine. We'll probably want to have the potatoes as well. That'll boost our food quality and should help our people be happier, work harder, all that stuff. Meanwhile, you have the beer. We're not doing good with that one. The other thing I need to do real badly is we need to get the hospital up. Okay. We've got the monkey party, which makes all of our people work a little bit better. We're gonna grab that. You're set to apple, right? Yeah, so what's going to need to happen here is, like I said, I'm going to need to get the hospital because we've got people who are getting sick, and that's slowly going to start building up our wrath. This area being trapping me all in is pretty rough. So that'll help with that. What's it going to cost me to get the cemetery? That's fine. I still need to go here and get the lilacs online. Alright, that should let us start upgrading things. I'm curious where those apples are going. Oh, you don't actually have a road to you. I can't see the symbols because they're over top of the building. I'm just complaining about the lack of pantry. We'll just go like this way instead. So pantry. That's fine. It does me no good if we're not getting any materials out of it. Well, this big guy merged delicious foods. What a magical concoction. Never occurred to me you could eat like that. Sunny and breezy. Hungry plus sweet plus this. When it's sunny, the speed of resource of exports is increased by 20%. What's this? Combo effect. Alright, and meanwhile, you have the apples coming in. That's pulsing red for some reason. I think it's just letting me know that's waking up. Alright, meanwhile... let's upgrade everything. Okay, so... we'll go ahead and get the timber to start here. Because that's just a free one. The apiary is a good one, as is the roast pit. I think this time I'm going to go the route of the roast pit, because we're not tied in towards sweets. And we'll also grab the tavern. And worry about that in a minute. So it should boost everyone's productivity a bit, which will hopefully help a great deal. Alright, so potatoes. That is not what you want to see. I needed to be a lot more. Why are you all... more food is required. Okay. Alright, get this off of here. Start drinking the beer. We need way more food. Yeah, we're a bit over halfway. We might actually make it. We're like right on the fence of getting that done on time. We have 14 spare workers. So let's start working against this other stuff. So we can go ahead and put a mine here. It's fine. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this up. We can put the mine here. And then we'll need to go sand, clay. We don't want to waste our time on iron. I don't have anything iron uses. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Bittersweet success. Alright, so we can use the beer for that. So, hey, all of you, beer is off your menu. Sorry, you're cut off. Try not to starve. We will need a coal pit. And then we need a brickyard. No storehouse nearby. Did you not build one up here? And the storehouse will be more planks. I need you to not be eating that food either. Hey, can you all stop eating, please? Here, eat that for a moment. And I guess eat the apples for a minute. Go ahead and take the sand and this. And the clay. And the sheep. Guess we're right about to get that. Meanwhile, I can take you. There's the beer. Alright. So, we have the Grumpy Monkey. Let's go ahead and cheapen the cost of exploration. Because we can. Alright, and we got that done. Oh, we can get the Path of Vigor. That makes it so our buildings work a little bit better. And then meanwhile, I just need way more of everything there. Right, and you needed a storehouse. There you go. And the rest of that just needs to sit. Alright. It'll need potatoes and fruit and all that to satisfy this. And we have time that we can collect. We want to do at some point. We are producing brick. Where's our trade place? What are we trading away? We're trading away planks right now. Let's switch that. Make it wool for the time being. Actually, we can make it the maple logs because I'm not using the maple logs for literally anything. Yeah, so still need the glasswork stuff and all that over here, which will be nice. I'm really worried about this. Oh, that wrath is climbing much faster than I'd like. There's the sand yard. And now I just have the glassworks left. And then I'll have all that production online. Do I switch? I think we switch you over. You're making more of the stuff to boost the deliciousness and everything. Till at least we get this knocked out. Make sure we make it across that finish line. Then we'll switch you back. Get the brewskis continue to happen. And we're eating our apples, which is not helping with progress. Okay, so we opened up more space. Alright, now I can go to the glassworks. Okay, so with that, we've got all of our stuff for making the materials I need to upgrade my buildings. At least we don't have to worry about, like, running out of basic supplies. Yeah, the Wrath is keeping up way faster this time. And it looks like the primary thing hurting it is the effect from current corpses. So let's make sure we get our corpse situation under control. All right. So hopefully that'll start bringing this down. But the effect from corpses is not hitting us as hard. Okay. We're quickly running out of all that stuff. So I need you to finish feasting so that my people might get to have their turn eating. Okay. Flip you back over to wheat. And go to you. Switch you over to the cucumbers. Alright, only need 6 more potatoes, and then we're on the other side of that. If we get rid of these, it'll take a bunch of the negatives away, but that's going to take a little bit of work. Amount of laborers again, which I definitely do not love. That's going to be more resources. Alright, and there's your food. Alright. So, we could get fish this time. I haven't gotten to do fish yet. The apiary is also very helpful because it's like no effort food. I'm gonna go with the fish shack just because we haven't. And I'm gonna go upgrade the farms. Use to collect various natural resources from the map. Let's see. Raises a variety of aquatic livestock. Its serene pond... Okay, so it's not going to the edge and having a person who has to sit there and fish, like a lot of these ones do. They basically do like aquaculture. Which is cool. Ah, we make the fish ponds. Meanwhile, we're once again needing more houses. Okay, and you're too far from the marketplace. I figured that was coming. So let's go here. We're done with you eating the apples. I'll put you on the beer for now. But we do need to increase the yields we're getting on a lot of this stuff. So for the farm, okay, residents' healths are up. Same for the farm. We can go here and have you plant the onions. We can go to you. Plant the lettuce. Which is overkill. And it's just the way it's going to be. But then with that, I should get more options for dealing with the moth flowers to get happiness up. Meanwhile, for you, we can put you back on onions again as an option. So that's delicious, that's delicious, that's thirsty. And once we start getting some lettuce, I can put them on the lettuce as well. Once I have more people. Remember when I said it wasn't going to expand as rapidly because it looked like that was a problem? I don't see how you don't expand rapidly. Okay, so you are not nearby the food place. There's no pantry nearby. And that still doesn't give me anyone extra. Okay, so our farms are more efficient. Brandon's dairy, that was the negative. Okay, so I've got all those. Let's get rid of these moth flowers if we can. It sucks that you're on that. We'll probably want to get more orchards to take advantage of the banana buff thing. Which will certainly be curious. Let's plan for there to be a road here. Actually, it could be over here. Let's go and grab an orchard here. It's fine. I don't think it matters what we plant. So long as it's fruit. Okay, we don't have more missions yet. Nope, okay. You're complaining about lack of food again. Because of course you are. All those farms, you should have food. And what did you want? You want fruit as well. Okay, so you're going to sleep. Okay. You want time. We've actually got that nearby. And we can give you sugarcane. That's easy enough. I just switch a field to sugarcane for a while. Let's go ahead and get a gathering hut. They've got time right over here. Okay, so we got to move stuff. Gathering hut there. There's the time. That's the mine. So now I need to put down you again. Okay. And temporarily we're going to switch one of these over to sugarcane. Alright. And meanwhile, I just need a lot of stuff to get done. Oh, we can have you just straight up eat fish? Yeah, go eat that fish. I thought we were gonna have to, like, have it cooked or something. Yeah, so you just want food again. Yeah, we're not staying ahead of Wrath as much as I'd like. We're not building up more now, though. We got the bodies handled, because that was the main thing hurting us with the Wrath. Alright, there's the charming aroma. Okay. Bananas are better. I'm assuming we're gonna get a lot more variety of options as the time goes on. Just because early game we have some limited choices there that, you know, the bananas are just kind of demonstrating to be like the thing we want. I should also be checking out our market. How are you getting bananas? I've got a perk that all of my orchards have a chance of getting me bananas when I harvest. So even though we're using things that are very not bananas. Let's see, tailors can produce leather jackets. Maximum contentment gauge plus 20. Every contentment gauge increases order by 0.2. Oh. Dora the Explorer's hat. During heat waves, the effect of happiness contentment gauge is increased by 100%. Do-over dice. Each time you refresh a merchant guild, randomly increases 1 refresh chance. What of that? Yeah, so Leroy Jenkins' bandana seems like a really good find. Like, that definitely feels like the one I want to get. Because the idea that as the contentment goes up, our order gets improved. If I read that correctly? Yeah, max contentment gauge is 20 higher. Every point contentment gauge increases order by 0.2. So it should just slowly climb up the order. Just passively as we're doing stuff. We're about to get the apples done. It trolled me and we lost a single apple right as that happened. Alright, banana is now an entree. And +1 in the category. Alright, we're working on the sugar cane. Meanwhile, the gathering hut there, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of it. We are getting time, but I have nothing I need that I could cook time with, and I'd rather put those people to use elsewhere. What is your problem? You are out of lilacs. Which we needed multiple lilacs every single time I've done this so far. Multiple places making lilacs, I should say. There we go. So I can go here. We can unset you. We'll set you to Windows to give me more money. And you're waking up soon, which is part of the reason I'm not spending... too much in that. Okay, so now we have more decisions that we can, we'll grab the apiary. We'll grab the candy house. We're gonna want to start getting this set up. This is the roast pit. We'll drop that. We'll grab the mill next, just in case. So, you need grease, pork, and all that. So it is time to get some meat on the menu. So we're gonna start with the livestock. Go here. Piggy. Cool. They had planned on making an area there, but it's not happening anymore. With this, we will need the renderer. Actually, we can make the road go through here. Alright, and I will need a chef's house. Okay, we can also make sausage. Sausage isn't as high quality. So sausage is hunger. Mushroom is delicious. Let's get the mushroom stew happening if I can find a source of the mushrooms themselves. I don't think we've located mushroom yet. But the mushroom stew has done us really well in the last couple runs, so I don't have too much of a qualm getting more. Let's go over here. So we're getting pretty close to getting the Leroy Jenkins bandana. We're right about to finish off with our sugar cane, at which point we're going to turn that back into something like cabbage. Or actually, maybe just back into potato. Since there are a lot of things to unlock that are just going to be lots of potato. Okay. Premium bananas. So if people eat bananas, they get bonuses and all that. Alright, and we have the smeltery and the sausage hatch. Gonna refresh that. The juice press can be very useful. Alright, so I need cooks. Meanwhile, you're done for now. There's no more wishes I'm missing? Okay. You're done for now. Unless I think we pop it over to potatoes. Because that's my only good source for hungry right now. Other than banana. Let's see. Manliness competition. A manliness league challenge has started in town. The contestants want to show not just their strength, but their wisdom and bravery and leadership. Sure. I will assist you in this garbage. Thank you. Alright, we'll get where we get bonuses to all of our production lines. Oh, I don't have you be made into bacon. It's gonna be important. Alright. So I'll need to deal with that. To go to that area, I'll need all this. But you're about to wake up. So we'll deal with your food nonsense first. Then whatever's left, we'll do another round of exploration. And the idea with that exploration is we'll hopefully be able to get ourselves some more stuff set up here. I'm going to need to get the more chef's house going here, and that's just a thing that needs to happen, and I don't know where I'm shoving it. I mean, honestly, you know what? Done. New menu. Okay. So in the stew house, we can make borscht. That is one that covers two things. We can potentially move to making way fancier stuff here. Alright. So that would be the delicious category. Like I said, I kind of have the delicious category. I've got options there. I really could use the hunger. The problem is, I don't know where we get ghostly oranges. Yeah, so you're tomato, onion, beef, black pepper, and grease. You're halted due to lack of materials. Oh no, its eyeball's still there. Oh no, that's horrifying. Actually, interestingly enough... Ah, okay. So literally the banana is the only thing high enough quality to satisfy it. So that's a problem. So, I don't have any spare laborers, really. But we are going to look at this and pretend that we do have spare laborers, and I don't. We're going to change you up, because I've run out of windows. I put you on planks for now. Oh, do I have the chance to buy things again yet? Do we have... Alright, Leroy Jenkins bandana. Cool. So it should sort itself out over time. As soon as we get some glass here, I'm gonna try and get another orchard up. But it does look like I can make myself an absolutely obnoxiously good, delicious steak. Sadly, only delicious, not hunger, not anything else, just delicious. Could you please get a window? So I can do the next thing. So get the tomatoes going, because that was one of the ingredients we needed. And then another one we needed was the peppers right here. I also wanted to get that set earlier, just because the bananas. Alright, so that means with the bananas tied up with that, all the other stuff is available. So this one's potatoes, boom, get out of here. And this one over here where it wants fruit. Let's keep throwing mangoes on it till it's satisfied and then get it out of here. Now start boosting our moods. We get enough bananas. You're fine for right now. Let's not mess with that one. There's the beer. You want firewood? Okay, we got another bonus. We've got the increased wrath, but Grumpy Monkey eats stuff. So that's sweet. We have exploring that with the potatoes. And we'll wait on the rest for a minute. Alright, because ultimately what I want to get on here is I got the other recipe here. So it's the tomatoes, the onions, beef, and the sauce. I believe I'm only missing the sauce now I think about it. New recipe. So just in case we need it, that's hunger and sweet. I don't have what I need to make that happen yet, but it is good to have that in the back pocket just in case. Alright, so we're getting pretty close to satisfying the last of the food offering. And I need more workers. Got 30 more and then that's done. Okay, only 15 more here, and then that'll be another zone cleared. It's also one of those things that we get those plants out there. I'm curious if we actually get ourselves to a properly positive order. What, like how significant that ends up being. Alright, so I need 12 more points. Okay, so Pan Man only wants things that are delicious, and a lot of it. Where are your cows? I don't have cows yet. Ooh. So we got a buff. When it's sunny, the speed of resource exports is 20% faster than how steaks. We're doing, right now we have the pork chops, and then we're working on steaks next. So grab the candles. This is the saucing thing. That's the black pepper, which is where we start worrying about the cows. We're not going to worry about the cake tower here, so we'll grab the fountain. And there's the spicery for the sugar. Okay, so we've got the peppers coming in. So we got more stuff to do. So we got the saucery. So we're gonna make our black pepper sauce. Put a fountain to make our people happy. Worry about that later. Okay, so let's quickly check on our grill thing. What am I missing? I know I'm missing the beef. Is that all we're missing for the steaks? So we've got tomato, we got onion, we need the beef, we have the sauce, and we've got the fat. Yeah, so I think literally we're just waiting on beef now. And I believe I already unlocked the, I unlocked the cows already. Okay, that'll make everyone a bit happier. Where do I want to put the cow pasture? Alright, gathering hut and greenhouse efficiency is up. Cool. Yeah, so we're just gonna have to build it over here somewhere. Yeah, so I'll end up having to get sweets and all that. Yeah, so go here, and we can grab the livestock pasture here. You are now making cow. Because beef is officially what's for dinner. You make it if you can. And there's the beef. Food is getting scarce. Let's adjust this. So no more on the onion. You can have the potatoes. You can have the beer. Oh, yeah, you can have the beer. I changed mine. Eat that. The fish is getting low. Switch you to the beer. Alright. So I believe with all that, we should start getting that ridiculous food. Now, that is only the delicious category. So we are still going to have a problem. So I need to get the candy house set up, because then that'll give us the sweet and the hunger. I was say, is there like a place you can just kind of wedge you in here where you don't have to like do a whole extra area? Well, I was placing it. Residents will receive more happiness from food. Okay. So, candy place. Boom. You make donuts. Don't worry about the rest. Before we worry about that too much, we need to get to the spicery. And you're making sugar. I still need flour and eggs, which is unfortunate. So we're going to go over here and we're going to grab our livestock pasture. Of course, it won't quite fit. Why would it? I also need more people. Yeah, we'll wait on you. Okay, so another livestock pasture for chickens. And then we just need a farm for sugarcane. I need much more workers. Okay, so what do we got for this round? We have... You want me to build bathing commons? I don't have that technology. You want me to build a whole bunch of other things or trade? I'm doing the trade because that's the only one I can actually do. You want honey and lilac or just trade? Trade's easy. I'm just going to take the trade. So the trade is just happening on its own. We can go over to you. Let's get brick on the menu. Because we got plenty of that and it's worth a lot more. Yeah, so you just got to export a bunch of stuff and that'll knock that one out. So I've got all that going. I need more people, which is a problem. Okay. Okay, we'll see how that does. I need more chef's houses. Still need more houses. And chef houses. Okay, we got a recipe. Okay, so with the recipe, we've got carrots we can produce at farms. We can also make dark beer with malt, which I don't have. I'm gonna refresh this one. We can make the apple milkshake. We can do grilled lamb. Alright. So you are delicious, you're a drink, you're a hunger. Let's grab the apple milkshake, I think. Because if we need thirst, then I can start allocating that to happen. Okay, looks like I've actually got my... stuff there under control. I remember a moment there where we were almost neutral on our happiness, and then I had to, like, explode the population. Okay, no eatery, and no more food. So go ahead and put the eatery right there. We'll work on that. Reveal that to try and get ourselves more happiness. I still don't have enough workers. There's another batch. Does upgrading new houses help? Yeah, but I have to meet criteria to help them. Those ones aren't even close. These ones, I'm gonna need more lilac. Is one thing I'm seeing that's not keeping up. So that's gonna be another thing I'm gonna add on here that's going to effectively be a burden. It is what it is. Huh. Man. I'm just throwing houses at this thing. And it is just absolutely struggling to keep up. And how are we doing on some of the stuff for our food? I'm grabbing a lot of that stuff because I don't have other things that can be used for. Make sure you're not eating the onions by chance. So let's take you off of those. Put you on the fish. So what are you missing? You've got your tomato, you've got the fat. I think what's happening is that might be getting its priority. Because it doesn't do me any good if it's not actually getting there. Okay. So you need the black pepper sauce. Which you're making in droves, so it's not the black pepper sauce the holdup. You're getting the grease. We may have been accidentally consuming the grease. Yeah.
Did you tell them about what we ate today?
Which one? Oh, the, I can't remember how to pronounce it.
I don't know either. But it was like noodles, and it had this black bean sauce on it, and it was really...
Mm-hmm.
I
I love you.
love you.
Yeah, so we should be getting the tomatoes. I'm growing tomatoes, right? They're up here somewhere. Yeah, so we should be getting the tomatoes. That's what I'm trying to watch for here, is we are growing everything, and they aren't eating any of the ingredients for that. We are getting the cows here. Yeah, there we go. There we go. It's cooking now. It took us a while to get there, but we're there. And we're right about to finish our 2 objectives there. So give me that and that. So for our next buff, we'll take the Red Cloak Congregation for more crafting materials. We're gonna go ahead and do the Grumpy Monkey thing to improve the efficiency of all our food houses by 3%. To unlock that combo we got last time too. You didn't listen to a word that Tomb said, but it's definitely based and true. Yeah, it was, we went to this Asian marketplace, and the Asian marketplace had a, had, like, this huge, like, food court thing, and we got, it began with a J, but it was an Asian dish. Nah, it began with a J, whatever it was. But it was, like, you know, your noodle dish, it had, like, a really thick, almost, like, black sauce on it, and it was really good. Definitely had, like, onion and I think bok choy and all that in there. Monkey Paradise, secret recipe effect, duration 50%. So I really wish it was clear what the duration was. Like what that actually did. Alright. So you have the ability to make the vase. I'm gonna re-roll because the cheese is nerfed for us here. Gem Cutter. Okay. I'm gonna get the church, because that'll boost people's happiness. Did I ever make the apiary in that? I don't think we did. Alright, so you should chuck the apiary here, because it's an easy sweet. And then while we're there, I also want to go over here, and we want to get this, the handcrafting shop thing. And that'll make candles. And then with that, we can plunk the church down here. And that should boost people's mood. Do we have the tavern as well? We do. So that should boost everyone's happiness a lot. Yep. Medius, that's exactly what it was. Yep, I recognize the name. If it's not that, it's one of those things that's like almost the exact same thing. Because I remember there was like, one, it was the same first like 8 letters at the beginning, and then it like ended with like there's 2 different sets of like last 3 letters, and it's just one had seafood and one didn't, and we had the one that didn't have seafood. Alright, the houses are all upgrading. Grease production has stopped. Not enough materials. So genuinely one of the things that we're going to probably have to do is have one of these dedicated to just grease. Alright. So grab the bananas. They're good for everything. Go ahead and chuck those on there. Oh, we are in trouble on the drink. Where was our fruit press thing? I didn't build it. Oh, that is real bad. Forget all that. Make just this. Crap. I will have to have more stuff going on. Well, we might be in for real bad time here in a second. We're gonna go ahead and do another livestock place right here, real fast. Actually, wait. Before we do that, do I have a bunch of cows in storage? Like, what is our cow situation? It should be down here somewhere. The cows don't go there. We don't have a lot of beef, though. The question is, where is our little storage building? And how much cow is in there? Should be like, there it is. 64, not that many. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and say, all right, more cow, more better. And then I'm also going to need to go over here to the stockyard thing. I'm gonna build a second one of these, which unfortunately is not gonna be conveniently placed. And all you do is milk, beef, and that's it. And pork. Particularly fine, don't have bok choy. Or as many veggies, just tidbits occasionally. But I think it'd be really easy fitting. Yeah, it's also one of those things that, like, with the black sauce, and you chuck it all in there, it's real hard to tell what's what. So, we are in proper trouble. Because I need a lot more for the drinks. And I don't have a whole lot of time for it. I'm trying to get this thing up and running. Just make a drink if you can make a drink. Not the apple. If you can make a drink, make a freaking drink. Get more apple in here. I'm waiting for that to pop back up. Okay, so add you. You're not worth that much. My hope is by combining it with the apple, it'll spike the quality a bunch. And that'll go a long way. I need you to make it happen, man. It's just apple and milk. You got this. You can make this happen. You can actualize this dream. What do you got going on here? Oh, we can go ahead and take you off. Put mango on. Take the beer off. Put the honey on. Take the fish off for now. And put that on. Take that off for now. I want to be careful about putting the tomato on. We'll leave the fish on. Why are you not getting the? Because it's just apple and milk. That's all you need. We have both. You're making the beer. New recipe. So we can make tomato beef soup, mocha coffee. We'll grab the mocha coffee for now because I'm gonna need liquids. Do we have the coffee house? I don't. I am finding this curious. Oh, the delicious isn't showing up because it's already full. So I could actually put a delicious in there of like the amazing stuff. Yeah, let's just take that and chuck it in there. Actually, I don't even think that's neat. We can keep that off the list. Keep tossing the banana in there till all those are satisfied. Otherwise, we're basically waiting on beer production. And then for this to, at some point, make something. Anything, please. Let's go ahead and get another orchard down here. We are short on brick because I've sold it all. Let's go ahead and get the orange juice at least happening as some kind of thing. I need to go to you, change your thing from this. Over to you. Check to see if there's anything we want to buy. Heat waves affect happiness, do-over, potato leather jackets. Sure. Okay, so we can make a beef skewer. That's just not as good as what we're already making. So we won't worry about that. And carrots. Sure, croissant. We can make the seafood stew, which is still that. Sure, I'll grab the carrots, why not? We can make a circus, which is new. And I'll grab the smeltery just because. We haven't done it yet. That'll make people happier. Hope we got more upgrades. Now goes our food. The honey is gone. Get the grilled pork. And that should be fine for right now. Right, and what was I trying to correct? Oh, I was going to go down here and go ahead, and since that thing's just not doing anything, I'm gonna plant another orchard, but it's gonna be oranges. Just so it hopefully actually produces any type of liquid. Because I got tons of spare people now. It does seem like as they get happier, you just end up with more, they work better. Oh, I think it's just like how healthy they are or something like that is affecting it. Okay, so you've almost got that sorted. Grab more beer. Time is going down fast. Please, for the love of everything, make something. You're just cycling back and forth. And there's oranges right down there. You should absolutely be working. There's no complaint. It just says missing materials. Yeah, it's almost done there. And like the milk is stockpiling, so it's not a lack of milk. It's also not a lack of apples either. Okay. Alright, all of those are done. We are getting the first orange juice, so it's at least something. I don't know why they're refusing to make the other beverage, but you know, it's whatever. Oh, wait. Hey, fancy drink time. So we got stone grilled steak. We still need to get the donuts online. Our drinks are in not a great place, but more urgently, we have the other food groups to deal with. Okay. So we're getting that beer. We got the really, really fancy drinks going out. I think one thing going for us right now is I'm willing to bet our happiness is pretty high. Oh, we are actually running into a problem from not having enough patient, like the patients and corpses are piling up. All right, here we go. So fancy drink jumped us up 100 points, just the two of them. Yeah, so we're making good time and all that. We should be alright. It'll be a little closer than I want, but it'll be alright. Right, so you're all doing fine here. So residents' happiness currently 0.02 per minute plus. Can quickly increase Dango's contentment. The better food you give your residents, the more happiness there will increase. We are getting a lot of milk for not getting this going very fast. I have plenty of just the steak and all that. I have 14 of those available. I do wonder if I were to get the stone grilled steak and add that onto the list of the things that our people can have. So like literally the pinnacle of food in this game for one of their options. Like, would I visibly see that gauge go up? Like, how fast would it go? Okay. We only got 26 more points to go. And menu is done. Okay. I'll select the one that gives me the letter. I probably won't use it. I mean, we could technically make this salad, but that's another delicious. That's kind of the problem I've got right now, is everything we're getting qualifies as delicious. And it's hunger and sweet we need. I'll grab the cake tower just because we can. Okay, so I've got all that. You're all content with your stuff. Let's do a quick run around and deal with all these as much as we can. Okay, and what do you want? You want liquids. Okay, it's more drinks. More drinks. I understand. It is a very drink-heavy menu right now. We have sweets. We have drinks again. Okay, so let's figure out what we're missing to make the donuts, because that'll take care of hunger, sweet, delicious, and then the drinks we've got stuff, just nothing amazing. So the apiary's doing better. So for that, we did put the candy building here. And it required sugar, flour, and eggs. To that end, we have the sugar. And let's check here real fast, because I don't believe we built a mill. This is not going to be convenient. Okay, this is definitely not going to be convenient. It is what it is. So there's the flour. And I'm pretty sure we had eggs queued up here somewhere. Yeah, I've got the chickens. Queue up there. Okay. So with all that, we can actually add the chickens here since that's for a critical ingredient as well. So with all that, we should be making everything we need to make donuts. I might need to add a second wheat field, though. I still like that our, the baby version's eyes are stuck there forever. Every active candy house, salad bowl, and cake tower adds happiness. So basically it said sweets. Oh, wait. You're all complaining about hunger. Don't do that. It's forbidden. So add the tomatoes, we got too much. Add the potatoes, add the apples. And orange drink. Actually, not the orange drink. Beverages are one of my weaknesses right now. So no on the orange drink. Supposedly if we give our people bananas, it'll give them a huge buff. But I really don't kind of want to do that. We'll keep the lettuce on there. That's fine. We can go here. For the farm, I'll need the windows. I've accidentally sold all of mine. So change your thing here. And honestly, we'll unset you. Set you to the glass itself. Is there anything we want to buy here now? We can upgrade our farm. We can also upgrade the textile place. Okay, what was I making? I was gonna make a farm. I'm gonna hop down here. And your wheat and output. That's definitely practical. So that should give us more wheat to make flour, to do all the other stuff. With that, this should start going and making its goodies. Okay, so we're in a heat wave, so our happiness is penalized. Meanwhile, we're noticing that we've got sick people and that we've got dead people. So what's the deal here? You are treating patients, but your production is halted. Why is your production halted while full? Hey Bentley, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Okay, so I think we're all stable here. We just need to let it run. We are making hecking fancy food. Okay, now I've got fog. Ghostly disturbances are more frequent. Okay, there are ghosts wandering around the town. Not sure how that affects anything, but that's apparently a thing. Oh, we have wishes. What am I doing? Select a wish. This is not what I was hoping for. So, we don't know how to make the Bath Commons. We can do the Swiss roll, potato salad, that's a nightmare. These two are just straight up sugar and cocoa. So let's grab those. And what that means, I'm gonna have to go back over here where we're making our donuts. Real fast. And add those onto the list. And I don't have a place getting cocoa yet. So that's gonna be a thing that needs to change. Alright, so what's that do? Decreases... Okay, so the fog just makes people unhappy. Yeah, we've got corpses as a thing. Offer all lambs, pigs, and chickens to the dead. Ghosts will bring back fruits from the underworld at a ratio of 1 to 50 based on offered things. Changes one non-fog weather forecast into a fog one. It keeps just toggling on and off. It's the kind of the same thing. Both these seem to not actually be helping people right now. Awaiting burial, buried, current effects. Yeah, because like the buried is hopping back and forth. This probably doesn't need to be done, but right now that's a real big problem. So I'm just gonna plunk down a second one of those and see if that starts to fix anything. And we'll do the same there. Because I got the spare workers and I need that to sort itself out. Let's also make sure it's not a problem with, like, the lilac. So that's the food area. Where's the storage place? It should be right around here. I think it is a problem with the lack of lilac. There, that'll work. Just waiting for this thing to wake up. Then we're going to toss food at it, and then we'll start clearing more of the map out again. And how goes the food front? We're good on potatoes, we're good on tomatoes. We're not good on lettuce, but that's fine. We've got the apples. We can go ahead and have you start hitting the mangoes. How are we doing over here? You got current funds of 5,000. Sure. We got more recipes and all that. We'll go ahead and grab the blueprint. Herbs and minerals are missed and surprising. That's fine. Upgrade glassworks. I'm probably not gonna actually do anything with that, but it is available. We would need more stuff for all that. It doesn't look like we're actually keeping the clothing up, which is not surprising. It's just probably one of those things that's going completely overwhelmed. So you're upgraded there. Alright, so in 2 minutes this thing's gonna wake up. And we will throw food at it. And hopefully that'll resolve that problem. And then we can go around and start cleaning up more of the map around us. Okay, so we finally got it to stop having the problem with the corpses. I don't know why that was an issue. It just seemed like it was cycling saying, okay, they're buried, okay, they're not, okay, they're buried, okay, they're not, okay, they're buried. And didn't seem to do anything. So yeah. And because of residents being particularly happy, we are gaining about half a point a minute. And when we hit 110 points, we win. And then all the other stuff we're working on it is the whole thing. It almost looks like you need another place processing the animals. Like I've got it going, but the animals are just too plentiful. Sure. Why not? Here we go. I'm gonna shove you here. And then this one, anything we're using whatsoever, just get it all. We'll expand the throughput of that a little bit. because that's all animal stuff, and then the firewood, which is another thing we could probably resolve. I imagine there's probably some pretty cool stuff as we unlock more and more. Alright, 30 seconds, this thing wakes up, and we can get back to it. I'm also curious how this escalates as we start getting to the really high difficulties. Because we haven't really had the opportunity to get the best of either the regular laborers or the chefs. And I imagine that'll end up being a huge benefit. I'd also not be surprised there's a ton of new recipes at that point. And the cake place is trying its absolute best to play catch up. Yeah, it's bouncing between donuts and candy and chocolate. Alright, so what do we got on the menu today? So first, the bananas do your job. We got a bunch of donuts. We got some real amazing stuff there. A big old pile of beer. A bunch of that stuff. A bunch of the orange stuff, and we're good there. Alright, so it's going to be down to donuts and bananas. Everything else is good. So it's not a donut or banana. We're free to use it on other stuff. Well, donut, banana, chocolate, or candy. Okay, we got another boost there. And I think all of you are drinks. Well, and candy and all that. Okay, drinks. Drinks. That should actually be doable. Take about half of those. About half of those. So it's another one that's going to be drinks. Take about half of those. Okay, another area cleared. Okay, let's just check on these again. Yes, we're getting the bananas slowly. You want drinks? Oh, you want like lumber and all that? Yeah, that's fine. You want drinks? Okay, and that's just fruit. It's not a problem. We hammered that just a minute ago. We can get a bunch of the eggs. A bunch of those. A bunch of these. Clear that area out. Okay, so we got a permanent boost. In this case, we will go ahead and make our animals that move around much faster. You want drinks? You want drinks? So the lesson I'm hearing now is I need to go fully into just the booze. Ignore everything else. We just need all of the booze. When it's sunny, orders increase by 5 for every active farm. Cool. Okay, so we're pretty close to getting that done. Alright, what would be a good way to just get way more liquid going on? Let's see. We can get the cafe. Actually, that's a way. We can get the cafe and just get that all going. What were you? Oh yeah, so you're just telling me we got another combo thing. And then the cafe, if we make coffee, we can get a bunch of drinks that way. Okay, right about where we need to be. I just got a little bit more candy to go. So meanwhile, I'm going to go on to you. Chocolate is no longer on the menu. Focus on the things I need. Alright, so I only need 50 more points. Eight more points. Done. Alright, we got 2 separate bonuses going on. And thank you for the follow. Would you look at that? Almost a positive order. We will just upgrade the farm. We can make tableware. Or cheese. Okay. So, we've got the candy going on. That's fine for the moment. We also have houses to upgrade and all that. Now we got the lilacs kind of sorted out. So with you all done, we basically just need an obnoxious amount of beverages. So let's go over here. We've got the cafe. So the mocha is chocolate. And coffee beans. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and make one of you that you just make chocolate and nothing else. Now we'll go here and we're going to grab an orchard. And you grow coffee. And that'll be enough for us to be able to make mocha. Yep, no, I saw. I think I made a comment on the Discord about it, Darkshire, that the dev team behind Sunnyside has full control of the IP again. which is good. I'd like to see what they're doing. I also appreciate that they made the comments like, we're going to, you know, we're gonna be willing to cut, expand, whatever, like go boldly to like make the game what we want it to be. And I do think that's a great idea versus the alternative, you know, kind of playing it safe. Alright, we got another permanent buff. Sure, let's do the thing where the ghosts don't bother us the same way. Because it'd be really easy in that to like play it very safe, not do a whole lot to shake the boat. And that would be a mistake in my book. That said, we'll still see what happens. Because like that was definitely a game I really looked forward to, and it kind of really let me down. Like, it was fine. But that's just what it was. Let that sit for a minute. Okay, we got the fog. Only this time we have the thing where it's not supposed to bother us nearly as much. You participated in the survey, so did I. Well, that's interesting. Every active greenhouse and apiary will cause 2+ order. Cool. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I did the same. I gave feedback based on like when I had played, like how I experienced it. Things I felt like they could have, you know, things that were the game's strength, things that were maybe not the best parts of the game. Alright. You're getting coffee. You're making your chocolate. You're making your mocha. There's so many of these things to work on. You know, it's so good. Like I said, Sunnyside was one of those games that it came out, and about what you could say is this game has a lot of potential. And you would find yourself repeating that a lot and a lot and a lot. But also feeling like in almost every way, it never really got there. So it had a lot of stuff that was kind of almost really good, but like none of it really was really good. Okay, so lilac and honey. I already have these all handled. That was hard. Okay, Wrath gauge plus 35 during hauntings. A necromancer will appear and roam the town, stunning any encountered dum-dums for 3 seconds. Yeah, it sounds like a terrible idea. Welcome to the town, Necromancer. Enjoy your stay, I guess. All right. Can we get the, No? You just live here now, I guess? Okay. There it goes. Just had to think about it for a minute. Alright, let's stop consuming things until it wakes up. We knocked out a whole bunch more stuff. I should probably also go over here. So for the glass, you've run out of glass. I figured that was going to be the case. We'll go ahead and get you on the windows themselves again. And let's see what you got to sell. Alright, so the next recipes, we got beetroot salad, tiramisu, and a beef skewer. I'm not going to do any of those things, so we're just going to go ahead and grab them. We can get the tailor to make the hat. Which honestly is enough. That we could get the textiles going. And that would mean I should be able to go over to the tailor down here and add the hat. Oh no, I don't have the buttons unlocked. Never mind. It's fine. Oh, we haven't made soap this whole time I've had it unlocked. It's fine. Alright. Okay, and with that, fog duration plus 30%. As visibility drop, all food looks more appealing. Food quality is increased by 1 during the fog. Alright, so we're Spooky Town now. Right, so... we got the soap. We don't need those buildings. We don't have the cake tower. We haven't had a need for it. Same with the stew. Oh, that's not helpful. It also looks like I need more chefs and all that. Okay, so meanwhile, I have a need for more chefs. Okay, we got a new recipe. So we can make a grape milkshake. Alright, we needed more liquids. More liquids we shall have. That was weird that the music cut off and then started over again, but you know, to each their own. We go here. Grapes. And now we can go to the place for producing our beverages. And now I can make grape drink. We also need to go up to this. We no longer need to be making regular old candy. That's just donuts. And I keep seeing it pulse that we're low on food, which I don't love to see at all. So, let's see here for the menu. Cucumbers we can eat for a while. We can eat the onions for a while. We got plenty of fish. And Trying to avoid having them eat certain things that'll potentially get wiped out. We'll mark that one. That should boost the food a lot. Alright. So I'm wondering what I'm going to play tomorrow, because I've been very much enjoying this, and it's hitting that point where I think like this will be a good like off-stream game. It is one of those things that like for stream purposes, like okay, we're kind of getting to the point of just it'll get harder. I'll get the beef skewer, but you know you start itching for like the next thing to happen. So we can get a pepperoni beef pizza. I don't have an actual pizzeria to cook it in. But yeah, nah, this is one of those ones you kind of loop through it again and again and again, which is good. But yeah, now it's, because that was the games I had on hand to go. I also need to check, what's the day's date? Alright, so I still got about 9 days before I can do the other thing. We all have to sit down. There's been a lot of games coming through. I still wanted to go back and check out the update for Water Park Simulator. I feel like I'm getting pretty far from when that update dropped. We'll see. This game definitely feels like it's one of those ones that's going to escalate until it's just unmanageable. I'm also curious... as the happiness goes up, you get more people. Because it's one of those things that there's like, man, everything suddenly seems like I have literal hundreds of extra people that I don't have work for them to do. Alright. So it just means in the future, I gotta, if I'm really on top of the happiness, will be good there. It is one of those things I imagine if we give them the, like, ridiculous rainbow quality stakes, whatever that highest quality is, where it's like all the colors. I do imagine it's one of those things, if you can feed your people that, it's probably just watch that blue meter slowly climb, because it is such a project to get those going. But imagine that's one of those things that happens when you start getting really good at the game. You know, you get those 1 or 2 different drops from the blueprints, you're like, okay, I've got my setup, I just gotta fill in that one last gap, and now I can build out the whole recipe. It's also interesting that these buffs keep stacking. It does make me wonder if on like the really late maps, if you can make the round that goes long enough that you can just kind of keep stacking your buffs till things start getting kind of squirrely. Especially considering how much meta progression there is. Yeah, what do I have flowing over here? I still haven't done Monster Lab Simulator. I meant to do that. There'd also been another game that came from the same devs as that one. That game I'll probably... Like, the Monster Lab I could see playing, but the other game that was the same studio was, like... pretty rough looking. As in, like, very lack of polish. It was a simulator game, kind of like, trading card game sim. But it was like the little miniature kind of things. And it looked pretty like they were passing it off as a demo. I was like, man, this is kind of an early alpha kind of thing. This is oh. Alright, so this is the next evolution level. I like you far less than I liked the previous version. Can you go back to your previous version? Not saying anything negative here, but like, oh, that's bad. Alright, so just take everything we got. Everything we got. Everything we got. So, with our amazing stone grilled steak, we can get that one already all the way to the max. Feeling pretty not amazing about this. So it's gonna be bananas and donuts that get us across the finish line in that, and then all the beverages. But the only beverages that count are those blue quality ones. That's bad. I'm honestly, you know what? Change the plan. So we're gonna go to your menu. Hey, you know this? You don't get to have that anymore. Oh, but the bananas don't come. It's fine. Fine. Meanwhile, for you... Oh, I got a bunch of that. So take that off. You're getting amazing food now. Don't say it didn't do nothing for you. You can also have this. Start scarfing. Well, actually, don't scarf on the chocolate. I'll probably need the chocolate. Yeah, so we're getting 2 points per minute. With how good of food I'm giving my people right now. Okay. Yeah, so the cafe is just churning away at that. You're gonna add the donuts onto your menu if you got the bandwidth. Because if we fail that, it's 180. Oh, is that really fancy food already gone? Yep. Start eating the potatoes. So it's blue or better. Off limits. Alright, so you... Alright, I don't think we have this one. Doing our best. But I do not have much that produces the quality I need for this. Okay. Buildings next to Glowing Road have a chance to gain 1 instant resource output. Leave that alone. We're eating those to stay alive. Alright, we're trying here. You never know when those are going to give me some kind of effect that would be good. Oh, not the tomatoes. Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we got all that going. I don't believe I could set up anything new that shorthand is going to catch us up. It's either we're gonna make it or we're not. It's like, you are running as long as the coffee beans are coming in. You're running pretty perpetually, which is good. You're running as fast as they can get stuff to you. And you're running pretty much perpetually. So it's kind of getting through this is the one that matters. Now, I don't know if it's like a prorated thing where how much you miss by matters, or if you miss at all is the only caring. Because we haven't failed a single delivery yet, but that is looking like it is on the horizon. Okay, we've almost got the food settled. Alright, so there's chocolate there. Okay, so you're going full tilt. And right about to get that done. Okay, so we're just down to the tiniest bit more for the hunger. And then we're waiting on the liquids. Like I said, I don't think there's a lot I can do about the liquids right now. Yeah, because you only need about 60 more hunger. But we need almost 800 more in the liquids. Now the good news is almost all these liquids, whenever I get one, it's like 50 per beverage. So they do go a long way each. Okay, everything's done but the beverages. Why did all our beverages become... Oh, right! Right, during the fog, all my stuff becomes a higher quality. I need you all to have this going on. We're good. We're good. The fog saved us. And that won it. Okay. So we had a perk that it messed up a bunch of stuff going on with us during the fog, but it bumped up the quality on things. So ironically, where it was going to freeze up our production, because it bumped everything up a tier while it was going on, all the beer and all that stuff that wasn't high enough became high enough. Alright, so Pan Patrol 1, Taskmaster 1, Bunny Buster 2, Crate Cleaver 2, Trial 4, Jungle 1, Star Champion. We got 186, or 168 of the meta progression. I smelled it again, that sweet, familiar scent. Even though the haze is of my mind is still stirred by memories I thought were long buried. This same fragrance once drifted gently through my little flower bed. And thank you, Isachu, for the tier 1 sub, the gifting to the channel. I really do appreciate that, and thank you so much for that. Though I never with the intensity, a strange allure fills this place. Goldpaw moved gently through my vision, tending to the extraordinary blossoms with meticulous care. Some petals were as thin as cicada wings, glinting with a metallic sheen. Some vines coiled and twisted, secreting a milky fluid as pure as pearls. Others gave off a chime-like sound when Goldpaw approached, like wind passing through tiny bells. Each plant was singular and alluring, crafted with a precision that seemed to defy nature. A fleeting memory surfaced, the afternoon when I, too, cared for my silver ragworts. But I had pursued the beauty of the simplicity, while Goldpaw has fashioned miracles that transcended the natural world. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice echoed faintly in my mind. It was one of Goldpaw's many teachings. All beauty must come at a price. Your silver ragwort never bloomed in the end, just as I never fulfilled that contract. Even its image in my mind is now blurred, faded by time. Only this elusive fragrance remains, and the ghostly trace of who I once was. Yeah, and every time at the end of it, he repeats a prayer because he's like slowly losing who he is. We don't really know what's going on with that, but it's implying Goldpaw might be not all it's meant to be. Alright, so we now have unlocked a school, which a ringing bell greets eager students, and the sound of reciting voices fills the classroom. This is where curiosity grows with their knowledge. Increases the chef population when built. Okay. We have the jungle. Gain 50 mushrooms after each rainy day if we take the trait Fungus Among Us. We have the Star Champion, which when mining, 6% chance to get 1 unit of clay, 8% chance to get 1 unit of stand, 10% chance to get 1 unit of iron. Okay, so just as we're mining, we're just gonna get random extra stuff. Expeditious, 40% chance of rain. Like 40% more chance of rain. Chance of heat wave, Incendio. So that's higher. That's just points. Blue's Clue stamps reduce the RAS gauge by 1 when a blueprint is chosen. Scorching Desert. A sweltering heat leaves Dango parched, craving more drinks. The heat boosts high temperature work, but artisans toil and sweat with exhaustion. Oh, that's at the next difficulty. Yeah, so you see, like, we are unlocking different things. Some of them are just stuff that's going to become available to us. Oh, interesting. While Dango sleeps, movement is increased. Wrath gauge decreases by 1 every time a building is frozen. Interesting. That's the first time they had a way to reduce the Wrath gauge. We can make the fog no longer affect stuff. Residents consume more food, but are happier. During snow, everyone gets happy. Yeah, so that's the bathing house that keeps coming up. That's Swamp on difficulty 5. Cool. So let's look at our Land of Wishes. So I got 242 points to work with. So we can get, during the fog, sick patients do not contribute to the Wrath gauge. We can reduce the price of artifacts. We can get more starting points. After a series that we can make the things move faster. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to fill in these gaps. Because that unlocks the thing where we're able to see more stats. Sorry, I have the collection. So I got 200 in that. I'm gonna grab these 2. I have to grab all 3. So this lets me see a bunch of analytics. I want the extra points here. And we opened up the lock down there, so I am able to go higher. Okay, to draw more guests, the casinos launch a special event named Duel of Fortune. We have the circus will now do the flower ball, increases the starting vision, encourage students all around to develop a school whose hosts a magic competition. Let's see, entrepreneur, you start the game with more coal, increase guest appeal to bathing commons, blueprints repicked +2. From now on, you start the game with brick. Encourage learning in the library with holding regular reading clubs, more exports. We have an opera house improvement. Honor the fallen performers. The arena has ordered the rites of remembrance. Or blueprints picks. From now on, you start with some windows, more merchant guild stuff. You start with 50 flour, more picks. Yeah, so you got tons of stuff. All right, so I can try and go for this, which is the beer festival. I think for right now, I'm going to focus on, we have the thing that makes the dum-dums go faster. I'm just going to pop through this one here, and the dum-dums go faster. And this will lower artisan prices. Do I want to do that? Or improve overall production by another %. Oh, I don't have the points. Alright, so I can get where the fog doesn't affect, like sick people don't get affected by the fog. When it's sunny, our workers get happier. We start with some towels or artifact prices down. I'm going to do that one and then the price on towels. And that's all my points. Wifey,
I love you.
I love you more.
I'm heading to Spicy Pies.
That's a choice.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you.
You sleep well.
Okay, you too.
Alright. So bear with me, chat. While we're between rounds, I'm going to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Alright, and I am back. Okay. So, comparing level 4 to level 5, we have 10 more for the contentment we have to get. No real shocker there. Blueprints are obtainable at gauge 5. Our people have a more significant order penalty. And we get a second random negative effect. Also, as a new thing, merchants have imported even more collectibles. At the same time, weather has worsened. Okay, so we're going to get more stuff on the merchants. That's got a lot of opportunity. But we're going to have more negative weather effects. Okay. And this is difficulty 5 out of, I believe it said 20. So we got some escalation to do. Okay, so we have the Umber Swamp, honey filaments sprout in the mud. Dango so enjoys the main courses here that it wants more delicious. Plants thrive here, but animals and fish struggle. And during fog events, eggs will also eggs in the stockyard will also produce some feathers. We have the Honeyleaf Prairie, which when the weather changes, we will get free peppers. And then the random is when our building burns, then we just randomly get charcoal. So we get to use our building as fuel. I'm leaning towards doing the Umber Swamp this time because we haven't done the Umber Swamp yet. Because the random is mostly giving me the jungle, prairie, whatever. Okay, that is a lot of decision making to make. So I got 8 points I could start with. Master Trader, so we can increase the export prices. We can make it so all of our people have a 5% boost to health. Leather shoes production is something we have. That when it's sunny, our chefs are happy. We can get soap, as in the ability to produce it. We can get towels. We can get clothing, hats, soap itself. So let's go for the healthy, because that's a permanent buff. I like the idea of just getting free happiness. And the last time we got the soap thing, but we didn't use it right away, so we kind of wasted it. And considering how expensive that is points-wise, if I'm not going to use it, I should leave it alone. So the export prices being higher, I think I'm going to leave alone. So with that in mind, let's grab the fancy drink. And let's grab, because you're thirsty, and let's grab the blueberries. Because I can get some of these other things pretty easy. And that's all 8 of my points. So let's see what we get for our negatives. Okay. Order effect. Thick fog. During fog, thieves will appear and try to steal food. Pantries lose 3 food items every 60 seconds. You monsters. Because that's RNG based, it could grab my, S tier food. Now granted, 3 food is really not that much, but that could hurt. During rain, resource export speed is -20. That's not that bad. Scorching sun, during the heat wave, mine efficiency is -20. That's pretty annoying. The dum-dums move faster. Our people are healthier. They're happier. The starting effect, we will get the, we will randomly just get feathers if we have eggs. Our people are even healthier. Our people will be happy when it's sunny. Well, chefs will be happy when it's sunny. The cafe efficiency is penalized, and the sausage hat efficiency is penalized. Okay. So, let's get this party started. What are my 3 recipes? Okay. So, we already have a decision to make. I can immediately go for the expanded orchard or the ability to get sugar. Both of these will matter more for later recipes. I think the orchard, because between these here, there's just a lot of recipes. So I'm going to go for that. The charcoal yard I kind of need, so we'll grab that. And then the brickyard I kind of need. The stew house is really good, though. But we kind of need that. That's actually one of the things I think will change a lot, is as we unlock stuff, we get to start with more brick and more some other things. I could see a point where, oh, just immediately having access to that is big. Okay. This is actually looking like a pretty solid map here. What does the cemetery do? Do people ever die? Yeah, so people die, you don't really notice it super well. It's just kind of a count. But, people die, and when they do, gradually the wrath will go up. And if the wrath ever caps out, it's just game over. So it is one of the ways that you slowly get wrath just auto-magically. So probably put the lumber mill over there. And I'll do that so later I can add a second lumber mill and it'll be fine. Alright, so in the meantime, I need a storehouse, a market, we'll need a pantry, I didn't position that right. Luckily there's not a penalty for putting stuff up and tearing it down. So you can misclick and reroute stuff and all that and not have to worry about min-maxing all garbage. We will need the place that gives the food out, which is one tile too big, because of course it is. Okay, so I believe that gives me all of that. I will also need a sawmill. I got one 2x3 spot there we could use. There's nothing there we would need. I'd be able to put the woodshed here as well. Okay, so that's a nice little organized block. Let's move you to line with the other block. Granted, it's not going to matter in like 2 tiles and you run into mushrooms. We'll put you down this way. We'll connect you. Now before we go any farther with that, let's go up here. This will be fine. Start with the potatoes. More food is required. I gotta go to you and get the menu up. Okay, we need to get the potatoes going early on, so let's drop you a couple pegs. Got one person working there. For 4 houses, I should have people up there. Because we want to get those potatoes online as early as possible. We want to get those, and we want to get the cucumber things. They're literally cucumbers. They're not cucumber things. They are specifically cucumbers. Turn that back on to automatic. Yeah, so we can get up to 5 people if we start providing all those goods. We'll definitely want to do that early, because that's one lesson I've got from the last run, is that it's not just the upgrades that determine how much a house can have, it's the literal happiness. So getting all of these things sorted will just mean in fewer houses I can have more people. Okay, so we need the firewood, the clothing, and the lilac. We'll try and keep that in mind, and hopefully that goes better. We just need to get that first round of the planks. And then once that happens, I can get myself some more housing. Yeah, because we would need candles and a tavern, a well, and soap. And that should boost everything to its highest. Alright, yeah, so we get this here. That gets distributed to the households. So that should start going up, which should give me another little spike in laborers. I guess we only care about that first one, don't we? So gotta remember, don't bother with the cafe or sausage. Cafe sausage, bad on this particular map. Turn that off for a moment. Get the planks happening, man. I need those planks. Okay, well at least we got the potatoes started. Blueprints. Okay. So this time I'm going to focus more on my improving my housing. I don't know if this is gonna work out, because I could see this being one of those things where you keep improving your housing and then just fall behind on the food stuff and then lose because you piss off that thing. Okay, so that'll be 8. Turn you back on. Okay, so each of those are getting 3 people. So we did manage to bump ourselves up 1 mark. So let's get 2 more houses here. Then we'll put the lilacs up here. That should, in theory, bump us up another person on all those houses. Getting enough drinks later without the cafe will be interesting. Yeah, I mean, you've got the juice presser, and that works fine. Because that's just basically taking an orchard. You're getting that done. And the other thing I'm going to need is to, pretty early on, get more food on the list. Alright, so we are going to have to rush that. I'm going to have to get, the other farm. So, let's start this with the bare minimum I need to, like, be able to continue. We grab you. Okay, once it has people, we're good. I've only got 4 wood left. So I could build a house real quick. And let's see. So you're 4. I'll build the second house. Like I said, I'm gonna try to upgrade these. So the next move is gonna be getting the lilac. And then we're gonna start pursuing getting the clothing. I'm sure at some point I'll have to get more housing. The candles, the soap, the well, and the tavern, I believe, yeah, those are all gonna be blocked behind things. Alright, so let's go here. Greenhouse. Plunk down the lilac. Okay, that gets us the food going. Both of those at 5. Okay, and that gets us the lilacs back online. Okay, so hopefully that'll bring the lilac in, and that'll suddenly get us 6 more people that we could put out into all these things. That's at least what I'm hoping on paper. Okay, now we're slowly starting to have the lilac come up. Alright, there's supposedly, I got a thing now that gives me way more, like, analytics information. Okay, we unlocked another one. In this case, we're going to need the glass for that stuff, so we'll just grab that. I'm not gonna worry about the glass just yet. Okay, so we got 4 workers there now. We did just get another spike in people. Not a lot, but it is more. Okay. So the next thing would be getting the sheep, the place to process the animals, and the tailor set up. That is 3 buildings that I need to have people working at. It is a bit much. I'm gonna try to make that work and just experiment with how that'll work as our starting scenario versus, or starting strategy versus what we've been doing. So that's that. The next thing I would need is the stockhouse, where we process that. Meanwhile, you keep eating your stuff. And then finally, I need the tailor. Now, catch is I gotta clean up some people here, so let's drop you back down to 1. Keep you down at 1. Need to kick a couple people over to take care of the sheep. I'll make it 1 person now. I want to kick 1 over here. Come on. I just need 1 to go over there. I don't know where all those workers are ending up. Should be plenty of spares. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and turn all those back on to automatic distribution. So with any luck, that should give me the clothing. Cool, so you're handled there. So I'm going to go onto this one. We're going to add potatoes onto the menu. And to just try and boost health and all that and just see how this plays out. So once we get our first batch of clothing out of here, then this should jump up. We'll be able to upgrade those. And then we'll get a whole new list of demands. You like this game. It's weird, it's wacky, it gives a challenge. How you feeling about it? I'm really enjoying it. I think it does a really good job of being fun, focusing on what it's good at, and not trying to do everything every else game does. It does give you a good challenge. Like, both like the last 2 or 3 rounds, we got towards the end, like, oh, I don't know about this, and we managed to, like, finagle things. Like, the last one was dicey, and we got lucky that the fog happened, and I happened to grab a perk that works with the fog. And that perk basically saved our butt, because it bumped up the quality of a lot of our stuff. And then when that happened, I was able to throw all that extra stuff that got the quality bumped up, and, you know, make that all work. Yeah, no, the wish stuff, that's like, you can run into times where a wish comes by and you're like, I just can't do this. Like, you'll have all 3 options, like, I can't work on this. I do wish there was more, and maybe it's something that comes later, the wishes on the wishes in, like, the tutorial, oh, the wish fruit, yeah, the wish fruit, yeah. Well, that's the whole idea, the idea is you're supposed to end up, like, really struggling to do that, and you have your meta progression, you know, and eventually the game will start to get easier once your meta progression gets far enough. So check out Soulspire, another fantastic content creator. Playing Cult of the Lamb recently, so if you like Cult of the Lamb, you'll like it over there. Are you going to... We're waiting on the fabric. Yeah, so you've almost got enough delicious food. You just got into Woolhaven? It's fantastic. Yeah. Now is the whole thing that I hesitated. I played Cult of the Lamb before, but I would want to start fresh, and I was just like, I don't know, like, that I want to get through the whole game again to then get to Woolhaven. Because Cult of the Lamb is amazing. I just, you know, there's a lot coming out. It's good. Yeah, because I'm also seeing if we can get ourselves to a positive order and how much a difference that'll make. Would you get that wool already? You are set up to get wool, right? Yeah, you're just real slow is all. That's fine. That's okay. We're right about to finish your stuff here. Yeah, it's also a thing, if we're able to just upgrade this and do it that way, it should be able to, like, stretch our food a lot thinner and all, or stretch our food a lot farther and all that. Alright, there's the menu done. Okay, 2 new blueprints. We're gonna need the glassworks. As much as I want this, I think the cemetery is the higher priority. Okay, so we've got all that going on. Wait, are you actually running now? No. What is... Why did you go over? There was nothing for you to do. Ah, the lilac dipped down long enough that some of these houses had the population dip. That's because they don't have enough people doing the lilac. Alright, I'm gonna have to just build the next set of houses. It's fine. Alright, so we're doing 12 houses. Okay, so like I said, we're gonna focus on trying to improve the quality of life of our people. So we'll go for that. So it's going to take a moment for you to kind of ramp up. Alright, residents' health went up even more. Yeah, so problem is I need more lilac going on. Which is just going to be more people working there. But if we give these a second, these should all get their boost in people. Yep, there's the people all coming in now. And that's another building topped off. Now you're functioning, which means you will function now, which then should start getting these up here. And hopefully that fills in all our numbers. And then from there, we are probably going to want to get the mine stuff set up and all that. I also need to get the market set up and have at least something being traded away. Let's see. So I need this to do that, but the hospital's also probably the more important of those. Because we already have corpses and patients. I'm gonna have to deal with that. I won't be allowed to delay that. Okay, we're finally getting the stuff to get our first of our clothes in. And then all these will upgrade. We'll get a big boost in our population without a order penalty. Okay, that doesn't do anything for us. We don't have any junior chefs yet. We'll also add the cucumbers on there to boost the food quality. Alright, come on. That's interesting. Rose greenhouse. Essential material to produce perfumes. Interesting. I didn't notice that before. Okay, there goes the first clothing out there. Yeah, drop the number of planks down because I don't really need that many people working it. Same here, we'll drop you down to 3 for now. Okay, so all of that's climbing up. We should see that start climbing up soon. Yeah, you're up to 4, then you go to 5, then we can upgrade the buildings. Okay, and I actually have spare workers now. Okay, so first wish. These all suck. I believe you get coffee bean right at the beginning. So at the first wish, we have coffee beans. So we're going to select that just to do it. The second wish, you want me to trade, so we'll grab that. On the third wish, you want soft things, so we can grab that. And that should take care of all those. In the meantime, we're about to get our bump up here in population. And then we need to start getting where we can produce glass and all that sorted. And here we go. Yeah, because then you need the hat, the fabric, and the church. Okay, that's higher quality workers, so that should help speed things up. So I got like 10 extra people. We would need the buttons next. Alright, so let's get the mine here in place. And then from here, I need the charcoal yard. And I need the brick yard. Need the glass works. And then the sand yard. Which is a lot of jobs. And then while we're at it, I will need the Merchant's Guild. And then once we're done with some of the stuff, we'll get stuff swapped over. We'll still need the hospital, we'll still need that. Alright, so barbecue contest. You want cucumbers as your main thing. So we're gonna need to go to you, drop cucumbers off the list. Oh, you've also finished with all of your orange juice or apple juice, whatever it is. That's got to come off the list. Yeah, so needless to say, we do have all those things built, but it's going to take a while to get people to work on them. So the next move is we can get towels, which is the textile place. I do actually already have the textile place. We can let that run. And I do plan to accept this, but we are going to have problems food-wise. Just need to have a surplus of all these things. And I want you to sell... Oh, there's the wool. Okay, so I guess we're just getting the banana tree yet again. That's fine. Banana tree is free food. Okay, so we gotta remember we have the sausage place is penalized on this one. So the timber upgrade here will give us the stuff for making the buttons. But yeah, so the sausage place is penalized on this map. So we want to avoid that if possible. Banana tree is magic. Banana tree is just free food. It's just fantastic. There's no reason not to get it. Like, you'd have to have a map where it's like, oh yeah, this map, you know, all your orchards are super penalized or something. That'd be the only way I could see not taking it. Except... Okay, you're almost ready there. Yeah, but banana tree to me is just like, okay, just set this thing, make a bunch. Okay, so that's all going fine. And then, like I said, this should be able to start making the textiles. I'll need to make sure we get at least one person on there. And that should give all of these buildings an extra person for me. Cool. So that's textiles. Turn these all back on. Because once those go out, this will start filling up. And then the next move is going to be the hats. And honestly, I think I just need the carpentry. So we can submit the coffee beans. Now, the coffee beans submitted. I don't actually want coffee beans. We're going to switch that over to apples. Alright, so we've got the blacksmith and all that. We'll do the Path of Vigor. That just generically boosts stuff. So only the Glassworks doesn't have someone working it right now. We'll have that, and the only thing we'll be missing is the church, which is going to depend on the apiary and a couple other things. I'm getting a little nervous in that our food production is normally way farther than it is at this stage, but at the same time, we are also looking way better on our order stat than we normally are. Okay, so that's slowly climbing. So then the next thing we would want is the carpenter, which is going to be planks. Okay. We'll get the brewery, so we can produce a liquid if needed. Make the bananas better. And you're getting mad because of bodies and sick people. There's a tavern. That'll give our houses happiness. Potentially boost them up even more. I really need you to get wood over there. I'm gonna have to get a second sawmill, just like we've done in the past runs. Okay, you're up to 7 people each. It looks like I actually have 2 spare artisans. Like I said, the next one is to get the carpenters going, because that'll make the buttons. And then with the buttons, we'll be able to get even more people in here. And then we'll just be missing the church. At least we'd love everything get some wood in here. Okay. I'm gonna have to add a second one up there. Yes, they're all up to 7. We should be able to get them all to 8. Okay, well that's struggling there. Get apples in there. Drop that off. Drop that off right now. Food quality's taking a pretty massive hit for the moment. I'm a little worried about that kind of getting neglected. Okay, so let's get the carpenter's workshop. What are the planks getting used for? Am I trading the planks away? That's exactly what's going on. Hey, stop it. We can add the bricks on there for sale for right now. Because that's twice as like, why am I not getting my planks? Because we were selling them as I was getting them. I have got to get the cemetery and all that built in soon. Okay, we'll almost be ready to get them back on potatoes. The second one of these up here real quick, just to speed up the wood production. Oh, we got a bunch of wood at once. Okay, that's good. Alright, so next up we get the carpenter's place. So they're gonna make those, and with that we can go to the tailor's place and add the fancy hats in there. Meanwhile we did our trade, so get that out of here. Increase the production of all of our industry stuff. That's all fine. Okay, so with that we'll be making the hats, and that should take care of that. So the next thing I probably need to do is escalate our food. Because if I don't do that, we're not gonna make it. Okay, so that food is done. So I can go to here. Potatoes are on the menu now, and bananas are on the menu now. So we're leaning in for the happiness. Alright, so you're working on that. We can go and try and scooch the tavern in here somewhere. What's it take to take that spot? Milk or beer? Oh, right, we do have the beer. Let's get the beer going, because that is a liquid, and we do not have a liquid right now. And that'll be a real big problem if I don't get that resolved, if they happen to draw a liquid. There we go. So the workers there. And then we will need the brewery. Very narrow spot, probably very easy to work with. There we go. We can start working on that. So you should start getting those hats sorted out soon. I say as we do not have the people for the carpentry yet. Gonna drop those all down to 1. Gotta kick people out to our places. Then pop it back up. Okay, so with that we're getting the buttons. Which means the hats. Which means more progress on these. And that should get us another 12 people. Did I actually build the tavern? I did not. We're waiting on brick, which we have just sold out of. So I have those. Meanwhile, things we can buy. Textile blueprint. Textile mill can produce carpets. Elementary, my dear. Wrath gauge plus 10. Every time we do a box bunny, we get more. 500 extra for every completion. Buildings require 1 less plank for construction. Done. And we'll grab a recipe, why not? Okay. A croissant is filling. I'm gonna refresh that. I'm hoping for one that's 2 category. Grilled fish, dark beer. Alright, well, we just wasted all of that. So there's the donut. We've been doing the donut each and every time because we need to get at. So actually, this time we can do the Swiss roll because then I don't have to worry about sugar. And we'll already have eggs and blueberries unlocked. Meanwhile, I need to go to potatoes up here. Hey, you're doing that now. And the reason I switched that over is I need to catch up. How's this going? We don't have any hats yet, but we should be getting them soon. Because you're making the buttons. I need to make the hospital. And I need to make the graveyard. Or real bad things are going to happen. So there's the hospital. I was hoping it'd fit there. And there's the graveyard. Okay, because that's slowly climbing because there's nothing mitigating the wrath. So unfortunately that's going to take some people away. Oh no, wait, neither of those have actual workers at them. They just magically do their job. Okay, that's fine. We just had to spend the resources to actually construct it. Okay, so we're getting that all sorted out. We've already got all the tasks done for now. Okay, we're making our hats finally. At which point, again, all of these should suddenly kick in an extra person. Which should shore up a lot of the stuff we've got going on. And we also got beer happening now. We chuck beer on the menu. Okay, just a little bit more, and we'll have our main person there filled. You know, filled out. We still have a negative order stat. That's okay, we're making good progress. Alright, so it's starting to climb up. We did get our hat. Alright, and we've got an additional person showing up in all those houses. The only thing left for another upgrade would be the church. The church is going to depend on us unlocking things. So the good bad news of it is even with all of those getting us extra people, it didn't really help us out too much. Okay, so we got another one here. So we get the stew house would be a potential good one right now. Because that would be... Let's check. Think it over. Let's take a look at what herbs we got around. Because we got the peppers up here. Could have sworn I saw others. Maybe not? I thought I saw mushrooms. Oh, I also need to go to you. Change your export. Change to just plain sand for right now, just to get it out of there. Yeah, because we got those up there. Must have been just seeing things then. Alright, so the stew house is not going to help us yet. Winter heating. Have sand. Have clay. Have leftover coffee that we're not going to use. Have some sheep. Have some coal. Have some fancy wood. Alright. And that can get us the better bananas. Okay. So, that would be good if I can find the mushrooms and that. It's a very simple thing that gives delicious. It's a green delicious, which is relatively good. Mushrooms in the potatoes area. Oh, right. There is mushrooms in the potato area. Okay, well, we don't have a location for time yet. Oh, I need this for the candles. Yeah, that's one to consider. I think I'll go with that one for right now. And I won't worry about doing that because we need the apiary, that thing I just got, the thing for making the candles, and then the church, and then I'd be able to upgrade all of these. Okay, so I now have a bunch of spare workers, which is exactly what I want to see. So we've got that as good as that's gonna get. We got the render, so what would we make next? So we have most of our stuff other than the render, which I don't have an immediate need for. The gathering hut would be able to get us mushrooms, but we don't have an immediate need for that because I didn't choose that one. We have the tavern. I have not built that yet because I wanted more space. But that's a dream that's not going to probably actualize. I'm going to go ahead and put the tavern down here. And run a road right there. So with that, It should boost the happiness here by having the tavern provided. Now, I don't know if that helps out any with the tavern. Oh, we need to switch you over to potatoes. Actually, we almost goofed. I've got everything we need here, but you actually do have to eat it. Okay, now switch you back to potatoes. Alright, we've got the fountain. We can upgrade the farm. Let's refresh that for right now. So we got the well. Well, the apiary is for candles. Okay, so we'll get the apiary, because that'll give us food for that. This gives us the candles. The soap would also be another good one, but that gives us the candles. So all we're missing now is the church itself. So that's really good. We can grab the apiary and just chuck it wherever I can fit it. That is a perfect spot for it. It's not really, but we're going to go with it. So that'll give us that. I will also tell them to make the honey, because then we can eat the honey. And then we have here for the candles. All right, good spot for me there. That's fine. Alright, and then the candles get us another happiness thing. Which all that happiness stuff will speed up the rate this goes up. So we're just taking a very different approach this time to kind of see, is this the better strategy, or, you know, should I just stick to what I have been doing? So you're out of that. Let's remove that, put planks there. Let's see. Produce carpets. So I'm gonna buy this and the blueprints. The church, done. Alright, church is about to be in session. I have no idea where I'm shoving this building. That's probably close enough to work. Alright. You do not have a nearby pantry. We can solve that. Okay, so what'll happen here is once we get our first candle, that kicks in. Once that kicks in, these will have the church. And this should be our first time being able to upgrade those. I'm suspecting they're going to probably require iron or something I don't have handy. And when that happens, that happens. We gotta live with it. Oh no, you got... Oh, we need the renderer. Right. So we need the renderer. Which also means I need another farm for piggies. Farm efficiency is better. Okay, so we've got you. We're back to doing the same thing we've been doing here. Drop it down to 1. 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 And we're just kicking all these people back over to the other buildings. Because these I don't need running as urgently on their max. Okay, meanwhile, we do need some of the beer to actually get over there. So food is dangerously low. Let's switch you off of the apples over to that. Let's switch out the bananas to the honey for a moment. There's nothing I'm missing here, right? No, we already did those. The Wrath is actually ahead of my victory stat, which is pretty scary. That's been a first. So you've got your workers. You're waiting on your stuff. Oh, where's the building? Orchard Grove is faster. So what I'm looking for is around here somewhere. We're processing those animals to get their stiff. And you need to get the pork. Meanwhile, I can go to you. It's fine. So I bought all the artifacts just because we can. Okay, so you got beer in the tavern. So the happiness is up. Alright. So I definitely need to ramp up food production really badly. Like, we're gonna have to get some chefs in here. All that stuff. I'm just waiting for that first candle to arrive there. And then see what it takes to upgrade all those buildings. And yours waiting on the rendered fat. Oh, here's the status thing. Okay. Alright, so we can check on our various stuff to see where everything's at, total resources. So you can check on our hunger stuff. Yeah, all our different things like sweets and all that. And how our food is abysmal. And everyone should be ashamed of it. Okay, you're asleep. What do you got for me today with the wishes? You got mushrooms and you've got oranges. Both of those are doable. Oranges will help solve our immediate problems more. And then the next one is apples, thyme, or fish. We're already making apples. So all we'll end up doing is making another orchard over here. Which I'll probably need to expand, which shouldn't be too bad. And go Orchard Grove. Oranges. I can't quite expand it yet. That'll serve for at least the immediate need. Where is that rendered fat? You are rendering fat now. So then we get a candle. Efficiency from happiness. Gotcha. So happiness makes them work harder. That's good to know. The casino, the mirror. The mirror is another thing we'd end up making. Emergency mission exorcism. There's the fat. And I'll make us a couple candles. Why are we not getting any orange? I don't have you set here. No. You don't have any workers. That's fair. We'll hopefully have that resolved very soon. And on top of that, hopefully we'll also have a bunch of happiness. Okay. Trying to watch for when they bring the stuff for the candles up here. I think they'll drop the fat off somewhere along the way. Like one of the storage buildings, and then they'll grab all the stuff they need to make stuff and bring it up. I just need the candles. Here it goes. That one there is bringing the materials to make a candle. And my hope is it will prioritize taking the candle to the church, because that affects everything versus taking it to a single house is not particularly relevant. If it takes it to a single house, that means you'd have to plan your buildings to always make sure that, like, it's the nearest one to it. Or to storage or whatever makes sense. Right, so you're still doing fine on food for right now. We're getting some extra bananas. You keep getting the effects from corpses, but I do actually have that. Alright, that's at almost 200% efficiency. I'm not feeling great about this strategy. I do see there's a lot of benefits to it, but it feels like I'm going to have to be a lot more making sure things are positioned correctly for pathing on this one. Can't be quite as ham-fisted about it. Because I am kind of losing a bunch of time just waiting for the stuff to get done. But I'm also curious if we fully upgrade this and get them to their highest tier down here, like, what happens? Alright. And with that, we can go boom. And it's short just a couple of windows. We'll get the cows. We'll get the candy shop. There's the apples turned in. Let's see here. Fog duration is increased, but exploration is cheaper. Then we got the candy shop. Alright, so those have it if we get leather shoes, which I don't have the materials for, a comb, which I don't have the materials for, leather jacket, which we don't have the materials for, or bathing, we'd get even more people. And then more things apply that can give them happiness. We don't have any of those things. I don't know if that'll give me another extra person right now, but it is cool to finally have those upgraded. Well, the alchemy is one of the things that's blocking all those. So literally what I would need to do from here is I would need to get the leather unlock, which we don't have. Oh, and that's just gonna have to wait. Because right now what needs to happen is we need to be scaling up our food a lot. So it does look like I will get up to 10 people out of each of these buildings, which is pretty good. And then plus on top of that, they are master level, which means they'll just work way better. Yeah, so I'll go sit at 10. So we've kind of hit the point where we're capped out with what we've got, that I'm going to have to build more houses. But that's where we wanted to take it. We wanted to push that to kind of its extreme. We'll add another group of houses here. Hey Afro, how's it going? It's good to see you. Let's also go over here. We can get the... You need the market and this over here. Let's put the market right there. Now put right next to it that. Very good, very hungry, just waiting for your rice to finish cooking. Nice. No storehouse nearby, that's fair enough. Okay, so these should all very rapidly upgrade. And then there is a chance I'll end up needing another one of these and all that. Just trying to keep an eye on it. Right now, okay, you're fully upgraded. Alright, so I need a lot more food. So let's look at what we can make. If we check on this, I cannot make the candy yet. And the reason I can't make the candy yet is we can't process sugarcane yet. I can, however, make the chocolate. So we can make a sweet with the chocolate of green tier. So that's one thing to consider. That's really the only special food we got, so I am gonna get the candy shop. Just kind of wedge it in one of these areas over here. It doesn't really matter where it is. I'm just trying to find spaces that didn't really get fully utilized and put them to use, but it's looking like that's gonna be a bust. So we'll just put you right there. So that'll give me that. And I'm gonna need another orchard, because I need chocolate. Sometimes in your life, you just need a little chocolate. Some people would say that sometimes is always. Alright. So that should be making that. You need to have chocolate on your menu. And that gives us another food group for sweets. We do have a chest here. Oh, this should be an easy one. So it wants a bunch of random supplies. There we go. And just giving us a buff for the run. So we'll take the bananas. Like I said, I kind of want to lean towards actually focusing on building ourselves up and less on the other, like on working on others. Okay, that's unfortunate. So what I think I'm also going to need to do is get ourselves more wheat and more beer. Then we're gonna have to, like, just escalate the brewery. But first we gotta wait for this guy to wake up. We're gonna shove a bunch of food into him, and then we're gonna unlock some more territory. Yeah, because you're potatoes and that. You're also the food. You're also the food. There's a lot of stuff over there, right? You are drinks. You are drinks. You're the food. You're the food. Yeah, so we're just gonna have lots of food. That's not surprising at all. And we do have spare people down here. You should be upgrading soon. There you go. And you'll upgrade in just a minute here. It does look like the lilacs are now officially falling behind. I kind of figured that was coming. So we're going to get another one of the buildings for the lilacs. And then move the mouse around all over the place, trying to figure out where the heck I'm going to squeeze it. Done. Alright, blueprint. So, if we get the soapery place, that helps out with everyone. We'll actually use it this time. So we've got the soapery. Okay, so that'll be more of the rendered fat. That should also boost happiness. And all those things that boost happiness and health and all that. Should increase the people's ability to work. Alright, you got your stronger version. Oh, that is not what you want to see. Okay. Immediate changes. Beer is off the menu. Forget about it. You can't have it. You require green or better. So all that you can just do what you want with. Enjoy your oranges, I guess. But that is what you call really bad. So good news is the bananas do cover all those food groups. The bad news is the only thing I have that is going towards that is the beer. And we aren't producing that remotely fast enough. So that's sketchy as all get out. I have like no potatoes. Alright, so we need to expand our beer production. And also upgrade them houses. Okay, so the cafe is nerfed on this map. We can unlock the mill for hopefully future stuff. The cafe was the one nerfed. Yeah, cafe is nerfed. Alright, so what we're gonna need to do is you got a farm. You're doing wheat. That's fine. And then we're going here. And there's a brewery. So that should help with our overall beer production. Bring that up. We are making the candy. New brew. Okay, this is a terrible idea. Alright. So we have the spicery and the glassworks. The glassworks is another thing that we could buff ourselves with if we add it onto the list. And I do have the materials. This would let me make candy, though. I'm going to do this one because it doesn't require any additional buildings or units. So we just go here and boom, it's on the list now. Okay, the beer is producing pretty quickly. That's good news. Meanwhile, let's look at you. You're still producing planks. That's totally fine. We can swap that off of the planks. Set it to bricks for a while. Because I got two of these going on. I can actually give you the honey as well. But the plan is to knock this one out, knock that new brew out, and hopefully get those sorted. I forgot we're supposed to still be getting orange. Where have our oranges been going? Have we been eating those? We have. Don't worry about food. It's fine. Okay. Oh, we got another one to... Okay, all those houses are fully upgraded. We got plenty of workers there. So definitely once you get them ramped up, having the fully upgraded houses is also good. Cold and hungry. Cool, another thing I'm not ready for. Ringing bell greets eager students the sound of reciting voices in the classroom. This is where curious minds grows knowledge. Increases chef population when built. We can also get the textile mill, which gives us the leather shoes, which we don't have access to yet. I am going to choose that, even though I can't take advantage of it. If I get the thing where I then can turn the cows into leather, then that potentially lets us upgrade the shoes and the jackets here. Which would be 2 more people in every single one of my houses. I'm probably going to need another orchard. I've got spare people. What am I growing in the orchard? Because the orchard will give me more bananas. Okay. We're probably doing fine on that. Right now, I'll set you to also be oranges, so I can get this mission objective done. Looking into the mirror, right, that's the, we need to have chefs. I've still not built a single chef house. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're almost done with the liquids on this. I could put the chefs up here and penalize my wood production, but I think I don't care about that. This also means I need to go here, add chef's outfits onto there, and let that start working. You're about to top that off. We're getting there. You're cold and hungry, and the only thing that'll satisfy you are potatoes. Look. I'm gonna need you to broaden that menu preference a little bit. Okay, so you got that going. So let's go here. Start expanding that. Okay, we got our oranges. Okay, so we will boost the, we're gonna boost the production of all of our regular materials and all that. So we got cold and hungry. I am going to accept that. I don't think I should accept it, but I am going to. Meanwhile, we just need to give a bit more beer, and everything will be okay. I'm gonna go up to you, and you are now eating oranges again. And potatoes are off the menu. You can have chocolate instead. You're welcome. Okay, so get the bananas. That'll take care of your stuff. Cold and hungry, oh, the quality, okay, potatoes, keeping the potatoes. The potatoes aren't good enough. Keeping the potatoes. For right now, switch over to chocolate on that one. Ooh, I need more delicious than I thought. It is what it is. We're just riding it. Okay, that one's done. Another buff. Alright. So when mining, get a chance to get clay, sand, or iron ore. So this is just another buff to that. We are going to get the thing that just makes our existing infrastructure better. Not bothering with that. Okay, so drinks. Drinks I can spare now to unlock things. Oh, some breathing room. You want random junk I don't care about. Alright. Again there. And that's got the weight on bananas as well. Okay, so with that opened, what else do we need? So I need to get some better food options. We've got the chocolate for the sweet. That's already kind of in good shape. The thing I need to do now is expand our overall food in general. Hopefully... Well, that's annoying. Yeah, so anytime now you should be ready to upgrade. I've got all my buildings set to try to keep up repairs. Oh, good. Alright, so... if we get fish, we can do grilled fish for hunger. The stone grilled steak, while amazing, is a lot of work I'm not ready for. So I think we're going to go for the grilled fish. I don't have fish yet, but that means it's now on my to-do list is to try and go out of my way to get fish. Let's take a quick peek here. Blueprints. And... you'll be able to make perfume and a gem cutter. Let's refresh that. Fish. Oh, right. The fish are penalized here. That's fine. We're going to upgrade our farm to get black malt. Then we're going to go here And we're going to roll a new recipe, because I got money and I don't have anything else to spend it on. So I don't have everything I need for that. We can't roll the dice again, so I'll take the salad. I don't have what I need to do anything with that. So I'll grab this again, so I need a bit more money. Meanwhile, you're still selling the bricks, because I still got plenty. Meanwhile, we can go here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. We're just waiting on the bananas. Work uniform halted, insufficient materials. Okay, so we aren't getting enough of the fabric. So, over here somewhere, which I keep losing again and again. So we've got our pigs up there, we've got our sheep going on. We had plenty of the sheep themselves. So what we could do here is go to our stockyard. Yeah, so we got our stockyard here, and it's doing its best to keep up. But I do think we're in the point where I'm probably in the territory of needing a second stockyard. We can, if we get the potatoes, we can just use the potatoes on that. We'll worry about that in a minute. Right now, what am I hearing? Oh, it's the buildings hitting max repair. Please don't destroy my marketplace. I see you focus firing my marketplace, and I'm not appreciating it very much. Get off my marketplace. I haven't. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You suck. Alright, there's your meal. Alright, 5 recipes. Okay, so this gives me the leather to make shoes and jackets and all that. So that's a big find. The school is supposed to be something new and really cool, so that's a good find. We're going to refresh that once. We could do the roast pit or the bakery. I do have what I need to make that. That's for hungry. This is for delicious. I don't know where we need it more. Both of those are delicious. These are hungry. This can be sweet and hungry. That's a blue. That's how I'm going to side it. We also have the cake thing over here. Well, the well will give people happiness and health as well, which will make them work harder. We can make that in a pinch. And the cafe is nerfed on this map. So we get the bakery too. We got it all. That's all we did. We got a little of everything. Now, once these tornadoes piss off, we can actually get some work done. Okay, so we've got the school. Ah, so you will need dye as an upkeep, which requires iron, which I don't have, and all that. And my assumption with that is I have no idea what that does, actually. Alright, so for the dye, I need eggs, I need the fat, and I need iron. I've got the spare workers. Oh. Yeah, so you'd need wine and a bunch of other stuff. Ah, you require the school. Market destroyed. Where was the market destroyed? You said market destroyed. I got the one here. Where was the market destroyed? I clicked on it expecting it to take me there, and then it just didn't. So I've got the market down here. I've got the market here. I don't recall having a third market. There's no houses up here. Did you paint a sunny day? Alright, bear with me, I'm just snoozing the ad real quick. Now, if a marketplace was destroyed, we should see a whole lot of buildings be like, hey, I can't get my resources, I'm upset, please. Finally. Now, if you just despawn real fast and get back to something that isn't terrible. Yeah, it could be a backlog ping. I've just been sitting there the whole time. Alright, we can go over here. Okay, we got a lot of stuff down there I want to unlock. You're kind of packed up here. Okay, that'd be the leather clothing. Right, that's another thing we have. So this is not going to be useful to me anytime soon, so we're going to get rid of that for right now. We do have the ability on our two buildings here. I would like leather now as well, please. And you need potatoes and all that to solve that. And with that, I need to go over here and go to farms, livestock, do this, moo cow. Okay, blacksmith, woodshed, and smeltery are all better. So we got our moo cow. And we're going up here to our moo cow and we're making moo leather. Then we can go here to wherever it is hiding. Oh, is it just the tailor? No, it's not the tailor. Ah, it's textile. So let's find the textile place. You brought me right to it, I still don't see it. There you are. Shoes are on the menu. Okay. So we got your stuff done, we got that stuff done, we're still working on this. Let's see. Candle halted, insufficient resources, that's understandable. So we still got 24 of the top of the line people available. Alright, so I don't remember what we're even working on here. Let's go ahead and we'll unlock a new building. So we can get the well. The well boosts our health. There's a well here, a well there, and a well there. So we should be able to go over there, and under health now, all that's doing really good. The happiness is really solid, and all that. So this is going to be climbing on its own just due to happiness, which is lovely. Oh, you went to sleep. So what do you got for me while you sleep? So we can get greasy. Cool. And I don't have the ability to make the casino at all. So this is a poke in the eye. I can make the wheat bread. I don't have the croissant, I don't have that. And I don't have those unlocked. This is the one I'm most likely to unlock. So, bread and sausage is not looking encouraging. Meanwhile, let's check to see how we're doing on our brick. We're getting a bit low on brick. So let's go ahead and unset you. Set you back to planks for a while. So we've got the cake tower where we can make the Swiss roll. Alright, let's consider the food groups we've got available. So, we have at the brewery, that's the tavern, not the brewery. We have at the brewery, where I don't remember where you actually are. Oh, I have two of them, that's right. One of them was down here by this wheat field. Yeah, so you got the brewery, so I don't have the dark beer yet. That's fine. I thought I had grabbed it. So, as far as things that are green and better, we've got Thirst. We've got Thirst. We've got Hunger. Yeah, so you probably want to get the Swiss roll. The Swiss roll will handle our sweet. Yeah, this will handle our sweet and our hunger, and then the delicious can be handled by our meat products. So that means I'm gonna need chickens, I'm gonna need flour, and I'm gonna need blueberries. So let's go ahead. I believe the blueberries were an orchard. Let's also grab a road real quick. Just bring it along the back here. So if we grab an orchard, blueberries are an orchard. So there's the blueberries. I will need flour, eggs, and all that, so I'm gonna need chickens. So we can go on here to livestock. That's not gonna work in that specific position, so we can get rid of that. We can work on... It says blueberries, eggs, flour. Yeah, blueberries, eggs, flour is literally all it is. So we're going to need livestock, so we can go over here instead and put livestock over there. Actually, we can move it down here. I will definitely say with this game, there's certainly going to be a point you turn off the music. The music's good, but there's not enough different tracks. So we got our chickens. That does mean we need to go up here, add chickens onto the list. We're gonna need another one of these. Let's go ahead and just do that now. So stockyard. Okay, get all those processing. Okay, so that gives our chicken. That leaves the flour. So for the flour, I can go over here to the mill. Put you down here. Not really good path. Good path through here. Okay, so that gives us our flour. And to make sure we have enough wheat for the flour, gonna make another farm. Okay, so with that, I should have enough for all that. And we are starting to push the limits on our housing. There's our grease. Okay. Tornado duration is 30% longer, but does 60% less damage. Buildings destroyed by tornadoes get less. I'm not... Oh yeah, we can do that, because that'll give us trace amounts of the iron ore without having it. And with that out there, we also have cold and hungry still sitting here. We need to finish that soon. And the croissant and sausage, that's just going to sit here unless we get an unlock. Okay, how are we doing so far as getting shoes made? Ah, the shoes are also depending on the dye. Let's go and get that built again. Because we did get a thing that gives me a chance of just randomly getting a little bit of iron while mining other things. So let's go here. You've got the dye queued up. That's all that stuff. Emergency rat control. I hate knowing that's a thing I gotta worry about. I'll just get the handicraft update thing for the vase. You can put that on there as well. Okay, you're almost done there. Alright, so we're officially hitting that point that I'm gonna need to build new houses. Because I can't really expand much here without getting another batch of houses. We did pack them in pretty close. That said, I got an area over here. So probably wait till after we feed the big guy. We also need more chefs. It's gonna take a minute to get all your stuff done. Okay. So we've got, on sunny days, every 2 fulfilled staff members track 6 mission monkey. Each mission monkey increases the efficiency of labors by 1%. Done. And that'll quickly clock up, and when those spin up, we upgrade them, and then we do it again. Yeah, we've got those queued up. It'll take a while to actually happen. Yeah, so the mining should be occasionally giving me iron. I don't have people to do anything with it, but that's okay. Oh, not true. I might actually have a spare person. What about you? Cool. And we got another bonus. The grumpy monkey. That's fine. I'm not dealing with that one yet. Okay, so we can go over here. Another laborer house. We can go up to this area and add some more chef's houses. Okay. So all in all, that's good news. It is looking like we're going to need another greenhouse to keep the lilac up. It also looks like our towels might be falling behind. Where is the textile? And that's due to a lack of wool. And the lack of wool is probably due to the bottleneck on these, which we did increase the number of those we had. But, you know, most likely they'll need to be specially purposed. Let's go check on one of our supply places. That's fine. So it looks like I might also need more sheep. We do have spare workers now, so I can afford to get away with that. This game looks like it goes so busy visually, hard to keep track of. It can be a little hard to pick stuff out. One thing that does help it though is, say I'm looking for my stockyard, I can just click on that and it'll take me to it. And if I keep clicking, it'll bounce between them. It can get a little visually noisy though, where it is hard to see what on earth is going on sometimes. Alright. So we can make a kook orange salad, seafood soup, or a donut. I'm gonna choose the donut because of those, that's the one that makes the most sense for me. I am already actively pursuing something else, I'm not gonna bother with it. And also it'll only have those icons if you have one of those buildings available already. So if you're like, did I build this? You can just look for that and be like, ah, it's right there. But it definitely has a lot of stuff going on. Oh, I need the fire ward, so if a fire starts, you know, everything doesn't catch fire. Alright, so I've got that. So what was I short on? There was something I needed. I'm going to throw honey at this problem. Clear up the map a bit. Okay, we are making our Swiss rolls. Right, I made the comment that we were falling behind with our wool. All those seem to be doing fine for right now. Why are we not getting the textiles, though? That's because you're waiting on this to get itself done. And so you have grease, eggs, and the... Oh, it's raw stone. Okay, it's not even iron, it's raw stone I needed. So our chefs are upgraded, they're better. That's the iron ore, I forgot we had that up there. That's crude gold. Clay. Clay. Oh, now we got an upgrade down here. Okay. So we got a fountain. So we go ahead and put the fountain up here by the chefs, because that makes them happy. Alright. Then just looking for stone node. That's sand. Where do we have some stone? Alright, so you want a whole bunch of stuff. So raw stone is up here, and that's going to be past that, but we will deal with that in a minute. We're going to start by giving you your delicious, delicious pile of bananas and all that, and a big old pile of beer. So we got enough beer to satisfy that immediately. We're mostly satisfied on that The delicious is a bit behind, which is the bananas. Let's try and get our grill online real fast while we're waiting, because that was going to be my solution to delicious. You're gonna go down here, because, oh, never mind. You're gonna go right there. And also upgrade that house. Okay. So I can get this to work. That's grilled pork. That I can do fine. I cannot accommodate the grilled fish. I am feeling like let's take a peek at our stats. So let's check. I need to check on the so pork. Pork is climbing, it's fine. The processed pork is climbing, that's fine. The rendered fat seems to be climbing. The wool is in the garbage. The sheep are fine. Okay, so that tells me I need another one of these buildings, the stockyard, because some of those animals are not being processed fast enough. We just need to expand our butchery efforts to ensure that these animals are processed as fast as we possibly can. So we will go to wool, pork, all the stuff we're using. Keep all that going. Get them going faster. We can't have the animals sitting around. Floral arrangement. Sure. We'll do a floral arrangement. Have you considered having a floral arrangement of a bunch of clay and iron? And I'm actually very low on these. A whole lot of wax. A bunch of cacao. And actual cow. And pig. That's a great floral arrangement. You're so excellent. Alright. So let's go for Grumpy Monkey 2, which will make our Wrath gauge be able to hold even more. And for every 5 points Wrath goes up, we become more efficient with food. But if houses don't have enough food, the things will go bad. And this gives us the buff because we put the monkey and the bananas together. Monkey Paradise. Which that's something you just find randomly playing. It's not something that they're like, oh hey, go do this. We're gonna need a lot more bananas. Okay, so you've got all that going. The number of animals are fine. Is there something I could put into an orchard that'd be worth my time? We could do more blueberries. Because we're using that for a recipe, and if we get extra, we will just, we will just feed our people blueberries. Okay, let's check over here on what we're actually feeding our people, because I haven't looked in a long time. Alright. We're feeding them trace amounts of almost everything that they certainly could eat more. Let's go ahead and take the cucumbers off the list. You can have honey now. Take the orange. Well, the oranges are fine. Take the potatoes off the list. And for now, give you apples. Just move around what we're eating. Okay, so we're good on hunger, we're good on sweets, we're good on drinks. We're just not done yet with delicious. Of which we're using bananas to get delicious. I'm trying to get the grill online, because once we get the grill online and producing, that'll be another source of delicious, because that's all it does is delicious. Yeah, there we go, getting our grilled pork chops. Alright. Why am I not seeing the... Oh, it's not in the... It's not back at home yet, so it doesn't count yet. It's on that person's inventory. Okay, so that should get us squared away for all that. I do have one extra chef available. So let's go ahead and move that well. And that's the fountain. We'll move the well and the fountain for right now. Put the chef's places there. Get you all connected. Bring it around this side. And now we can go fountain and well. Okay, so give me a couple more chefs to work with. So I got the people I need to do the jobs I need. What was the charging noise? There's some pork chops. There's some more bananas. I can actually drop that down and bring it back up so I don't overcommit to these things. Alright, when we get this one fed, we go back around and start clearing out more of the junk around the map. So this is definitely cleaner than the last one, because we are kind of going through the stack process. Yeah, and we're making our blueberry Swiss rolls. New recipe. So the stone grilled thing is a ridiculously complicated recipe. This is another delicious option. The cafe is nerfed with our penalties. So this one would be adding an onion and be adding beef to get some skewers. I am down to add that to the menu. I can't. I don't actually have onions. Alright, I've had onions every single run so far, so I just assumed I did. And food is ready. Okay, so we can make the circus. That'll make our people happier. We can have them make the vase for perfume, which will make people happier. We can also move to being able to make sugar, which we'll grab just in case I end up needing it. And was it the cheese? I think it was the yeah, no, the cheese was fine. It was the cafe and all that. And there's the onion. Alright, so let's grab the circus. I have no idea where I'm putting this. Hey, you know what? Good enough for me. Who said the circus had to be reasonably available? Alright, so we want to go here to farm, grab you, onions, and we're going to go and plant a field of onions back there. So we can go down to this thing, and we'll add that. That does mean I need to add beef onto the menu. So all of these things, you are now butchering cows as well. Not just throwing the meat away, you're also grabbing more. We've got the ability to make cheese. I don't have any recipes, so we're already making the Swiss roll. You would be sugar, flour, and eggs. We already have the candy hut. Where are you at? You're over here somewhere making chocolate. Yeah, so I can just literally just turn that on. So donuts are now being made. The bakery is literally obsolete compared to everything else. Alright, the roast pits and pizzeria and bakery all work better now. And I need to make sugar, which means I need another farm that I, in theory, will put somewhere. Oh, you need feathers? You know what? Never mind. No one wanted to go to the circus anyways. Sugarcane. Alright, so we got all that stuff. So we did just take care of Friendo there. So we can go over here. Potatoes. Done. Let me see the map. Look at a box. And the box wants beer. Fair enough. There's your beer. Thank you for the cash. Got another box. And what do they want? They want a pile of debris. You know what? Who am I to say no? I actually need more stuff. Alright, so let's take a quick peek to see how our houses are doing. Still surprised we haven't gotten the leather boot things ready. Corpses produced -5. Thanks. How are you making the corpses be produced less? Are they zombies now? Like what you doing here? Did you just grace us with, you know, 5% immortality? I have questions. Most of them I'm deeply concerned about the answers of. Right, and we're still dealing with that. Right, we had stone. We had to find stone, and I completely forgot that was the thing we were working on. Right, the stone was up here. Right there, right? Alright, so what would it take for me to reach that stone? Okay, this is doable. Have a whole lot of cucumber. There's my stone. Alright, so all we're going to do is we're going to go up here, mine, drop it right there, road. Bring the road all the way on up. There's the stone. You will need a storehouse, which is easy peasy lemon squeezy. Done. We're out of workers, which I don't love that. Alright, there's some more chefs. Which does mean I need to get more houses. We were working on that down here. How easy is it for me to open up this map over here? I have no spare beer, so pretty hard. We got a bunch of goodies here. Alright, let's go see what you're wishing for. So the new wish is... you would like 6 of the chicken skewers. Or I can just have it right now because we've already done that objective. Thank you. Alright. Path of Mending. That's fine. You know, those do especially have a lot of extra, but they're also... there. So we open that up. And then meanwhile... house. So you want a mountain of beer. And you want stuff I'm not willing to give you. Not right now. Alright. So we might need to expand our beer production. Because everyone wants liquid lunch. So checking our assortment here. We're not getting any chocolate. I've got 200 beer, so we should be fine. Go eat some potatoes. Go eat some blueberries. Good job, team. Very proud of you. So we can go back down to here, and you wanted copious amounts of beer. There you are, friend. Every haunting restores the durability of all buildings by 10%. That is actually pretty boring. That's honestly a pretty underwhelming one. Okay. So let's see here. Drop a bit more of that. A bit more iron. A bit more wax. A bit more cacao. A bit more cow. A bit more pig. A bit more chicken. A bit more sheep. Black malt. Got the tiniest bit of stone. Alright, done. Thanks for the cash. Alright, so it looks like I'm still actually consuming all of my wheat. Meanwhile, you're continuing to crank away at that. Let's stop that. Start working on the brick. And what can we buy here? I have 10,000, so a lot of stuff. So let's buy a blueprint here, and a blueprint here, and there's no more blueprints. That's it. We can get the stew house. A little late for that, but I'm gonna get it anyways. And you can get the salad, which is another delicious, and that's apple, tomato, lettuce, and mayonnaise, which I don't actually have access to mayonnaise. Okay, we're gonna get the little urn thing. We'll add that onto the list. Which does mean I need to go here and get more greenhouses. I can tell you to do roses and lilacs. I don't really care about the combo set. Let's not waste those resources there. So you have the stew house. If I get mushrooms and what other crap the other one was. And I got mushrooms kind of in the middle of my city that I could go for. I probably won't. But, you know, if there's not another thing to worry about, we might go for it. I'm just seeing if we got a spot over here that we've got the thyme and the mushrooms worth going after. There's thyme right there. And we have the mushrooms right in the middle. Okay, to get that, we would need to clear it up. So let's finish this guy here. I mean, honestly, we're probably going to win this next, like, win or lose this next round. Either get the stuff and we just knock it out, or I fail, and everything goes sideways, and we get full of tears. Meanwhile, more wheat. To pick up our beer production. We need more workers, so there's those two upgraded. Again, all the other things they need. Okay, so how are we doing on stuff? We'll unqueue the apples, queue up the beer, and the rest all seems good. Now, one thing that worries me is we haven't gotten the juice press thing, so I might run into a problem where they want drinks of blue quality or better, and I can't accommodate that. Like, with the decisions we've made, that is not an option I can entertain. Okay. I guess everyone over here with all the flags is a big one. Yeah, so we're gonna wait till he wakes up. We're not gonna waste all our resources. It's fine. Are you all doing well? Yeah, we got our shoes now. So every one of those buildings got an extra worker. Supposedly that's what sleeping looks like. These eyes aren't real, apparently. I mean, honestly, we're gaining 2 happiness per, or sorry, 2 contentness, 2.5 contentness per minute, just because of how happy everyone is in the town, because we're feeding them exceptionally well and they're extremely well treated. I might finish even before we have to finish feeding this thing or not, because we're at 96.41. And we're at 98.99. Yeah, we're going to the next tick over. We're going to win because our people are just that happy. So yeah, this definitely seems like probably the more reasonable strategy to like build up and just get your happiness and all that sorted out kind of thing. Versus the way I was doing it before, which is just scaling incredibly rapidly. And this is always at like minus 90 something. And then this was, you know, burning up a whole bunch because just lots of dead people. Now granted, the danger here is if ever something went wrong and all of these buildings dropped one person because, you know, I ran out of clothing or whatever. Alright, so let's see here. We'll start with the beer, slam that out. Go to the bananas, slam that out. Get our... Oh, never mind, we won. Didn't even get a chance to feed him. Our people were just too happy. Alright, so completed the contract. Yeah, so I've noticed we started where these were taking 1 hour, and we're slowly creeping up where one of these takes about 2 hours now, which I think is good. I do like the whole setup here. Alright, we got 134 points in the meta stuff. We finished a swamp mat, and we finished difficulty level 5 out of 20. Light trace light trace throughout the cave, and light traced. You can tell I'm getting tired because reading is hard. Light traced the thoughtful curve of his silhouette. Gold Paw sat quietly, head slightly bowed, a heavy notebook spread open before him. The page was filled of sketches of Dango's 3 different forms, each rimmed with an otherworldly glow. Around them the margins teemed with tiny meticulous symbols, like little annotations that spoke about the thoughts behind the drawings. He studied them with silent intensity. Occasionally, one paw would lift, hanging motionless in the air as if testing the currents of some invisible force. Under the shifting light, the illustrations glimmered faintly, symbols of blessing radiant and full of promise, while those of punishment remained subdued. etched with a sense of necessity or necessary restraint. It was clear Goldpaw was only searching for balance. He must have hoped for... The pang of quiet sorrow rose within me. I had once been his assistant, or at least I believed I was. I still remember the day he first showed me those rotund little beings, speaking with reverent excitement about the extraordinary changes that they embodied. But what I saw in his eyes wasn't about power. It was about relentless passion to understand the universe. He taught me how to track the flow of energy, how to record the fluctuations of those creatures' moods in tandem with the weather. We worked tirelessly, seeking to give those blessings and punishments a proper name. He was such a small cat, yet he dared to comprehend and cared for a rule of such overwhelming complexity. That courage alone earned my deepest respect. How I wished I could still sit beside him, sorting his data, passing him the next pen. Not like this, trapped here, reduced to a distant, voiceless observer. It was I who failed to keep the pace. I faltered during a crucial experiment, unable to withstand the surge of reversed energy, and in the end, I lost. And there's clearly like a lot of stuff sketched out so you can't see what it is. He closed the notebook and remained seated in silence for a moment, his gaze fixed on the empty air, as if completing a final simulation in his mind. Then he let out a quiet breath and carefully put his notebook away, each moment carrying a solemn composure of a devoted researcher. My vision blurred, not because of the crystalline barrier between us, but because of a deep, helpless regret. Yeah, and there's a prayer at the end, each and every one that he repeats, that basically what we've learned is this assistant or whatever, we're getting to learn more about him, failed to take care of the Dangos or whatever, and basically had like his soul ripped away and shoved into a gem that like, basically his soul was going to get thrown out into whatever, and Goldpaw shoved his soul into a gem to spare him, but now he's like trapped silently in this gem. But you can see there'll be like these writings, and they'll take certain words and mute them out, so you have to like just guess. And Goldpaw has told this person trapped in the gem that basically like keep repeating your prayer, and maybe someday you'll get your body back. And it's just basically like a prayer to a god or whatever. But you know, the person's going through like doubt and all that sort of stuff. It's weird. All right, so the achievements we got is we did the swamp, which has gotten us the Bath Commons, which is a thing that just makes people happy. We have now unlocked the Scorching Desert, so it makes the Dangos will want lots and lots of beverages, but you know, so you can predictably make it a beverage focused run. But your artisans will toil and sweat and exhaust, so like the artisans will struggle. And if we go to our Land of Wishes, we've got all our stuff we can unlock for meta progression. So we've got where we can boost productivity by 1%. It is interesting that we can lower the overall appetite by like 2%. It's not much. So this means I'll get an extra 20 planks every time I start. This means I'll be able to do the beer festival. But I could see, so getting more starting points would be huge. Getting the dum-dums to have faster movement speed would be huge. The artifact prices I'm less worried about. Getting the boost in our wish fruit is really big. We'll be able to export lilac and hats. Yeah, so we're getting a bunch of, you know, more advanced export. We can have the chance of our double output go up. So it's interesting to me that I can't choose that one. I mean, it's highlighting like I can, but it's faded. Yeah, so we can reduce the hunger appetite by 2%. That doesn't feel that meaningful. Alright, so I want to get the 1% improved productivity. I want to get the extra points. Let's unlock this thing, which gives me extra planks. So we're just gonna have to mark all the ones around it. So now we get 20 extra planks, and this one isn't a thing I have to choose. It's just given to me. We will want to go around this, but we have a thing I'm not going to use, and then the artifact price is going down. But I'd rather actually get the dum-dums to be faster, so grab those two. And then that's all my points. But you get the idea, there's all this stuff that makes it so just a little bit better and a little bit better. And that's where the roguelike start comes in, where you do like your 2-hour run or whatever, you get a bunch of bonuses, and then you do your next map. With all that said, though, it is getting to be around that time that I need to be wrapping up for the night, because my day started early, and if you probably haven't noticed from the fact that I'm struggling to read and all that, I'm getting tired. So, if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future. But if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly on the YouTube side, but thank you again so much for tuning in. For everyone over here on the Twitch side, though, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to drop a raid on. But I very much am